Sometimes being a twin totally rocks, and sometimes it's the pits. I hate all the jokes. People say, you look so much alike. How can I tell you apart? That's supposed to be funny, see? Because I'm a girl and my twin is a boy. Ha ha. Our parents didn't help us out. I mean, naming us Jillian and Jackson. That's too cute for words, right? I've been thinking when I get older, I may change my name to Adriana. Or do you think that's too snobby sounding? Well, I'm stuck with Jillian for now. But I don't let anyone call me Jilly or Jill. And I never wear the same color clothes as Jackson. I guess I'm more sensitive about the twin thing than my brother. He's the relaxed one in the Gerard family. Everything is cool with him. Mom says I think too much. It sounds like a compliment. But she doesn't mean it in a good way. She says if I were a superhero, I'd be Worry Woman. Jackson and I are into superheroes. We're saving up our allowances to go to the big comic book convention in San Diego next summer. But that's a whole other story. Jackson and I are 12. We both are tall and thin. We have wavy brown hair and dark, serious eyes. I'm on the swim team at school, and I like to play tennis, and I take horseback riding lessons on Saturdays. Jackson is into sports, too. Mainly Madden football. On his PlayStation 3. Dad says Jackson should get up off the couch and get more exercise. Jackson told him, I'll get a lot more exercise if you buy me a Wii. This argument goes on and on. Anyway, one good thing about being a twin is you always have someone to go to the movies with. One rainy night after dinner, Dad dropped us off at the Tenplex at the mall. We ran to the ticket window to make sure. Butt Kicker 2 wasn't sold out. Butt Kicker is our favorite superhero. He started out as a member of the Mighty Mutant Club, but he was kicked out for being too tough. How cool is that? Jackson and I bought big buckets of buttered popcorn. Then we made our way down the aisle of the crowded theater. We like to sit very close to the screen. We don't like people to come between us and the movie. We sat down on the end of the third row. I stared up at the screen. Basketball players were leaping about a mile off the floor. It was a commercial for sneakers that could make you almost fly. Great seats, Jackson said, digging into his popcorn. I don't mind a stiff neck, do you? Of course not, I said. I accidentally bumped his arm with my elbow. A little popcorn spilled onto the floor. Hey, watch it, Jackson snapped. He twisted away from me. This is my new sweater. You'll get butter on it. Jackson, it's a black sweater, I said. The stains won't show. Jackson didn't reply. He was staring past me to the aisle. And he had a horrified look on his face. Oh, no, he moaned. I don't believe it. Oh, no, no. And that's when all our trouble began. On the day Jackson and I got our strange, new powers. I turned and saw Nina and Artie Lerner squeezing into our row. It was my turn to let out a groan. Jackson and I can't stand those two kids. I wanted to pretend I didn't see them. But Nina was already waving to us. And Artie had a dopey, toothy grin on his face. They dropped into the seats next to Jackson. Funny meeting you here, Artie said. He giggled. That was his idea of a joke. These seats are too close, Nina complained. It's making my eyes hurt. What is this dumb film, anyway? Artie asked, wrinkling his thick black eyebrows. Is it like Batman or what? I took a deep breath. Butt Kicker could eat Batman for breakfast, I told him. Let me explain about Nina and Artie. They are twins, too. And they just moved to our school in September. We're in some of the same classes. And because they're twins and we're twins, Jackson and I were assigned to be like their school guides. You know, show them the ropes. So we became their first friends at school. We really didn't want to be their friends. We quickly discovered they were both totally gross and disgusting. We didn't like them at all. But people were always putting us together. You know how there's one kid in class whose nose never stops running? Well, that is Artie Lerner. Artie and Nina both say they have sinus problems. But Artie is the worst. He's constantly blowing his nose into these disgusting, wet, wadded up tissues. And when he eats in the lunchroom, snot drips onto his sandwich. Really? How gross is that? Artie is always giggling at things that aren't funny. And he thinks he's cool because he wears baggy, low-riding jeans and long, heavy metal rock group t-shirts. But no one is into that at our school. He looks like a little kid playing dress up. They both have curly brown hair that looks greasy. And they walk kind of hunched over with their shoulders slumped. They look tense and worried all the time. The learners have high, whiny voices. Nina never stops complaining about her migraines and her sinuses and whatever. She stands too close when she talks to you. I mean, right in your face. And she always pokes you with one finger as she talks. She's always touching you, and grabbing you, and poking you. I guess you get the picture. The Lerner twins are no fun. Nina squirmed in her seat. It's kind of damp in this theater, she said. Very bad for my sinuses. Hope I don't get one of my attacks. I pretended I was totally into the commercials on the screen. Jackson had his head down, like he was studying his popcorn bucket. Yo, dude, Artie said. He is always calling everyone, dude. Girls, too. Awesome sweater. I saw one just like it at Old Navy. Artie grabbed Jackson's sleeve to feel the sweater. Jackson let out a startled cry as Artie bumped the bucket from his hand. And a ton of butter-soaked popcorn came spilling out. My sweater, Jackson shouted. He frantically tried to brush the popcorn off. But he had two huge butter stains on the front. My new sweater. I don't believe it. I guess I was wrong about stains not showing on black sweaters. Artie shrugged. No biggie, he said. It doesn't look too bad. He brushed some popcorn kernels off Jackson's sleeve. It's totally ruined, Jackson said. It'll come right out in the wash, Artie said. He wiped his runny nose on the back of his hand. Then he dug into the bottom of the bucket, pulled out a handful of Jackson's popcorn, and shoved it into his mouth. Jackson may be the calm one in our family. But you can push him too far. And that was too far. Jackson let out a roar. He wrapped an arm around Artie's neck and began wrestling with him. The popcorn bucket rolled into the aisle, and a little girl tripped over it. She fell onto her knees and started to scream. Jackson pulled Artie out of his seat. The two of them tumbled into the aisle, wrestling, grabbing at each other, punching. Nina jumped to her feet and started shrieking. Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. You'll kill him. Up on the screen, a little mouse was telling everyone to turn off their cell phones and be quiet as a mouse during the movie. A skinny middle-aged man in a black suit appeared from out of nowhere. He had some kind of badge hanging around his neck. He grabbed Jackson with one hand and Artie with the other. "I'm the manager," he said. "You four, let's go. Quickly. You're out of here. All of you, you're under arrest." He herded us up the aisle to the exit. People stared as we walked past. Behind us, I could hear the Butt Kicker theme song. The movie was starting. But we wouldn't see it. The manager pushed us through the lobby and out into the mall. "You're not really arresting us," I said. I couldn't help it. My voice was kind of shaky. "No," he replied. "I just said that to get your attention. But you're out of here. I can't have fistfights in my movie theater." He gave us a nasty stare. Then he turned and stomped back into the theater. Jackson tugged at his sweater sleeve. The sweater was totally stretched out and stained. We took a few steps into the mall. I just wanted to get away from the Lerner twins. But, of course, they followed us. "No biggie," Artie said, wiping his nose with the back of his hand. "I hate superhero movies, anyway." "Yeah," Nina agreed. "They're too noisy. They always give me a migraine." I'd like to give her a migraine. I thought. Why do we always get stuck with these losers? "Want to hang out or something?" Artie asked. "Maybe we could get some cinnamon buns over there." "Yuck. Those are too sweet," Nina whined. "They make my teeth hurt." "Sorry. We've got to go," I said. I didn't bother to make an excuse. I just pulled Jackson away. I tugged him past a frozen yogurt store and a make-your-own panda bear shop. When the Lerner twins were out of sight, I let go. I slumped against a store window and sighed. "I was looking forward to that movie for a month," Jackson groaned. "And that jerk Artie ruined it." I pulled out my cell phone and checked the time. "What are we going to do?" "We have 2 hours to kill before Mom and Dad come to pick us up." "Hey, we're at the mall," Jackson said. "How hard is it to kill time?" Jackson and I started to walk. He stopped in front of the video game store and stared at some kind of battle game for a while. I went next door to check out some tennis rackets. We walked the whole first floor. Then we sat down and had cinnamon buns. "Too sweet," Jackson said. He had icing smeared on his chin. I finished mine in 3 bites. Quote, "Way. Too sweet," I agreed. We both laughed. "Know what I'd do if I was a superhero?" Jackson asked. He was gazing into a travel store with a snowy skiing photo in the window. "I'd pick up both of those wimpy Lerner kids. I'd fly them to the North Pole and leave them on an ice floe with a hungry polar bear." I shook my head. "Too good for them," I said. "I'd use mind control powers and give them the brains of 1-year-olds. I laughed. Miss Hawking would have to change their diapers in class. We both laughed like lunatics. Jackson and I even have the same cackling laugh. A short while later, we walked outside to where we always meet Mom and Dad. The parking lot was wet, filled with puddles. It must have rained while we were inside the mall. Suddenly, Jackson gave me a hard shove and screamed, "Jillian, look out." I let out a cry as a wave of icy water splashed over me. I staggered back, grabbed on to my brother. We both frantically shook water off. We were drenched. Wiping water from my eyes, I saw a big blue SUV roaring past. The huge car had sent a wave of rainwater over us. And as the car rolled past, I saw Nina and Artie in the backseat. They were shrugging and mouthing the word sorry over and over again out the window. I hugged myself. I was shivering. I really hate those kids, I muttered through gritted teeth. None of our friends can stand them, either, Jackson said. He studied his new sweater. Totally soaked and ruined. He sighed. I can't believe they invited us to their birthday party. I can't believe Mom and Dad are making us go, I replied. I glanced around. Stores were closing. There were just a few cars left in the big lot, glistening with raindrops under the tall lights. Where are Mom and Dad? They're late. Probably watching a ball game and forgot about us, Jackson muttered. Mom and Dad are White Sox freaks. I wiped water off my forehead with my hand. Something caught my eye near the mall entrance. A small booth bathed in a purple glow. Check that out, I said. Jackson followed me as I turned and walked over to it. Cool, he said. He read the sign above the little booth out loud, Madame Doom. A fortune teller's booth. It looked like the ticket taker's booth at the movie theater. The front was glass with a small window cut out of it. It was glass on 3 sides and it had no roof. Red and purple lights blinked on and off all around it. Behind the glass, a wooden figure sat in front of a red curtain. An old fortune teller. She was dressed in purple with a long purple scarf over her black wig. Her cheeks were bright red. Her eyes were black. The paint was cracked and one eyebrow was chipped away. She leaned toward the glass. It looked as if she was staring right at us. Awesome, I said. Let's find out our fortunes. Where do you put the money? We searched till we found a slot on the side of the booth. Jackson found a quarter in his pocket. He slipped it into the slot. I heard a creaking sound. Slowly, the wooden figure began to move. Madame Doom blinked her eyes. Her head rolled back, then forward. One pink hand lowered heavily to her side. With a loud click, a small white card slid into the hand. Then slowly, very slowly, creaking loudly, she raised the card to us. I stuck my hand into the opening in the glass. I stretched my fingers as far as they could go. But I couldn't reach the card. Her hand is stuck, I said. It won't come up all the way. Jackson shoved me out of the way. Let me try. He leaned into the booth. He stretched, reaching as far down as he could. I put my hands on his shoulders and gave him a little push. And Ziza op. We both opened our mouths in shrill screams. My whole body shook and danced as a powerful shock stung me, jolted me hard, and sent pain shooting out over my arms and legs. My eyes shut. I bit my tongue. Jackson and I fell to our knees. The electric shock had stopped, but my whole body tingled in pain. I clenched my fists. I took breath after breath. I opened my eyes and saw the little white card flutter to the ground. I climbed shakily to my feet. My heart was still pounding wildly. Are you okay? I asked my brother. Jackson nodded. He stood up and stretched his arms over his head. Wow. That was a bad shock, he said. But I'm okay. My hand trembled as I picked up the card. Jillian, read it, Jackson said. What does it say? I had to hold the card between both hands to stop it from shaking. The words on it were in tiny black letters. I read it to myself. Then I read it out loud to Jackson. Welcome to Horrorland. Huh? I handed the card to him. He stared at it. Then he looked at me. Horrorland? What is that? An amusement park or something? I shrugged. Beats me. What a loser fortune. A horn honked. I turned to see our car. Dad waved from behind the wheel. I still felt shaky as I climbed into the back seat. Tingly all over. How was the movie? Dad asked. Awesome, Jackson said. I can't wait to see it. Again. Exclamation mark quote. The next morning, I beat Jackson down to breakfast. We have a race every morning. First one into the kitchen gets 10 points. I don't know why we do it. Jackson hates to wake up. So far, I've won every morning. I think the score is about 10,000 to nothing. I said good morning to Mom and Dad and dropped into my seat at the kitchen table. Here's a surprise, Mom said. She set a plate of waffles down in front of me. I blinked. I knew. You were going to make waffles, I said. We usually just have toast or a Pop-Tart. You smelled them? Mom asked, pouring herself a cup of coffee. No, I said. I really knew it. Like a premonition or something. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Jackson staggered up to the table. He yawned loudly right in my face. He thinks that's funny. I got 10 points, again, I said. He slumped into his chair at the other end of the table. I gazed down at the steaming hot waffles and sniffed. I love the smell of waffles in the morning. Jackson, would you pass the syrup? I asked. I heard a soft zip. And when I looked up from the waffles, the syrup bottle was right in front of me. How did you get it to me so fast? Did you throw it? I asked. Jackson had the strangest look on his face. He stared at the syrup bottle as if he'd never seen one before. Mom set Jackson's waffles in front of him. He reached for his fork and bumped it off the table. It clattered onto the kitchen floor. What a klutz, I muttered. I blinked. The fork was back on the table. My mouth dropped open. Am I seeing things? I asked him. He stared at the fork. Weird, he muttered. He shoveled a whole waffle into his mouth. Dad was frowning as he read the newspaper. Do you really think they might shut down the car factory? I asked. He finished reading something, then turned to me. Jillian, how did you know I was reading about the car factory? I don't know, I stammered. I turned to Mom. If you can't pick me up after school, it's no problem, I said. I can take the bus. She set her coffee cup down. How did you know I was thinking about that? Mom and Dad both stared at me. Are you reading our minds? Mom asked. I laughed. Maybe I am. Then I looked across the table and gasped. One of Jackson's waffles was floating in midair. How did you do that? I asked my brother later. We were sitting in the backseat of the car, waiting for Dad. How did you make that waffle float? Jackson had a stunned look on his face. I can't explain it, he stammered. I stared at the waffle, and he lowered his voice to a frightened whisper. Jillian, something weird is going on. Dad climbed in behind the wheel. Jackson changed the subject. He started talking about the White Sox. I tuned out. I thought about breakfast. Something just wasn't right. At noon, I stepped into the lunch line at school. I called to Marcy and Anna Lee, my friends from the swim team, to save me a seat. And guess who jumped into the line ahead of me? Yes, it was Nina Lerner. You don't mind if I get in front of you, do you? Nina asked. I have low blood sugar. I have to eat something right away. No problem, I muttered. She picked up a soup bowl, started to raise the lid on the big soup pot, and then put it down. The soup is probably too spicy. It will upset my stomach. No, it won't, I said. It's just chicken soup. It's not spicy at all. Nina spun around. Her mouth dropped open. Excuse me? Jillian, I didn't say anything about the soup. I heard you, I said. Nina squinted hard at me. I love that skirt and vest, she said. I got them at this awesome shop at the mall, I told her. You know, the one next to Dogs and Things. The soup bowl fell out of her hand and crashed into pieces on the floor. Are you a witch? Or something? Nina cried. Are you reading my thoughts? Question mark. I didn't say a word. To you, Jillian. She spun away from me and carried her tray down the line. I stood there, staring after her, feeling strange. I had a whistling sound in my head. No. More like whispering. Dozens of soft voices. Wish I could have that dessert, I heard Nina say. But it might have corn syrup, and I'm allergic. I gasped. I realized Nina didn't say that out loud. She was too far away for me to hear her. What's happening to me? I asked myself. I really am reading her thoughts. I heard a scream from the other side of the lunchroom. I turned around and let out a cry. A chair floated in midair above a table. Jackson sat at the table with a couple of his friends. The three of them stared up at the floating chair. Kids screamed and pointed. My brother had the strangest expression on his face. The others were crying out in shock. But Jackson looked like he was thinking hard. Concentrating on the chair. Was Jackson making the chair float? I remembered the floating waffle that morning. I had to talk to my brother. We had to figure out what was going on. Two teachers hurried across the room. One of them grabbed the chair and pushed it back down to the floor. I've seen that trick on TV, a girl said. Did she say it, or did I read her thoughts? I suddenly felt dizzy. Confused. I pressed my hands against my forehead. The bell rang. I set my tray down and hurried to class. I didn't have any lunch. But I wasn't hungry. My stomach felt tight as a knot. I couldn't shake off my dizziness. On my way to Miss Hawking's class, Brandon Meadows, a friend of Jackson's, passed by me. He gave me a shy wave. And I heard him say, "Wow. Jillian is looking totally hot today." I could feel my face grow warm. I knew Brandon didn't say it. He was only thinking it. I read his mind. I never knew he liked me, I muttered. I was desperate to talk to Jackson about what was happening. But class had already started. He sat on the other end of the row from me. Miss Hawking was telling everyone to settle down. I waved at Jackson and tried to get his attention. But he had his head buried in one of his textbooks. I read his thoughts. He was bummed because he did the wrong science pages last night. He hoped he wouldn't be called on. Could Jackson read my thoughts? I was desperate to ask him. Miss Hawking finally got everyone quiet. I hope you all did your homework, she said. At 2:30, I'm giving a surprise quiz on it. I glanced at the wall clock. It read 2:05. I turned to my brother. He had a sick look on his face. I could hear what he was thinking. I'm totally doomed. Take out your wildlife notebooks, Miss Hawking said. Let's see what you were able to find out about the manatee. We'll start with you, Anna Lee. Is it a fish or a mammal? I didn't hear Anna Lee's answer. I was scrambling in my backpack to find my notebook. Where was it? I pawed through everything. Then I remembered that Nina had borrowed it. And she'd never returned it. I hoped I could fake it. Miss Hawking gets very angry if we forget our notebooks. I glanced at the clock. Still 2:05? Now, tell me, Miss Hawking continued. In what kind of waters can we find the manatee? Nina? I didn't listen to Nina's answer. I turned and gazed down the row to my brother. He wasn't listening to the manatee discussion, either. He was staring hard at the clock. 2:05. Jackson didn't move a muscle. Didn't blink. I tried to read his thoughts. But I couldn't. Why was he concentrating so hard? What on earth was he doing? What other sea creatures are related to the manatee? Miss Hawking asked. The discussion had lasted at least half an hour. But the clock still read 2:05. The hands hadn't moved. Didn't anyone else notice? I kept my eyes on Jackson. He concentrated. I knew what he was doing. I knew he had stopped the clock so it wouldn't be 2:30. I tried to listen to the science discussion. Miss Hawking asked a question. Sea lions and walruses, I said. In the Arctic. Jillian, wait till I ask the question, she scolded me. I could feel myself blushing. Kids were staring at me. How did you know what I was going to ask? Miss Hawking demanded. I shrugged. Just took a guess, I said. Now more kids laughed at me. I jumped as the final bell rang. Oh, good heavens, Miss Hawking exclaimed. She glanced up at the wall clock. The clock must have stopped. How did you all get so lucky? No quiz today. See you tomorrow. Kids cheered. A few touched knuckles. Everyone packed up and started for the door. I ran over to Jackson. He was sweating. From all the hard concentrating, I guessed. He had a grin on his face. Quote, You did that, right? I whispered. You stopped the clock? He laughed. Yeah, I did. And you made the chair float in the lunchroom? Yeah, it was easy, Jackson whispered. And before I came to class, I closed my locker just by thinking. I wanted it closed. Believe it? It's totally awesome. I can read thoughts, I told him. For real. I can read your thoughts. His smile faded. No joke? What am I thinking about? A Snickers bar, I said. He staggered back. Oh, wow, Jillian. You're right. You really can read minds. We walked down the hall toward the front doors. How did this happen to us? I asked. He thought hard. The fortune teller, he said. The electrical shock we got from her booth? I'm kind of scared, I said. I feel so different. It's fun. But what's going to happen to us? Are we like superheroes now, Jackson? Or are we total freaks? Question mark quote. The next day, we had a soccer game in gym class. Mr. Bennett is our gym teacher. Everyone calls him Coach B. Coach B is young and tall and very hot. The girls in school all have crushes on him. We gathered around him as he started to choose up sides. But Artie interrupted. I can't play, Artie whined, rubbing the back of his neck. I have a runny nose and a stiff neck. Think I'd better sit this one out. Good. I thought. He and his sister are both total klutzes. Artie may be the worst soccer player in history. He's afraid to kick the ball. Afraid he might sprain his toes. Everyone plays, Coach B told him. But my neck, Artie said. Get some exercise, Coach B said. It'll loosen you up. Your neck will feel better. Grumbling and rubbing his neck, Artie trotted across the grass to join his team. I saw that one of his sneakers was untied. I was on the red team. Jackson was on the blue. It was a sunny, hot day. The grass on the soccer field shimmered under the bright sunlight. We all played hard and had fun. It felt good to run during the middle of the day. With about 10 minutes left in gym class, the game was tied 2-2. I moved the ball toward the goal. I could read the defender's mind. I knew she was going to zig left, so I zagged right. She spun around, startled, as I sped past her. Was that cheating? I don't know. I shouldn't have thought about it. I made a mistake. I passed the ball in Artie's direction. He stumbled over the ball, fell over it, and hit the ground with a loud oof. The ball squirted out right in front of a blue team player. He moved it down the field and kicked a goal. Now we were losing 2-3. Only a few minutes left in class. I saw Coach B checking his watch. Our last chance to score, but Artie had the ball. He dribbled it between his feet for a few steps. Then he pulled back his leg and gave it a hard kick. It was a powerful kick, in the wrong direction. Look out, I shouted. Too late. The ball crashed into Jackson's stomach. He opened his mouth in a sick groan. His face turned purple, and his eyes nearly goggled out of his head. Jackson grabbed his stomach and dropped to his knees, gasping and choking. Oops. Sorry, Artie called. Coach B ran over to check Jackson out. But Jackson climbed to his feet and waved the teacher away. His face was still red, but he was breathing normally again. Uh-oh, I murmured. I could read my brother's thoughts. And they were all anger. 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 He was desperate to pay Artie back. The game had stopped while everyone watched Jackson. The ball lay on the grass at the near sideline. I saw Jackson scowl at Artie. And then he lowered his eyes to the soccer ball and stared hard at it. No, I shouted. Don't do it, Jackson. I went running toward him. Too late. I couldn't stop him. He sent the ball, rocketing, toward Artie's head. Artie didn't see it coming. He bent down to tie his sneaker. The ball sailed over his head and bounced in the grass. I stepped up beside my brother. He was breathing hard. His forehead was drenched with sweat. But his anger was fading. Jackson, that was a close call, I said. Someone could have seen you. Luckily, none of the kids noticed, and Coach B had his back turned. We've got to be careful with these new powers, I said. No way could we explain to Coach B what you just did. And we don't want everyone to think we're freaks. I'm sorry, Jackson said. Then he grinned. Sorry I missed that jerk. Saturday morning, I needed my science notebook. And I remembered that Nina still hadn't returned it. It was a dark morning with storm clouds moving low in the sky. The air smelled like rain, heavy and thick. I pulled a hoodie over my t-shirt and started out the front door. Back in a few minutes, I shouted to my parents. Jackson popped his head outside. Jillian, where are you going? To the learners, I said. I have to get my science notebook. Wait. I'll go with you, Jackson said. I felt his forehead. Sure you're feeling okay? Artie got a new Wii, Jackson said. I want to check it out. He grabbed a jacket and followed me outside. I've been thinking about what you said, Jilly. Don't call me Jilly, Jackie, I said. I poked him hard with my elbow. We have to be careful with these new powers, Jackson said. The newspaper sat at the bottom of the driveway. Jackson squinted hard at it, and it went flying onto the porch. I laughed. Yeah. I see you're being very careful, I said. Don't want it to get wet, Jackson said. We started to trot along the sidewalk. It had rained the night before, and our shoes splashed in the puddles. The learners lived in a big old house 2 blocks away. At the corner, 2 little boys tossed their bikes onto the grass and started toward a house. Watch this, Jackson said. He had an evil gleam in his eyes. I read his mind. No, don't, I cried. I grabbed his arm. But I couldn't stop him. He sent one of the bikes floating up off the grass. Higher, higher. The little boy screamed in shock. Jackson lowered the bike to the ground. The boys stared at the bike, both talking excitedly at once. Just keep walking, Jackson said. Don't even look at them. I shook my head. I don't believe you, I muttered through my teeth. Do you really think this is all just a big joke? A superhero has to have some fun, he replied. We're not superheroes, I said. We don't know how long these powers will last or anything. We have to be careful, Jackson. I stopped talking because we had reached the learner house. It was a 3-story, green stucco house. The shutters were broken in front. The front lawn was tall and filled with weeds. I rang the bell. After a few seconds, Nina answered. Oh, hi, she said. Come in. We're busy planning our birthday party. Big whoop. I thought. I just came for my science notebook, I said. Oh. That, Nina said. She led us into the living room. There were big moving cartons everywhere. You can see we're still unpacking, Artie said, appearing from the back hallway. Hope Mom and Dad get it done by the party. Not much room to hang out. Nina sighed. We've been here a month. But they just haven't found time. And all the dust makes me sneeze. It's really bad for my sinuses. Where are your parents? I asked, glancing around. I saw a den on the other side of the living room. A big screen TV was on with some kind of Wii game on the screen. Shopping, Nina said. Getting stuff to make the birthday cake. We need a big cake, Artie said. We invited everyone in class. He wiped his nose with the back of his hand. I can't decide what kind, Nina said. I can't eat chocolate. It gives me a rash. So chocolate is out. Mom wanted to make a coconut cake. But Artie and I hate coconut. It gets stuck in our teeth. Too bad, I muttered. There was no place to sit down. The couch and chairs were covered with wrapped-up lamps and vases and other stuff. We can't stay, I said. Can I just have my science notebook? Nina stared at me. Her face went kind of pale. I read her thoughts. There was a big problem with the notebook. She disappeared for a few seconds, then returned with her head down. She handed me the notebook. I'm really sorry, she murmured. The notebook was soaked. A soggy mess. I couldn't even open it. I tripped, Nina said. It fell in a puddle. I'm really sorry, Jillian. I'm so clumsy. Yes, you are, I thought. I took really careful notes. I wanted to get an A in science. But now, maybe you could dry it in the microwave, Nina said. Brilliant. I've got to go, I said. I spun around, looking for my brother. I saw him in the den with Artie. They both stood side by side, staring at the TV screen with game controllers in their hands. Move it this way, and it moves the fighter's hands, Artie was explaining. I took a few steps toward the den. Jackson, we've got to go, I said. He didn't hear me. He loved Wii games. He and Artie began playing a boxing game, swinging their fists and dancing around like boxers. They were punching the air with their fists. And the boxers on the screen followed their moves. Unhunch. My brother was really into it. He started groaning with each punch that he threw. On the big TV screen, the two boxers were pounding each other. And then, Artie seemed to stumble. His punch went wide, and he slammed his fist into my brother's jaw. Oh! Jackson howled in pain. He grabbed his jaw and staggered back against the den wall. Accident! Accident! Artie cried, dropping his controller. I read his mind. It really was an accident. But Jackson let out an angry growl, like an animal. Rubbing his jaw, he moved toward Artie. I read my brother's thoughts. Enough is enough. That's what he was thinking. And then he thought, help me out, Jillian. Let's teach these learner twins a lesson. I gazed at my sopping wet notebook. And I began to feel as angry as Jackson. Okay, I said out loud. Let's do it. Nina moved beside Artie. Was she trying to protect him? Jackson narrowed his eyes and stared at them both, concentrating his powers. I stared at them, too. Hey, Nina shouted. Her eyes moved from me to Jackson. Are you both freaking out? Why are you looking at us like that? What are you doing? Stop it, Artie cried. Stop staring at us like that. Are you crazy? Question mark quote. You're giving me a migraine, Nina said. She started to rub her temples. But suddenly, her hands dropped to her sides. She gazed straight ahead, both arms hanging limply. Both of them froze. Like statues. Their faces went still. They stared straight ahead and didn't blink. I tried to read their thoughts. But their minds were totally blank. Jackson laughed. Awesome. That was so easy! Exclamation mark. Look at him. I totally froze them. A chill went down my back. They're not thinking or anything, I said. They've totally shut down. Jackson pumped a fist in the air. Yes. Yes. I grabbed his arm. Maybe we've gone too far. He pulled free. No way, Jillian. He stepped close to Nina and Artie. Maybe now you two will cut us some slack and stop being such wimpy, obnoxious pests, he said. He turned to me. Think they'll remember this? I don't know, I replied. I don't know what they'll remember. My voice broke. I don't like this, Jackson. I don't think we should have done this. Okay, okay, he said softly. You're right. We'll unfreeze them, okay? We've scared them enough. He began to concentrate. The Lerner twins didn't move. They stared straight ahead. I had a sick feeling in my stomach. I couldn't even tell if they were breathing. Hurry up, I said. Concentrate harder. This is too creepy. My whole body tingled with fright. Why did we do this to these two kids? We hadn't even practiced our powers yet. We didn't know what we could do and what we couldn't. Jackson squinted at Nina and Artie. He clenched his jaw and concentrated. Concentrated his powers. I stared at them, too, trying to beam myself into their minds. I kept thinking the same words over and over. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Jackson let out a long whoosh of air. He shut his eyes. It's not working, he stammered. The Lerner twins didn't move. Keep trying, I said. Please, Jackson, do it. Do it. We both concentrated on them again. I gritted my teeth so hard, my jaw ached. But no. No change. I stepped up to Nina and shouted in her ear. Wake up. Do you hear me? Wake up. No. She didn't blink. Not a muscle moved. Jackson and I grabbed the twins and shook them. We shook them hard, shouting for them to wake up and snap out of it. Nothing. Nothing worked. I staggered back, choked with panic. What are we going to do? My voice came out in a terrified whisper. Jackson, what? I didn't finish. I heard a door slam. The sound made me jump. We're home, a cheerful voice called. I gasped. I stared in frozen horror at my brother. The twins' parents were back. Panic rolled over me. I struggled to breathe. The Lerner twins stared blankly straight ahead. They didn't move. Their parents would be in the room in a few seconds. I grabbed Jackson's arm. Hurry, I cried in a harsh whisper. You've got to wake them up. He stepped up close to Nina and Artie. He squinted hard at them. He concentrated so hard, his face turned bright red. I didn't know if my powers could help. But I concentrated, too. Wake up. Wake up. I uttered a cry as they started to move. Artie let out a groan. His shoulders slumped. He blinked his eyes and took a staggering step forward. Nina let out a long whoosh of air, like a balloon deflating. Her head rolled around on her shoulders. She stared at me as if she didn't recognize me. Jillian? When did you get here? I was so happy, my legs were trembling. My heart pounded like a bass drum. Jackson, you did it, I cried. Did what? Nina demanded. Artie stared at the TV screen. Then he turned to Jackson. Did we finish our boxing match? Yeah, Jackson said. You won. You knocked me out. Their mom called from the back of the house. Artie? Nina? Come here and check out the birthday decorations we found at the mall. We've got to go, I said breathlessly. I grabbed Jackson and pulled him to the front door. Nina frowned at me. Don't you want to see the decorations? No, I said. I want it to be a surprise. Bye. Catch you guys later. They stared at my brother and me as we ran out the door. I left the soggy science notebook behind, but I didn't care. We were out of there. And the Lerner twins were no longer the living dead, or whatever we did to them. It had begun to rain, and it was coming down pretty hard. I raised my face to the sky. The cold raindrops felt soothing on my hot forehead. Jackson and I started to run, splashing up puddles. That was close, I said. Too close. We have to practice, Jackson said. We don't really know our powers. We have to figure out what we can do and what we can't do. We ran under some trees. Rain washed down on us like a waterfall. Should we tell Mom and Dad? I asked. Jackson shook his head. We'd better keep it a secret. Mom and Dad have that dinner party tomorrow night, I said. We could check out our powers then. Tomorrow night, Jackson repeated. Yes. Tomorrow night. We'll do it. The next night, Jackson and I ate frozen pizza for dinner. Mom and Dad were in their room, getting dressed for the dinner party. Jackson leaned across the table and whispered to me, I've been trying to think up a good superhero name for myself. I laughed. How about the tomato sauce mutant? I whispered. He squinted at me. Huh? You've got tomato sauce all over your face, I said. He growled at me. Your name can be Fantastic Funny Woman. Ha ha. He plucked a piece of pepperoni off his pizza slice and flicked it at me. It landed on my lap. I picked it up and started to toss it back at him. But Dad walked into the kitchen. What are you two talking about? He asked. Jackson and I both answered at the same time. Pizza, I said. Superheroes, Jackson said. Dad squinted at us. He adjusted his tie. He hates ties. We made up a superhero called the Pizza Surfer, I said, thinking quickly. Kind of like the Silver Surfer. Only he travels on a giant pizza. I know. Very lame. But Dad wasn't really listening. He was searching for his car keys. I spotted them first. They had fallen onto the floor beneath the kitchen counter. Jackson saw them, too. He stared at them and made them float up onto the countertop. There they are on the counter, he shouted to Dad. Dad scratched his head. Weird. Don't know how I missed them. A few seconds later, Mom and Dad said goodnight and headed out to the car. Jackson and I watched them drive away. Jackson stuffed a whole slice of pizza into his mouth. Then he grabbed his windbreaker and started to the front door. Quote, MMMPH. Let's go, he said. We stepped out into the clear, cool night. The rain had finally stopped that afternoon. The ground was still wet and marshy. Puddles glowed from the pale quarter moon hanging low over the trees. We trotted to the small park on the next block. It was surrounded by tall hedges, so no one passing by could see us. The park had a playground for little kids and a picnic area with tables and benches. There were tennis courts behind the picnic area. They were surrounded by a high wire fence. The courts were empty because they didn't have lights. The perfect place to try out our new superpowers. I tried to open the gate. Then I saw the big silvery padlock and the chain. It's locked, I said. We can't go in. Jackson shoved me out of the way. No problem for Wonder Warrior, he exclaimed. He stared hard at the lock, gritting his teeth. I could see the muscles in his jaw flexing as he concentrated. The padlock popped open and fell to the ground. Way to go, Wonder Warrior, I cried, slapping Jackson on the back. I wanted to tell him that was the lamest superhero name I'd ever heard. But it didn't seem like the right time. I swung the gate open, and we stepped onto the court. I carefully latched the gate behind us and gazed around. Someone had taken the nets down, so there was plenty of room to run around. I'm kind of psyched, I said. Me, too, Jackson replied. Know what I want to do first? I want to see if we can fly. I laughed. Fly? Really? I never even thought about that. I know we have powers we haven't even thought about, Jackson said. I'd never seen him that intense before. He was always the laid-back, easy-going, whatever guy in the family. How do we test it? I said. Just raise our arms in the air and try to take off? We both raised our hands high above our heads. Then we bent our knees and leapt into the air. Our sneakers thudded right back down to the asphalt court. We need to get a running start, Jackson said. He leaned down and put his hands on his knees, like a runner in a track meet. We can do this, Jillian. I know we can. We both took off running across the court. Faster. Faster. Our sneakers pounded the asphalt. As I rocketed over the ground, I raised my arms to the sky. Yes. Yes, I screamed. I'm flying. I let out a startled cry as I crashed headfirst into the wire fence. No. I bounced off the fence and staggered backward, struggling to keep my balance. Pain shot through my body. Jackson hit the fence with a loud clanging. Dot. He bounced off and tumbled onto his butt. He kept blinking his eyes. He looked totally stunned. Sorry, I said. I shook off the pain and ran over to him. Sorry. I lost it for a moment. I thought I was flying. But I wasn't. Just help me up, Jackson said with a groan. I pulled him to his feet. His windbreaker had a long smear of dirt down one sleeve. Okay. So we can't fly, Jackson said. Cross that one off the list. What's next? I asked. Oh. I know. Super strength. Maybe we have amazing super strength. I gazed around the tennis court. How can we test it? Jackson rubbed at the dirt smear on his sleeve. Let me try to pick you up, he said. That's a good test. I gave him a hard shove. Huh? Why? Because I'm so super heavy? I weigh almost the same as you, Jackson. Jackson grinned. I'll try to pick you up with one hand. Is that good? I made a disgusted face. Well, okay. He stepped toward me. He wrapped his right arm around my waist and tried to pick me up. I laughed. Not happening, I said. He tried one more time. No way. Let me try with two hands, he said. He grabbed me by the waist with both hands and struggled and strained. Finally, he lifted me a couple of inches off the ground for a few seconds. Forget super strength, I said. Cross that one off the list, too. Jackson let go of me and took a step back. He totally froze. What's your problem? I asked. He wasn't looking at me. He was gazing past me. His eyes were wide with surprise. I spun around and saw someone standing in the shadows by the fence. Who was it? How long had he been watching us? He stepped slowly out of the shadows. It's a kid, Jackson whispered. A boy. He moved slowly across the court. And as he stepped into the pale light from the moon, Jackson and I both opened our mouths in screams of horror. At first, he looked like a kid. He was short and thin, with pale blonde, spiky hair. He wore a dark t-shirt and straight-legged jeans. He had a kid's body. But his face was ancient. I mean, it was a terrifying old man's face. The skin was tight against his forehead and cheekbones. Thin as paper, and so taut you could see the skull underneath. He didn't appear to have lips. His mouth hung open in a skeletal grin of jagged, cracked teeth. His eyes were dark and sunk deep into their sagging sockets. He slowly raised a bony, pale hand and waved it at us. Jackson and I stepped back. Who are you? I managed to cry. What are you doing here? When he finally spoke, his voice came out hoarse and raspy, like wind blowing through dead leaves. Are you enjoying your new powers? Powers? I stammered. What powers? We were just goofing around, Jackson said. We don't have any powers. My name is Finney, the little guy croaked. You shouldn't lie to Finney. We're not lying, Jackson said. I tried to read the guy's mind, but I couldn't pick up anything. Was he a kid? Was he an old man? Was he some kind of weird monster? The Institute sent me, Finney rasped. Jackson and I stared at him. The Institute? He reached into his jeans pocket with a bony hand. They picked up your vibrations at the Institute. So they sent me to get you. I turned my eyes to the gate. It wasn't that far away. Jackson and I could probably run right past this weird guy. He seemed to move so slowly. I glanced at Jackson. I read his mind. He was thinking the same thing, make a run for it. We don't know anything about vibrations, Jackson said. His voice cracked. I knew he was as scared as I was. He started to edge toward the gate. We have to go now, I said. I think you've made a mistake. The Institute doesn't make mistakes, Finney whispered. Something crackled deep in his throat. His eyes sank back into their sockets till I could see only black holes in his face. Are you enjoying your new powers? He repeated. We really have to go, I said. My legs were trembling. But I started to move sideways, inching my way to the gate. Finney pulled something from his jeans pocket. He held it up to the moonlight. A large jewel. It gleamed red in the pale light. You have to see the inspector, he croaked. He raised the jewel higher and it glowed more brightly, sending rays of red light over the dark tennis court. You'll like the inspector. He's very nice. And no, I said. Jackson and I have to go home now. But I suddenly realized I couldn't move. The red light pulsed from the jewel in Finney's hand. The light wrapped around Jackson and me like wisps of fog. Red clouds folding us inside them. You'll like the inspector, Finney repeated. But his voice was even fainter now, and very far away. I couldn't move. I couldn't see. Only the billowing red light flowing around me. Over me. Through me. And then suddenly the light vanished. Everything went dark. I shut my eyes tight. And when I opened them, Jackson and I were no longer on the tennis court. We were standing in a small room. The room was crammed with lab tables, computer monitors, all kinds of scientific equipment. We were facing a wide wooden door. And in big black letters, a sign above the door read, "The Institute." A wave of cold panic swept over me. I turned to my brother. He stared open-mouthed at the sign. "What are we doing here?" he whispered. "How did we get here?" I don't remember," I replied. "Jackson, I don't like this." The door swung open. A smiling man in a long white lab coat stepped into the room. He had tiny, round black eyes and a long bent nose stuck in a large bald head. He wasn't much taller than Jackson and me. His head appeared too big for his body, and his bald scalp glowed like a light bulb under the bright lights. He had thick gray eyebrows and a small gray brush of a beard on his chin. When he smiled at us, a gold tooth glowed in the front of his mouth. He carried a clipboard in one hand. The other hand was buried in his lab coat pocket. His smile faded as he saw the frightened expressions on our faces. "Don't be afraid," he said softly. His voice was warm and smooth, like a TV announcer. "You won't be harmed here. I'm a scientist. A normal scientist, not a mad scientist." He laughed at his own joke, a dry chuckle. "Why did you bring us here?" Jackson demanded. "What do you want? How can you do this?" I said angrily. "How can you drag people here against their will?" He didn't answer our questions. His tiny eyes moved from me to my brother. "Jillian and Jackson," he said, nodding his head. "Twins often have special mind powers. Did you know that some twins even have their own secret language?" "We saw a thing on TV about that," Jackson said. "But answer our questions," I said. "Why did you force us to come here? Did that weird guy hypnotize us or something?" He frowned at me. "Please, Jillian, relax," he said in his soft, smooth voice. "I'm not going to keep you here for long. I'm going to send you back home in a short while, if you cooperate." "Cooperate? Why should we cooperate with you?" I cried. "That old guy did something to our minds." "That was Finney, my assistant," he said. "If we pick up unusual brain vibrations at the Institute, we have to send one of our drivers to check it out." "What are you talking about?" Jackson demanded. "Who are you?" "Please forgive my rudeness," the man said. He rubbed his short, paintbrush beard. "My real name is very hard to pronounce. So everyone calls me Inspector Cranium." "Excuse me?" I said. "Cranium?" He nodded. "Cranium means skull. Dot. Some of my workers gave me the name. It's kind of a joke." "Ha ha," I said, rolling my eyes. "Can we go now? Let me tell you what my job is." "I do brain research," he said. He stepped over to a keyboard and typed for a few seconds. A picture of a giant human brain appeared on the wall in front of us. "See?" he said. "A normal human brain. Some people think it looks like a disgusting blob of meat. But I think it's beautiful." He smiled and his gold tooth flashed again. I suddenly remembered my new powers. I turned to Inspector Cranium and tried to read his thoughts. But I couldn't. He was blocking me out somehow. Sometimes, when people have special mind powers, it's a good thing, Inspector Cranium continued. "Take Finney, for instance. Did you know that Finney is 114 years old?" I gasped. "For real?" Inspector Cranium nodded. He uses his special mind powers to keep himself alive. I think that's wonderful, don't you? Jackson and I didn't react at all. Could Cranium be telling the truth? Finney certainly looked 114 years old. Cranium's smile faded. Then sometimes special brain powers can be a bad thing, he said. I'm not saying you two have special powers. But let's just say you do. He scribbled something on his clipboard. His tiny eyes almost disappeared as he squinted at what he was writing. Finally, he turned back to Jackson and me. If you had special powers, people wouldn't know how to deal with you, he said. Your friends would treat you as outcasts. It would be a terrible problem for everyone. You would be treated like freaks for the rest of your lives. I forced a laugh. Well, it's a good thing Jackson and I don't have any powers, I said. I glanced at Jackson. I hoped he caught on. She's right, he said after a few seconds. We don't have special brain powers. HMPF. Inspector Cranium made a sound with his lips. He scribbled on his clipboard pad some more. Well, that's why I brought you here, he said. We usually don't make mistakes. But let's give you a few tests and we'll see. Tests? I started. Inspector Cranium raised one hand. A smile spread over his face. Don't be nervous. The tests are very simple. And completely painless. I'll have you home in no time. His smile faded quickly. I'll have you home in no time, he repeated. If all goes well. He turned and walked to the other side of the lab. His shoes clicked loudly on the lab floor. He started turning dials, pushing buttons, and tapping on keyboards. Listen to me, I whispered to Jackson. Quote, no way. We can trust this guy. Don't let him know we have special powers. If he thinks we're normal, he'll let us go home. But how can we hide it from him? Jackson whispered back. Maybe he did pick up our vibrations. Maybe he can read minds. Just concentrate on one thing, I said. The whole time. Just think about Nina and Artie and how much you hate them. Jackson nodded. That's good, he whispered. I'll just think their names over and over. Me, too, I said. Inspector Cranium came clicking back to us. He carried a set of headphones in each hand. Put these on, he said. They're wireless. I took the headphones from him. I held them in front of me, studying them. Go ahead, Inspector Cranium urged. Don't worry. You'll be fine. It's easy. Put them on. I shoved them back at him. Sorry. I don't want to, I said. His tiny eyes burned into mine. Put them on, he said softly. He kept his eyes trained on me. He didn't blink. Didn't move. I felt a tingling inside my head. A prickly feeling. Under my forehead. I tried to scratch it away. But the tingling became a dull ache. And then my temples started to throb. Throb with a blinding pain. Put them on, he repeated, and the pain will go away. I took a deep breath. And pulled the headphones down over my ears. I didn't hear anything. I started to think the Lerner twins' names over and over. Nina. Artie. Nina. Artie. I glanced at Jackson. He had the headphones in place. I read his mind. Nina. Artie. Artie. Nina. I heard a low hum. The hum grew louder, then disappeared. Silence again. Nina, RT. I looked up. Inspector Cranium was back against the far wall. He was tapping a keyboard and gazing at numbers on a large computer monitor. Nina, RT. Across the lab, Inspector Cranium turned some dials. I heard a soft pulsing sound in my ears. A steady pulse. Beep, beep, beep. Ellipsis. The pulsing sound grew louder. Longer. Until it rose and fell like a deafening ambulance siren. Inside my head, I opened my mouth in a shrill scream of pain. But I couldn't hear my own scream over the wail of the siren. My head throbbed and vibrated. The sound shook my whole body. Frantically, I grabbed the headphones with both hands. I tugged hard. The headphones were clamped tight to my ears. I struggled to slide them off. I pulled with all my strength. But they stuck tight, and the siren grew even louder. Help me. Help. It hurts so bad. I can't stand it. The siren faded. I could still hear it echoing in my ears. All my muscles were tight. My teeth were grinding so hard, my jaw ached. You're almost finished. Cranium's voice rose in the headphones. I'm reading your brain impulses now. I took several deep, shuddering breaths. I shut my eyes and tried to concentrate. I started to repeat the learners' names again. Nina. RT. Nina. I heard a steady pulsing sound again. Just a soft beep. Nina. RT. Then silence. A deep silence. I shut my eyes and tried to relax. A few seconds later, Inspector Cranium stood in front of us. He removed my headphones, then Jackson's. His lips were pursed tightly. He didn't look happy. Very surprising, he muttered. He studied us with his tiny bird eyes. He rubbed his beard. Very surprising. Can we go now? I asked timidly. One more simple test, he said. He pushed a button on the wall. Finney came silently into the room. A living skeleton with a kid's body. His tight skin was pale white under the bright lab lights, and his eyes looked even more sunken. Jillian, Inspector Cranium said. Tell me what Finney is thinking. Go ahead. Concentrate. Listen to his thoughts. Tell me. I could read Finney's thoughts easily. I didn't need to concentrate. Finney was thinking about a slice of apple pie with vanilla ice cream. What is he thinking about, Jillian? Inspector Cranium demanded. Tell me. Read his mind, Jillian. Tell me what he is thinking about. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. I shut my eyes and scrunched up my face. I pretended to be thinking hard. Is he thinking about a new car? I said finally. Inspector Cranium let out a long sigh. He rubbed his eyelids with his fingers. Then he handed the headphones to Finney and told him he could wait outside. Finney hurried away. He was so light, his shoes didn't make a sound against the hard floor. The Institute usually doesn't make mistakes, Inspector Cranium said. He was staring hard at Jackson and me. We can usually pick up the vibrations. We always find the special brains. My heart started to pound. What was he going to do next? More tests? Cranium let out another sigh. Finney will take you home in the truck, he said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 small white cards. He handed one to each of us. My business card, he said. In case you ever need me. I tucked the card into my jeans. Why would I ever need him? I thought. I don't ever want to see him or the Institute again. Finney led us to a small panel truck parked in front. The truck had no writing on the sides. It was solid brown. It had a very small satellite dish on the roof. Jackson and I squeezed into the front beside Finney. I was a little tense. I mean, can a 114-year-old drive? I shut my eyes most of the way. But he drove very slowly and carefully, with both bony hands on top of the wheel. About 20 minutes later, we were in front of our house. Finney turned to us. His face was like a living skull. His eyes disappeared in darkness. "The Institute doesn't make mistakes," he rasped. I grabbed the door handle. The door was locked. "Are you going to let us out?" "Cranium said we could go home," I told him. "Unlock the door," Jackson said. Air whistled in and out of Finney's throat. "The Institute will be watching." "Watching?" Jackson said. "You mean, you're going to spy on us? The Institute can send out its own vibrations," Finney whispered. Then he clicked the door lock. Jackson and I leapt out of the truck. We didn't look back. We ran inside. "Mom! Dad!" I shouted. Not home. Still at their dinner party. Jackson grabbed a can of Coke from the fridge and downed it in one gulp. "I am totally creeped out," he said. "Good old Nina and Artie," I said. "They helped us fool a brain scientist." Jackson and I slapped high fives. "Follow me," I said. We hurried up the stairs to my bedroom. I dropped down in my desk chair in front of my laptop. "Let's check out the Institute," I said. "Let's see what we can find out." I did a search for the Institute. Nothing came up. Next, I did a search for Brain Institute. Still nothing. "Google Inspector Cranium," Jackson said. I did it. Nothing. Nothing at all about Inspector Cranium. "That's totally weird," I muttered. "Hey, Jillian, check this out," Jackson cried. I spun around. He had the business card in his hand. The card that Inspector Cranium had handed to us. "I don't believe it," Jackson cried. "I totally don't believe it." He held the card up in front of my face. It read, UDIDN. Single quote. T fool me. Jackson and I decided that this was all too scary. We had to tell Mom and Dad. We knew it wouldn't be easy, but we had to make them believe us about our powers, and about Inspector Cranium. The next morning, we hurried down to breakfast. Dad was hunched over the newspaper at the kitchen table. Mom stood at the sink, filling the tea kettle. I grabbed an English muffin and stuffed it into the toaster. Jackson poured himself a glass of orange juice. I took a deep breath. "We have something to tell you," I said. "You mean like, good morning," Mom said. "Yeah. Good morning," I said. Jackson and I, well, it's a long story, and I know you won't believe us. But it's totally true. It's kind of scary," Jackson said. That got their attention. Dad raised his eyes from the laptop. Mom set the kettle on the stove and turned to us. "Scary? Like, how? Scary? Are you in trouble at school?" Dad said. "No. Nothing like that," I said. "This is different. This is kind of unbelievable." "Did something happen last night when we were out?" Mom asked. "We'll tell you all about it," Jackson said. "But you have to promise one thing." "No promises," Dad said sharply. "No promises till you tell us what it is." "Okay. Fine," I said. It's just that. Well, just spill it, Mom said. She walked up behind Dad and put her hands on his shoulders. What's with all the hemming and hawing? Mom said. Just tell us what you have to say, Jillian. You know your father and I will always understand. Right, I said. Well, okay. Here goes. I, well, Jackson and I stared at Mom and Dad. My breath caught in my throat. I opened my mouth to try again. But my mind was a complete blank. I couldn't remember what I wanted to tell them. I tried to think. I shut my eyes and concentrated. How could this happen? Mom and Dad both turned to my brother. Jackson? Jackson nodded. I could see he was thinking hard. He set down the orange juice glass. He cleared his throat. Dad jumped up from the table. Will you two stop acting so stupid and tell us what your problem is? Jackson and I exchanged horrified glances. My brain, it was empty. 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 I suddenly felt sick. My stomach heaved. I pressed my hand over my mouth. I started to shake with panic. What was wrong with me? What was wrong with my brain? Sorry, I stammered. I don't remember what it was. Sorry, Jackson repeated. He had gone very pale. I don't remember, either. Guess it wasn't very important, Mom said quietly. You're both joking, right? Dad said. You cooked up this joke together? My muffin popped up in the toaster. Have your breakfast, Mom said. Maybe you'll remember what you wanted to tell us. Maybe, I said. I didn't feel like eating. My stomach was churning. My head felt heavy, as if a big rock had replaced my brain. Jackson and I couldn't wait to get out of the house. We had to talk. We had to figure out why we couldn't remember. And as soon as Jackson and I headed out the door, our memories returned. I gasped as it all came back to me. I started to laugh. I was so happy I hadn't lost my mind. Jackson and I both realized what had happened to us. Cranium. The Institute. Finney said they could send out their own vibrations. That's what they did. They'd messed with our brains. They'd kept us from telling our story to our parents. They really were spying on us. He controlled our minds, I said. He kept us from remembering. I couldn't even speak. I just have one question, Jackson said. If he has that kind of power, what else does he plan to do to us? The next Saturday afternoon, Jackson and I walked to the learners' house for their birthday party. It was a cloudy, gray day. Gusty winds sent leaves dancing down the street. I carried the birthday presents Mom had bought for them. A new Wii game for Artie. A gift card for a clothing shop at the mall for Nina. As we walked up the driveway, I could hear voices and music from inside the house. Before we knocked on the front door, we leaned over the stoop and peeked in the front window. Oh, wow, Jackson groaned. Look at all the balloons. So babyish. Are they going to have a clown, too? I saw big photo blow-ups of Nina and Artie hanging on the living room wall. And a hand-lettered sign above it read, "Terrible too. Yuck. Come on," I said to my brother. "Let's get this over with." But he had his eyes half shut. He was concentrating on something through the window. I grabbed his arm. "Jackson, what are you doing?" He giggled. Quote, Shish. I'm going to bust all the balloons at once. No, you're not, I said. I tugged him away from the window. We're going to be nice to them, remember? We decided? He rolled his eyes. Nice to them? Why? Because it's their birthday, I said. Come on. Give them a break. I knocked on the door. Nina swung it open. Hi. Come in, she shouted. She was wearing a short black skirt and a pink t-shirt that said, Birthday Princess, in sparkly letters. She had earplugs in her ears. She saw me staring at them. Loud music gives me a headache, she said. She pulled me into the room. 7 or 8 kids from our class were standing around, drinking punch from little paper cups. Mrs. Lerner stood behind a table with a brush in her hand. Doesn't anyone want to have their face painted? She shouted. Totally embarrassing. Jackson hurried into the den, where Artie was playing a Wii tennis game with his cousins, 2 5-year-old boys. They kept begging him for a turn, but Artie wouldn't give up the racket. Everybody dance, Mrs. Lerner shouted. Come on. Boogie. Everyone boogie down. No one moved. The kids all looked embarrassed. The music was terrible. So bad, even my parents wouldn't listen to it. I moved toward the den. Jackson handed Artie his present. Artie ripped the paper off and stared at the game. I already have it, he said. He handed it back to Jackson. Can you exchange it for something else? I could see my brother grit his teeth. Nina grabbed my arm. She was holding a paper cup of red punch. Jillian, I love that white sweater, she gushed. Is it new? Yes, I said, She leaned forward, and red punch spilled down the front of my sweater. Oh, I'm so clumsy, Nina cried. Mom, paper towels. Paper towels. Was that spill on purpose? Or was it an accident? I read Nina's mind. It was an accident. She was just a total klutz. Mrs. Lerner studied the stain on my sweater. We need to pour club soda on that, she said. Jillian, take it off. I can't. Take it off, I cried. I don't have anything on under it. Nina pulled me up to her room. She took the stained sweater and gave me one of her t-shirts to wear. It was pink and said, Diva Princess, on the front in sparkly letters. Now, we're twins, she gushed. I groaned. I don't think she heard me. She still had the earplugs in. She pulled me back down to the party. It was karaoke time. I admit it. I usually like karaoke. It's fun to get up there and sing like a rock star. But this was as dreary as the rest of the party. The boys didn't join in. They kept making up gross, disgusting words to the songs. And Nina wouldn't sing. She said she had a bad sore throat. Artie didn't sing, either. He kept whining that the little kids were hogging his Wii game. So you get the picture. This was not the world's best birthday party. About 200 hours later, Jackson came up to me with a grin on his face. Watch this, he whispered. Watch what? I asked. I'm going to make the birthday cake float out the window. You know. To help liven up this party. He turned and stared at the cake. No way, I said. I grabbed him and turned him around. Remember our promise? Be nice? And we don't want the whole world to know our secret? Jackson growled. He wandered into the other room to watch the little kids play Wii tennis. Kids started to leave the party as soon as they had their cake. I breathed a long sigh. We survived it, I whispered to Jackson. We started for the door. But Nina blocked the way. Don't go yet, she said. Stay till everyone's gone. Artie and I want to tell you something. Tell us something? She pressed her finger to her lips, like it was a big secret. Jackson and I were trapped. It took a long time for parents to show up to get their kids. Finally, everyone was gone but Jackson and me. What a lovely party, Mrs. Lerner said. I'll be back in a little bit, kids. I have to go pick up your dad at the airport. Too bad he missed all the fun. A few seconds later, I heard her car pull away. We were alone with Nina and Artie. We want to tell you something, Nina said. Artie grinned. Yeah. We have a little surprise. What kind of surprise? I wondered. Nina opened her mouth to explain. A deafening crash behind me made me jump. I spun around and saw the front door burst open. All four of us cried out as Inspector Cranium came roaring in. His white lab coat flew behind him. His bald head was drenched with sweat. His tiny bird eyes darted around, taking in everyone in the room. Did you really think you could fool me? He boomed. Did you really think you could keep your powers hidden from me? Jackson and I backed up against the wall. My legs were trembling. My heart started to pound. I saw Nina and Artie back away, too. Their eyes were wide with fright. Artie stumbled and fell over the arm of the couch. Cranium angrily stormed toward us. I knew I had to act fast. But I was too frightened to move or think. Cranium came closer. Finally, I found my voice. Jackson and I are sorry, I said. We didn't mean to fool you. We. Shut up. Cranium growled, his eyes glowing with fury. But we aren't. Cranium cut me off. I told you to keep still, he bellowed. He gave me a hard stare, and I felt a sharp electrical jolt, like a slap. Ow! I cried out, and pressed my hand to my burning cheek. Cranium was inches from me. I closed my eyes and tried to block him out. You know who I am, he boomed. You know what I have to do to you. I have to drain your brains. I waited for the awful shock and the pulsing pain that would rack my brain. Waited. Huh? I felt nothing. I opened my eyes and saw Cranium standing by the couch. He was staring at Nina and Artie. Nina screamed. Artie scrambled up from the couch. Leave us alone, he cried. You don't want them, I shouted. Why do you want to frighten them? Question mark quote. They don't know anything, Jackson said. They don't know that Jillian and I have powers. Cranium sneered. Who cares about your puny powers? He turned back to the Lerner twins. You've hidden for too long, he said. You give me no choice. I have to drain your brains completely. Drain our brains, Nina stammered. This is totally crazy, Jackson blurted out. Nina and Artie don't know what you're talking about. Come on, we're out of here. He grabbed Nina's arm to lead her to the door. But Cranium moved quickly to block the way. He narrowed his eyes at Jackson. Jackson uttered a cry. His hands flew up as he felt a powerful electrical jolt. He didn't take another step. What does that mean? Drain our brains? Artie whined. His nose was running, but he just let it drip. Who are you? Why do you want to hurt us? It's our birthday. It won't help to play innocent, Cranium replied. I received your vibrations. I know the truth about you too. My mind spun. Was it possible? Question mark. Did Cranium think Artie and Nina had powers? I have no choice, Cranium said. As an inspector with the Thought Police, I have to do this for the good of the world. I stared hard at him. You drain people's brains for the good of the world? He nodded. We can't allow normal people to have powers. Normal people are too weak, too foolish. I crossed my arms in front of me. Huh? Is that supposed to make sense? Only the Thought Police can have that power, Inspector Cranium bellowed. We keep order. Don't you ever wonder why you never meet any real superheroes? He asked. It's because we get to them first. You mean, without you, there would be real superheroes in the world? I asked. Inspector Cranium scowled at me. Lots of people have powers. But we make sure they can't use them. There are very few people in this world who know what to do with superpowers. We know who they are. And the rest must be done away with. The four of us stared at him in terrified silence. Enough talk, Cranium growled. He turned to the Lerner twins. I have to empty out your brains now. He pointed a finger at Nina and Artie. Staring hard, he began waving his hand in circles as he pointed. Artie let out a groan. Nina grabbed her head with both hands. It hurts. It hurts, she wailed. As I watched in horror, I knew what was happening. Cranium was draining their brains. Draining away all their thoughts. Beside me, I saw Jackson start to move. He began waving both arms, whirling them up and down like a windmill. He stared at Inspector Cranium and pumped his arms hard and fast. A few seconds later, Inspector Cranium stumbled backward. He grabbed his throat. He started to choke. Jackson didn't stop. He kept windmilling his arms and staring hard at Cranium. Cranium made horrible gagging sounds. He gripped his throat, struggling to breathe. His face turned bright red. Nina and Artie stood frozen beside the couch. They were both shaking and pale. Run, Jackson shouted. Hurry, move. I can't hold him for long. Before we could take a step, Cranium exploded in an animal roar. Jackson uttered a weak moan and fell over backward. He landed with a thud on his back on the carpet, stunned, gasping for breath. Rubbing his throat, Cranium let a smile cross his face. I beat you, kid, he rasped. Nice try. He stepped over Jackson. Your brother is pretty good, he said to me. But not good enough. Where was I? Oh, yes. I was dealing with your poor, innocent friends. No, please, leave them alone. I stepped back, out of his path, and bumped into Nina. No problem, Nina whispered. She patted me on the shoulder. Then she turned to face Inspector Cranium. Cranium's tiny eyes bulged. Are you going to challenge me now, little mouse? He laughed. How about a flying lesson? Nina cried. She raised both hands above her head. Cranium let out a shocked gasp and floated off the floor. He kicked his legs and thrashed his arms wildly. But he was helpless. Nina waved her arms, and he bobbed up to the ceiling like a big helium balloon. and stayed there, his back pressed up against the ceiling. Nina helped Jackson to his feet. Then she turned to me. "That was a close one," she said. Artie hurried out from behind the couch. He uttered a relieved laugh. "Look at the dude up there. Air Cranium." "Let me down," Inspector Cranium cried, his voice hoarse. "Let me down. You can't do this to the Thought Police." I squinted at Nina. "So you do have powers?" She nodded. "I was born with them. I have the same powers as Jackson. Only a lot more powerful," she smiled. "Artie and I were only pretending to be frozen that day you came over." "That's what we wanted to tell you," Artie said. "Nina and I were born with special powers. But we learned to hide them. We know about the Thought Police. We tried to keep our powers a secret from them." "Having powers is too dangerous," Artie continued. He glanced up at Cranium, bobbing on the ceiling. "The Thought Police are always out there. Always looking for people who are different. Nina and I act like nerdy, klutzy kids so no one will notice us," Artie went on. "We don't want anyone to know the truth." Nina and Artie Lerner had superpowers? I was so shocked, I almost forgot about Cranium. I looked up. He shouted down at me. "Let me down. I'm serious. You can't keep me up here. Let me down, and I'll go easy on you and your brother. I just want the others." Then, before I could answer, Cranium reached down and grabbed me by the hair. "No. Let go," I shrieked. He tugged hard, and I cried out in pain. I tried to grab his hands and pull them away. But I wasn't strong enough. Jackson started to windmill his arms again. Cranium made a gulping sound. Again, he began to gasp and struggle for breath. Red-faced, he locked his eyes on Jackson. Jackson uttered a cry and toppled onto his back on the floor. He tried to get up, but Inspector Cranium's powers held him down. He tightened his grip on my hair and pulled with all his strength. Pain shot down my head, down the back of my neck. He almost lifted me off the floor. Then I saw Nina standing very stiff and still. Her eyes were narrowed at Cranium's hand. Nina gritted her teeth, concentrating hard. I heard a sick, popping sound. Then the crackle of bones breaking. Cranium opened his mouth in a shriek of pain. I felt his fingers fall away from my hair. I ducked hard and dropped to my knees. Cranium was screaming and holding his hand in front of him. The hand looked as if it had exploded. Dot. His fingers were bent and broken and twisted in all angles. "Too bad." "Did you hurt your hand?" Nina shouted. My head still throbbed. I brushed down my hair and scrambled across the room to Nina. "Thank you," I said breathlessly. "Let me down, now," Cranium insisted. "You can't do this to the Thought Police. You'll never get away with it." He waved his broken hand. "Enough," Nina murmured. She turned to her brother. "We have to lose this guy. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" Artie nodded in agreement. "Yes. Stand back, everyone. Finney knows that I'm here," Inspector Cranium shouted from the ceiling. "He'll bring other officers. You won't get away from the Thought Police. I promise you. Your brains will all be drained." Artie turned to Jackson and me. "Stand out of the way. I'm going to use my powers now." He waved us back. "My powers are a little different from yours," he said. "Like how?" I asked. "Well, I can move time. Jackson and I both gasped. You mean, let me down, Inspector Cranium boomed. Let me down now, and I promise I'll drain your brains quickly and painlessly. I realized Jackson was concentrating on something across the room. I followed his gaze. He was staring at what was left of the birthday cake. Just a big glob of chocolate on the cake plate. The three of us watched as the hunk of cake floated off the plate, flew across the room, shot up fast, and smashed into Inspector Cranium's angry face. He sputtered and cursed, rubbing chocolate from his eyes. Nina, Jackson, and I laughed. But Artie didn't join us. Stand back, he said. Let's see what I can do to solve the cranium problem. Artie crossed his arms tightly over his chest. He clenched his jaw and shut his eyes. He muttered some words I couldn't make out. Then he opened his eyes and raised them to Inspector Cranium, bobbing on the ceiling. Let me down, Cranium boomed. This is your final warning. Artie chanted some strange words in a low voice. He kept his stare on Cranium. Your last warning, Cranium repeated. But this time his voice was higher. Softer. You kids cannot handle your powers. You must stop this nonsense and let me down. Cranium's voice grew even higher. I gazed up at him. Oh, my goodness, I cried out in shock. Cranium was no longer bald. He had a full head of black wavy hair. As I stared, his beard disappeared. He was growing even shorter. His arms and legs shrank into his lab coat. He looks a lot younger, I muttered. He is younger, Nina said, close beside me. It's working. Watch. Artie had his eyes wide on Cranium. With his arms still crossed in front of him, he chanted the same words over and over. Cranium's hands thrashed at his sides. His shoes fell off and thumped to the floor. He kicked the ceiling with his bare feet. Let me down. Let me down, he shouted in a little boy's voice. Let me down. This isn't fair. This isn't fair. And then, wah. W-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-H. Cranium wailed like a baby. He was a baby. A red-faced baby wrapped in a big lab coat, furiously waving his tiny hands and legs. Wah. W-A-A-A-A-H. It. It worked. Artie gasped, breathing hard. I sent him back. I turned back time for him. Wow. That was wild. Nina raised both hands. She pointed up at the wailing baby and swept both hands toward the battered front door. Still crying at the top of his lungs, baby Cranium went sailing across the room and out the open door. We watched from the window as he went flying over the trees into the distance. Then we all started laughing and talking at once. We slapped high fives and touched knuckles and did a crazy celebration dance around the living room. I'd never felt so happy. Artie, that was amazing, I cried. You both are. Amazing! Exclamation mark quote. Nina nodded. Yes, we're amazing, she said. But we're also in trouble. Her grin faded. Do you really think we can ever be safe from the thought police? Jackson and I looked for the Lerner twins at school on Monday, but they weren't there. After school, we walked to their house to see how they were doing. I rang the front doorbell. We waited. Silence inside the house. I rang the bell again and knocked. Nobody home? I jumped off the stoop and gazed into the living room window. Oh, wow. I don't believe this, I cried. Jackson, look. It's empty. All the furniture was gone. The room was completely bare. We hurried around to the back and peered into the kitchen. Dark and empty. They're gone, I said. Just disappeared without saying goodbye or anything. Jackson shook his head. The learners were only here a few months. Guess they have to move around a lot. I grabbed his shirt sleeve. I read his mind. We were both thinking the same thing. Will we have to keep moving, too? We walked to the shoe store on the next block. Dad had given me money to buy new sneakers. We walked in silence. We were both thinking hard about Nina and Artie. And Cranium. Outside the store, I stopped and let out a shocked cry. Jackson, look. On the corner, in the middle of the sidewalk, stood a small booth bathed in a purple glow. A fortune teller's booth. Madame Doom. We hurried over to it. The old wooden fortune teller sat in front of a red curtain. She was dressed in purple with a long purple scarf over her black wig. She leaned toward the glass as if staring out at us. Is it the same one? Jackson asked. Yes, look, I said, pointing. The same eyebrow chipped away. Jackson blinked. But how did it get here from the mall? What is it doing on the sidewalk? Maybe it's following us, I said. Ha ha. Very funny, Jillian. Put a quarter in, I said. Let's check out our fortune. Jackson frowned at me. Last time, it said something stupid about a theme park. I gave him a shove. Go ahead. Try it. Maybe it'll bring us good luck. Jackson rolled his eyes. Yeah. For sure, he found a quarter in his pocket. He slipped it into the slot. Slowly, Madame Doom began to move. She blinked. Her head rolled back, then forward. One pink hand lowered heavily to her side. With a loud click, a small white card slid into the hand. Then slowly, very slowly, creaking loudly, she raised the card to us. Jackson grabbed the card. Read it out loud, I said. What is our fortune? Jackson read it. Take good care of your teeth, and they will take care of you. He laughed. How lame is that? That's the worst fortune I ever saw. Hey, wait, I said. I grabbed the little card from him. There's something on the other side. I turned it over and we both read the tiny black type together. Welcome to Horrorland. A group of kids received invitations to be very special guests at a scary theme park called Horrorland. They came looking for good, creepy fun, but instead, they found real horror. Frightening villains from their pasts followed them to the park. A park worker, a horror named Byron, warned them they weren't safe in Horrorland. He said their lives were in danger. He urged them to escape to another park, Panic Park. When Jillian and Jackson received their invitation in the mail to be very special guests at Horrorland, Madame Doom's fortune seemed to be coming true. But they were afraid to go to Horrorland. Would they accept the invitation or not? Jillian continues the story. Why did my brother, Jackson, and I agree to go to that scary park? We thought long and hard about it. Then we realized we didn't want to spend our whole lives running from the thought police. We needed answers. Where did our powers come from? Why do we have these powers? And did the invitation have something to do with the strange new powers we had? We were on a mission. We had to find out. But as we looked out on the park from our hotel room in the Stagger Inn, we agreed it could also be fun. But where were the other very special guests? We asked the horror at the front desk, a huge guy with green fur and yellow horns. He shrugged. I think they all got eaten alive, he said. He licked his lips. Yum. Jackson and I laughed. You're really not going to tell us where they are? I just did, the horror replied. A woman burst up to the desk. Can you help me? She asked the horror. There's blood pouring from the sink in my bathroom. The horror stared at her. You were expecting ginger ale? Question mark quote. Jackson and I hurried away. I don't think he wants to be too helpful, I said. Just doing his job, I guess, Jackson replied. We stepped outside onto a wide plaza. It was crowded with kids and families. I saw a row of shops and food carts. A horror was handing out helium balloons shaped like human skulls. A blue-furred horror stood behind a table with a sign that read, Small bites. What kind of food are you selling? I asked. It's not food, he said. Come over here and I'll bite you. Some kids laughed. Jackson and I kept moving. Where should we start? I said. Let's check out the Doom slide, Jackson said. Some kids at school told me it was awesome. But we came here to learn about where our powers come from, I said. And why Madame Doom gave us those cards welcoming us to Horrorland. Sure, Jackson agreed. But while we're here, we can have some fun, right? Let's find the Doom slide. What's so cool about it? I asked. These kids said there are a whole bunch of slides. And if you choose the wrong one, you just keep sliding forever. I rolled my eyes. Ooh, scary, I said. And you believe in the Tooth Fairy, too, right? Jackson didn't answer. Instead, he narrowed his eyes at me and concentrated. Hey, I felt myself float a few inches off the pavement. Put me down, Jackson. Give me a break. He lowered me to the ground. Okay, I said. We'll check out the Doom slide. I gave Jackson a shove. We said we're not going to use our new powers. Remember? We don't want people to see that we're weird. Jackson shoved me back. What's the use of having them if we don't use them? I'm trying to read your mind, I told him. But I can't. Because I can only read minds that are bigger than an M&M. Remind me to laugh, Jackson said. We stepped up to a big map of the park. A little yellow square with an arrow read. You are here. Dot. Opening parenthesis. But for how long? Closing parenthesis. I spotted the Doom slide on the map. It was just on the other side of the carnival rides. Jackson and I crossed the plaza. We started to walk toward Wolfsbane Forest. I could hear low growls on the other side of the trees. Then I heard kids shrieking. I couldn't tell if they were afraid or if they were having fun. Jillian, stop, Jackson said suddenly. He grabbed my arm. He pointed back to the plaza. Oh, wow, I said. We both stared at a fortune-teller's booth. Madame Doom, Jackson cried. How weird, I said. She's here, too? The wooden figure of Madame Doom sat behind a glass window, staring out at us. They must have these booths all over the place, Jackson said. Maybe, I said. I felt myself drawn to it, as if Madame Doom was pulling me to her. Jackson and I both stepped up to the booth. It was glass on 3 sides. It had no roof. It was open on top. The wooden Madame Doom was chipped and cracked. The paint on her face was faded and peeling. She sat in front of a red curtain. Look, the left eyebrow is chipped off, I said, pointing. Jackson, I swear. It's the same one we saw back home. Jackson squinted at the fortune teller's faded face. That's way crazy. How can the same one be in both places? Do you have a quarter? I asked. I want to see our fortune. Jackson made a face. Last time it was some stupid thing about taking care of our teeth. Just put a quarter in, I said. Come on. Do it. You want to get to the doom slide, don't you? He grumbled some more as he fumbled in his jeans pocket. Finally, he pulled out a quarter and slid it into the slot. The wooden mannequin creaked to life. The painted eyes blinked. The head rolled back, then forward. The wooden hand dropped down to her side. When it came back into view, it held a small white card. I pulled the card from between the hard fingers, raised it to my face and read it. Well, Jackson demanded. What does it say? I held it up to him. The card read, Escape Horrorland. Jackson and I stared at the card. What does it mean? I said finally. We just got here. Jackson shook his head. We got 2 cards that said, Welcome to Horrorland. Now a card telling us to leave. I don't get it. It's too weird. I kept thinking about it as we turned and started walking past Wolfsbane Forest. The sun dipped behind a wide bank of clouds, and long blue shadows stretched in front of us. Without the sun, the breeze grew chilly. I shivered in my sleeveless top. Should I go back to the room and put on something warmer? Jackson and I both stopped short when a man jumped in front of us. Inspector Cranium. He was in his long white lab coat. His bald head glowed like a light bulb in the flickering sunlight. A thin smile played over his face, and his gold tooth flashed. I turned to run. I pulled Jackson after me. Cranium moved quickly to block our path. What are you doing here? I blurted out. You were a baby! Exclamation mark quote. He scowled at me. Sometimes babies grow up fast, he said. Let us go, I cried. Did you really think you and your puny friends defeated me so easily? Do you really think your little friend is the only one with power over time? Then he said softly, Don't you two know why you're here? Don't you even have a clue? Tell us, I cried. Tell us what's going on, Jackson demanded. You made a fool of me and I want my revenge. He promised me my revenge, Cranium said, moving closer. Who? I cried. Who promised you? We don't understand you, Jackson said. Please. Inspector Cranium aimed his tiny eyes at me. This won't take long, he said. I could feel his stare. I could feel his eyes burrowing into my brain, like a harsh beam of white light. No, I gasped. I gave Jackson a push, and the two of us took off running. I felt strange, a little dizzy, but I broke free of Cranium's powerful stare. We darted past him, into the tall, tangled trees of Wolfsbane Forest. Do you really think you can run from me? He shouted. I did my job and now I want you to pay. Jackson and I were running hard along the twisting path through the trees. The leaves and branches above our heads were so tangled and tight, no sunlight could filter down. It was nearly as dark as night. I glanced back. I couldn't see Cranium, but I could hear him. He was panting hard as he ran after us. Close behind. Closer. We made a sharp turn off the path. I pushed tall weeds out of the way as we struggled through thick underbrush. Somewhere nearby, I heard the wolf howls again. Jackson and I took another sharp turn, trying to lose the terrifying little man. I glanced back and saw him trotting after us with his head lowered. He leaned forward as he ran, his hands shoved deep in his lab coat pockets. And again, I could feel his eyes. Feel his stare, hot against the back of my head. I could feel the white glare burning into my brain, searching my mind. Breathing hard, Jackson and I broke out from the trees and stared at Madame Doom's fortune-telling booth. We were right back where we started, I stammered. Inspector Cranium came trotting after us. Beads of sweat gleamed on his bald head, and he was wheezing loudly from the long run. He had his eyes trained on me. "It's my turn," he gasped. "I must go into your brains." He moved forward. "This won't hurt very much." "Really?" "This won't hurt very much at all." Inspector Cranium lowered his head and stared hard at me as he moved forward. He was like an animal now, stalking his prey. I stumbled back, too frightened and out of breath to run anymore. "Jackson," I murmured. "He's inside my brain. I can feel it. Tingling. Oh, it hurts. The tingling. It hurts." "Me, too," Jackson whispered. "My whole head is tingling. From the inside. Just like back in his lab." I wanted to run. But Inspector Cranium held me in his power. I turned and saw Jackson staring past Cranium. Staring hard at something behind him. Jackson? He didn't move. He didn't blink. And then I saw what he was doing. I saw the Madame Doom mannequin rise up from its glass booth. The heavy wooden figure floated up slowly, rising high above the booth walls. It tipped back and forth in the air. Then it came flying across the plaza. Cranium didn't see what hit him. The mannequin dropped hard and fast. It landed headfirst on top of Cranium, and he crumpled to the pavement. He didn't make a sound. Did it knock him unconscious? Jackson and I didn't wait to find out. He grabbed me by the arm, and we took off running again. Our shoes slapped the pavement as we shot through the plaza. People stared. A horror shouted to us, warning us not to run. But we didn't slow down. And we didn't look back. The Doom slide came into view up ahead. A tall purple building with a wide, curving ramp in the center. We ran to the ramp and started to climb. I grabbed the metal railing on the side and half pulled, half pushed myself toward the top. My heart was pounding, and my face was drenched with sweat. My legs felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds as we climbed higher and higher. Oh! A faint cry escaped my lips when I heard heavy footsteps beneath us. I listened hard as I climbed. And heard grunting breaths. Someone was climbing fast. It had to be Cranium. My throat ached and my legs throbbed with pain as Jackson and I reached the top. We ran onto a wide, flat terrace. In front of us stood 10 open doorways cut into a high wall. The doorways were as dark as tunnel entrances. Each opening had a slide behind it. Each door was numbered. He's coming," I stammered to Jackson. "Cranium. He's right behind us." "Choose a slide," Jackson uttered. His chest heaved up and down. He lowered his hands to his knees, struggling to breathe normally. Quick, which one? Which one? My eyes ran down the line of slide entrances. At the end, I saw a fat, yellow-furred horror seated on a folding chair. Welcome to the Doom Slide, he said, waving toward the openings. Pick your doom. I heard Cranium's footsteps on the stairs. Each thud made my heart jump. 9 slides are normal slides, the horror said. 1 slide is endless. You will slide forever. Slide to your doom. Which one? Which one? I concentrated. Tried to read the horror's mind. But I couldn't pick up any thoughts. Was it because horrors aren't human? I heard a sharp, angry cry. Turned to see Cranium burst out of the stairwell. He pointed a finger at us. You can get away from me, but you can't escape the menace. The menace? Who was that? Did I know that name? No time to think about that now. Come on. I grabbed Jackson's arm and pulled him to slide number 4. I dove through the doorway, into total darkness, and dropped onto the slide. Jackson was right behind me. We both sat with our legs straight ahead, and started to dive down. The slide was steep with curve after curve. Like riding a pretzel, I thought. Hot wind brushed back my hair as I slid down. I listened for Cranium. But I couldn't hear anything over the rush of wind and the whir of our bodies against the smooth, curving slide. Down. Down. I don't like this, Jackson cried behind me. It's taking forever, I shouted. We spun around another curve, curling down sharply into even deeper blackness. Jillian, Jackson's voice trembled. Jillian, I think we picked the doom slide. I felt like screaming. I wanted to cry out for help. The slide bumped hard and curled again. I had my arms crossed tightly in front of me, so tight it was hard to breathe. The hot wind brushed my face as I dropped through the darkness. Then I blinked as I saw a flash of bright light up ahead. Was that sunlight? Yes. The slide tilted up and I slowed down. Slower, slower. Hey, I let out a cry. And came to a sharp stop at the end of the slide. I lowered my feet to the ground. Look out. Jackson rammed right into me. We both stumbled to our feet. We were back on solid ground. I blinked hard, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the sunlight. It took me a while to realize that Jackson and I were surrounded by horrors. They formed a tight circle around us. What do you want? I stammered. My heart was still racing from the long slide through darkness. And my throat was dry and throbbing. Jillian Gerard? Jackson Gerard? One of the horrors asked, squinting at us. My brother and I nodded. Come with us, the horror said. Why? Where? Jackson cried. The horror frowned at us. We cannot have you wandering around on your own, can we? His dark eyes went cold. That just wouldn't be safe. The horrors tightened the circle around us. Their fur smelled sour, like my friend Marcy's dog, who always needs a bath. One of the horrors spit something brown and disgusting onto the pavement at my feet. Let's go, he growled. He raised his big paws to my shoulders to start me moving. I tried to stand in place, but he was too strong. Where are you taking us? I demanded. Don't get tense, another horror said. We're taking you to your friends. I stared at him. Friends? To the other very special guests, he said. He pulled a fat brown bug from the fur on his chest and flicked it away. They are all safe and sound with the keeper. They marched us through the crowded plaza. People stopped to stare. They probably wondered why Jackson and I were getting such special treatment. Or maybe they thought we did something wrong and were in major trouble. My mind whirred. Who is the keeper? Why shouldn't the other guests be safe and sound? I demanded. Sometimes things get scary here, a horror murmured. We just got here today, Jackson explained. We don't know what you're talking about. Really? Almost there, a horror said. He pointed to a building up ahead. It was a red brick building with a marquee over the wide entrance. The marquee read, Haunted Theater. You're taking us to a show? I asked. No one answered me. The horrors began walking faster. Jackson and I had no choice. We had to jog to keep up with them. A sign in front of the theater read, Mondo the Magical. I'm totally confused, Jackson whispered. A magic show? At the side of the theater, I glimpsed two kids, a boy and a girl. They both had straight black hair and bright blue eyes. They peeked out at us from the corner of the building. Why were they watching Jackson and me so closely? I just got a quick glance at them. When I turned to stare back, they both ducked quickly out of sight. I don't know why, but just the sight of them made me feel uneasy, suspicious. The horrors led Jackson and me to a small gift shop next to the theater. Painted on the front window were the words, Mondo's Tricks and Treats. We pushed into the store and down a narrow aisle. It was a magic store. The shelves were filled with magic tricks, wands, top hats, and other magician gear. They marched us through a back room, then to a stairwell in the far wall. Down there, a horror said, Watch your step. The stairway was steep and narrow. Our shoes thudded on the metal steps. The air grew hotter as we climbed down. 1 flight. 2. I took a deep breath. Stay calm, Jillian. You can handle this. But there we were, 3 flights below ground. If we needed help, no one would ever find us down there. What did they plan to do with us? They unlocked a door at the bottom of the stairs. They pushed Jackson and me into a big room. The keeper is waiting for you, a horror said. Keeper? I asked. My voice cracked. Don't make him angry, another horror said. He can be harsh. I didn't like the sound of that. The horrors didn't follow us into the room. The door clicked shut behind my brother and me. Jackson and I took a step into the brightly lit room. A huge room that looked like it had been decorated by a 5-year-old. Furry orange and green chairs and couches. A big zebra skin rug. Bright yellow wallpaper with blue fish all over it. A purple and white polka dot table with big claws on the legs. A striped floor lamp painted red and white like a barber pole, and overhead, a huge crystal chandelier. So many colors, it was almost blinding. Down there. It took me a few seconds to see that the room was crowded with kids. They were all about our age. And standing in front of the kids, 2 men in totally weird superhero costumes. One of them was dressed in red and blue tights, feathery yellow boots, and a leopard skin cape. The other man was bigger, broader, with bulging biceps and a wide chest. He was dressed all in purple, purple tights and top, purple cape, purple boots. He had a purple mask pulled halfway down his bright red face. When I got over my shock, I saw that the purple guy was using both hands to hold a boy off the floor. The boy kicked and struggled, but the superhero wouldn't let him down. "Let me go. Let me down," the boy screamed. Both superheroes suddenly discovered Jackson and me. They turned and stared at us through their masks. "Do you know what pops my petunias?" the purple one screamed. "Fresh meat." The guy in the crazy costume tossed his head back and laughed like a hyena. When he finished his insane laughing, he began to chant, "Fresh meat. Fresh meat. Fresh meat. What rhymes with meat? Eat. Ha 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 ha." The purple one dropped the boy to the floor. The boy hit hard, then scrambled over to the other kids. Then the purple one began taking long, heavy strides across the room to Jackson and me. "Did you come to see what the purple rage can do when he's in a rage?" he bellowed. "Well, goody. You're just in time." I gazed across the room and quickly read the minds of the other kids. This is real. I realized. Not a joke. Dot. These kids are truly afraid. But who were these two insane-looking superheroes? And why were we all locked in this room with them? Know what pickles me pastrami? The one who called himself the Purple Rage boomed. He pointed to my brother. "You," he cried. He opened his mouth in a fierce animal roar. "Hear me raage," he bellowed. "Yaoi." Then he dove at Jackson with both gloved hands raised, as if to strangle him. The other kids let out horrified cries. Jackson acted quickly. He raised his eyes to the ceiling. And as the purple rage pounced, Jackson sent the crystal chandelier plunging down on him. The chandelier crashed onto the superhero's head and shoulders. The rage uttered a weak cry. He toppled face down onto the floor. The chandelier shattered over him, burying him beneath it. Glass splintered and flew everywhere. Everyone ducked and ran out of the way. Groaning, the rage shoved the mangled chandelier off his back. Slowly, very slowly, he pulled himself to his feet. He had shards of glass stuck to his face and the front of his costume. "That bursts my baloney," he screamed at the top of his lungs. He made two giant fists. His eyes goggled. He clenched his teeth. He twisted his face in a furious rage. "That parboils my peonies," he bellowed. He began pounding his fists against his chest. Thud, thud, thud. "That splits my spaghetti." Then he let out another deafening animal roar. And he exploded. His body burst apart with a loud splaat. I covered my eyes and ducked as his purple guts went flying all over the room. Kids screamed and dove out of the way. When I looked up, the floor was puddled in wet gobs of purple and red. A hush fell over the room. The kids all looked stunned. No one said a word. No one moved. The other superhero stepped forward. He pushed back his leopard skin cape. A crooked smile spread over his face. "My turn," he shouted. "Did you forget that I was here?" He shook his head. That purple punk was asking for trouble. Someone better shovel him up. I hate a messy house guest, don't you? Ha ha ha. No one laughed. I gazed down at the puddles of what had been the purple rage. "Did you forget that I drive? Maniac, am your keeper," the superhero cried, tossing back his cape. He gazed around the room, his eyes stopping at each kid. "You still have to deal with me, kiddies." "You're crazy," a girl shouted. I'm not crazy, the superhero bellowed. I'm a maniac. I turned to Jackson. This isn't really happening, is it? Maybe this will slow you punks down, Doctor. Maniac declared. If you can't take the heat, stay out of the furnace. Ha 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 ha. He threw a switch on the wall. We heard a loud hum. Everyone stood there silently, waiting. Waiting. And then some kids started to scream. At first, I didn't feel it. Then I began to feel the warmth creeping up from my feet. Waves of heat billowed up from the floor. The air grew hot. I sucked in a deep breath, and my nostrils burned. The heat rose up from the floor and radiated off the walls. Ow! I cried out. The soles of my shoes stuck to the floor. The burning heat floated from below and wrapped all around me. Kids began hopping up and down, shrieking and pleading for Dr. Maniac to shut off the heat. The floor was like a burning griddle. Sweat ran down my face, down my back. My clothing stuck to my skin. Jackson's face was bright red, glowing with sweat. He was panting loudly, gasping for breath. Kids scrambled onto the chairs and couches to rescue their scalding feet. The air grew hotter, so hot and dry, my skin burned, and my eyes felt scratchy and raw. Turn it off. Turn it off, a girl screamed. Can't breathe. I'm burning. Burning up. Doctor. Maniac kept his yellow-gloved hand on the switch. His wide grin stayed frozen on his face. Suntan lotion, anyone? He shouted. Are you getting a good burn? He laughed his ugly laugh. Please. Can't breathe, a boy gasped. Ow. It burns. It burns so bad. Turn it off. Please. Turn it off. Suddenly, I heard the thoughts of the boy next to me. His dark hair was matted wetly over his forehead. His shirt was drenched. But he stood very still, not wriggling from the heat. I used my powers to study his mind. His name came to me, Robbie Schwartz. The names of the other kids were coming to me, too. Robbie stared at Drive. Maniac, thinking hard. I created Drive. Maniac. Robbie thought. He's my comic strip character. Dot. I made him up. Dot. I know him better than anyone. Dot. How can I destroy him? Question mark. How? I know you kids all like to be cool, Doctor. Maniac boomed. He threw another switch on the wall. How cool can you get? He cried. The waves of heat faded. I breathed a sigh of relief. My hair was soaked. I wiped sweat off my forehead with one hand. The room cooled down. We all felt better. More comfortable. It didn't last long. The temperature is dropping. A boy named Billy cried. He hugged himself. I could see him shivering. My breath fogged in front of me. A cold wind caught the back of my neck and sent a chill down my back. We were still so hot, drenched with sweat. The sudden cold felt as if we had stepped from a blazing hot beach into a deep freezer. I began to shiver. My skin prickled from the cold. I couldn't stop my teeth from chattering. Careful, everyone, Doctor. Maniac shouted. Don't catch your deaths. Ha 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 ha. Beside me, Robbie Schwartz continued to stare at the superhero, thinking hard. He began to shiver. His arms quivered at his sides. Help me, Robbie shouted. Help me. Help me. His voice came out high and shrill. His whole body trembled from the cold. "Help me, please," he pleaded. I I can't take it. I can't take the cold." Robbie uttered a heavy groan. Then his eyes rolled up in his head. His mouth dropped open, and he collapsed to the frozen floor at my feet. He didn't move. Kids screamed in horror. I bent down. I leaned over him. I turned him onto his back. A terrified hush fell over the room. I put my hands on Robbie's cold cheeks. I lifted his head gently. Then I set it back down. I placed my hand on his chest and listened. Then I raised my eyes to Doctor. "Maniac. You killed him," I screamed angrily. "He's dead. Robbie is dead." Kids gasped. Some covered their faces or turned away. I climbed slowly to my feet. I kept my eyes on Doctor. "Maniac. You were a murderer," I shouted. "You killed him, Doctor." Maniac's grin finally faded. Beneath his orange visor, his eyes went wide. He clapped his hand to his mouth. "No," he shouted. "No." The room grew silent. I pointed my finger at the superhero. "Murderer," I said again. "No. No one can die," Maniac cried. "I'm the keeper. My job is to keep you here. No one can die." He took a step toward me, then stopped. "Is he really dead?" "Really?" I nodded. "I'm ruined, Doctor." Maniac wailed. "Ruined. The menace will kill me now." The menace? Question mark. That's the second time I've heard that name. Dot. Who is that? I quickly read other kids' minds. They were clueless, too. They had never heard of the menace. "I'm ruined. I'm meat. I'm nothing but contaminated meat now, Doctor." Maniac screamed. He let out a sob. "No. I can't end this way. I always promised myself a happy ending. No. No way. I can't handle this." He began to scream, howling like a hound dog. Then he shot his arms forward as if he wanted to take off flying. And he ran right through us. Darted past Robbie sprawled on the floor. His leopard skin cape rustled behind him as he ran by and disappeared from the room. A few seconds later, I heard the door slam. We could hear his running footsteps clanging up the stairs. Then silence. No one moved. "He's gone," a girl named Carly Beth said. "He left us here." Robbie lifted his head from the floor. "Is he really gone?" Kids cried out in shock. Gazing around the room, Robbie picked himself up quickly. He brushed off the knees of his jeans. Kids cheered happily. A few kids rushed forward to hug Robbie. "You're alive. You're okay." Robbie turned to me. "How did you know?" he asked. "How did you guess my plan to freak out drive?" "Maniac?" "I didn't guess," I told him. "I can read minds. I read your thoughts. I knew you were going to pretend to be dead so that Maniac would go crazy." Robbie shook his head. "You can read minds? That's awesome. And I can use my mind to make things move," Jackson said. "Maybe I can unlock the door, and we can get out of here." We stampeded to the door. Jackson grabbed the knob. He twisted it. Then he turned to the rest of us. I don't believe it," he cried. "It isn't locked," Jackson said. He pulled the door open all the way. Robbie snickered. "Doctor, Maniac left in such a panic, he forgot to lock it. Let's go, Carly Beth cried. Wait, I said. Where are we going? Why were you all locked down here with that nutcase superhero? I don't understand any of this. Matt Daniels stepped up to me. We are all very special guests, he said. And we have to get out of Horrorland. We were brought here for a reason. But we don't know why. We just know there are a lot of evil characters trying to hurt us here. We're trying to get to another park, a girl named Julie said. A place called Panic Park. 3 of our friends are already there. We'll be safe there, Matt said. The horrors in this park are evil. They are all out to get us. We have to escape Horrorland and get to Panic Park. How? Where do we go? I asked. Follow me, Matt said, starting out the door. I have a plan. We have to go back to the hotel. We made our way up the metal stairs. Then we hurried through the magic shop and out into the sunlight. The Stagger Inn stood on the other side of Zombie Plaza. It seemed like miles away. We were all too frightened to talk. We walked in single file and kept in the shadows of the shops. Whenever we saw any horrors, we tried to blend into the crowds and wait for them to pass. We were hurrying past a mask store when I spotted those 2 kids again. The same boy and girl with the black hair and blue eyes. They were tall and thin and very pale. They were watching us intently from behind a low brick wall. Again, just the sight of them gave me a chill. Who were they? Were they spies for the horrors? We sneaked into the hotel through a back door. Matt led the way down a long hall. I hurried to catch up to him. What's your plan? I asked. We turned a corner. He didn't slow down. We have to find mirrors, he said. Did you notice there aren't any mirrors in Horrorland? That's because mirrors are the way to escape. We can travel through mirrors to Panic Park. I shook my head. I don't understand. Brittany and Molly are 2 very special guests who disappeared, he explained. They were sitting in a cafe in this hotel. They stepped through the mirrors on the wall. And they ended up in the other park. Carly Beth moved in front of Matt. But we already looked for the cafe, she said. And we couldn't find it. It disappeared, remember? What makes you think you can find it now? Matt pulled a gray card from his jeans pocket. This is the room key card that Byron gave me, he turned to me. Byron is the only horror who is on our side. He's been trying to help us get to Panic Park. You're going to use the key card? Carly Beth asked. How? I'm not sure, Matt confessed. Maybe hold it up to the wall or something. It's opened a lot of places for us. It got us into the cafe before. Maybe it'll help us find that cafe. Carly Beth shook her head. I think we're wasting our time, Matt. The cafe is gone. Look, she slapped her hand against the wall. It's solid. There's nothing behind it. It's our only chance, Matt argued. He held the gray card up to the wall. He slid it along the wallpaper. Come on, wall, move, he cried. Come on. Please. Open up. Nothing happened. Matt began to walk back and forth, sliding the card along the wall. Come on, card. Work your magic. Open up the wall. Nothing. He groaned. I know the cafe was right in this spot. How could it just disappear like that? He tried again, sliding the key card over the dark wallpaper. Jackson pushed through the crowd of kids and stepped up beside us. Let me try, he said. He narrowed his eyes and began to concentrate on the wall. "What's he doing?" Robbie asked. "Why is he staring like that?" I opened my mouth to answer, but a loud "Craack" made me stop. I jumped back as a jagged crack ran down the wall. Kids gasped as the crack grew wider and the wall slowly pulled apart. Jackson stared hard, and the wall slid open like sliding doors. It's working," I cried. As the wall slid away, a window came into view. Through the window, I could see a brightly lit restaurant with blue and white checkered tablecloths on the tables. Behind the 2 rows of tables, the walls were covered in mirrors. The wall pulled away even more to reveal a glass door. Yes. Yes. Matt pumped his fists in the air. He slapped Jackson a high five. "You're a genius," he cried. Matt slid the keycard into a slot beside the door. The door swung open and we burst inside. No one there. It seemed to be an ice cream parlor. I saw big tubs of ice cream in a freezer near the front. A sign behind the counter read, 550 sickening flavors. Try. Single quote. Am all today. Matt led the way to the mirror on the back wall. He stabbed a hand forward, and the hand disappeared into the mirror. "The glass is soft, like liquid," he cried. "Let's go, everyone. We're outta here." "Careful," Carly Beth warned. "One at a time. Line up. Come on. Into the mirror, one at a time." She called off the kids' names as they stepped into the glass and disappeared. Billy, Sheena, Boone, Sabrina, Abby. "How weird is this?" Jackson said to me. "They're gone." They walked right into the mirror. Before I could answer, an angry voice boomed from behind us. "Are you kids crazy? Question mark. What do you think you're doing? Question mark quote." I spun around as 2 monster police in black and orange uniforms burst into the cafe. They raised long black clubs and came running at us. "What are you doing?" one of them demanded again. "Escaping," Jackson called to them. He turned his gaze to the ice cream freezer. The door slid open. And then the big tubs floated into the air and came crashing down on the 2 horrors. The monster police let out angry groans and toppled to the floor under the tubs. Their black clubs went flying. Then the rest of us, all 6 of us, dove into the mirror at once. "Oh!" I screamed as my forehead cracked into solid glass. Beside me, the other kids cried out in shock and pain and bounced off the glass, staggering back. Shaking off the pain, I punched the mirror with both fists. The glass was hard. No way to escape into it. We were all rubbing our foreheads. Robbie cupped his hand over a bloody nose. Kids pushed against the glass, but it was no use. 5 kids had made it through. 6 of us were left. And now the bright cafe began to fade. The blue and white checkered tablecloths dimmed to gray. The lights began to flicker out. Still dazed, we were standing in the hallway again, staring at a solid wall. I heard thundering footsteps running toward us. And from around a corner came 4 more monster police officers waving clubs. "Run!" Carly Beth screamed. "Where?" Julie cried. We turned and charged down the long hall. "To the lake," Matt said. "We can swim out of this park if we have to." "Stop!" an officer yelled. "Stop!" We just want to talk to you. Then why are they waving clubs? Carly Beth asked breathlessly. We whirled around a corner, down a long hall with the monster police close behind. Out a door into the crowded park. Zigzagging through kids and families, trying to lose our pursuers in the crowds. Jackson and I didn't know where the lake was. We followed the others. I kept glancing back. I didn't see the monster police, but I knew they were close behind. My chest throbbed as we finally reached a round blue lake. No one in the water. I spotted a row of canoes tethered to a short dock. Into the canoes, Matt gasped. We were all breathing hard, totally winded. The canoes tossed and bobbed in the water as we scrambled into them, two to a canoe. Jackson held a canoe steady as I dropped onto the seat. He tossed off the rope holding it to the dock and leapt in behind me. I began paddling furiously. Robbie and Julie paddled beside us. Matt and Carly Beth shared the third canoe. Matt kept waving us forward. He and Carly Beth pulled ahead to lead the way. We're doing it, I thought. We're getting away. But does this lake really lead out of the park? I learned to paddle during a long canoe trip at camp last year. But I'd never paddled so hard and fast before. Leaning forward, I put all my strength into it. I screamed when I heard the cracking sound beneath me. Jackson screamed, too. And then I felt cold water seep up my legs. The bottom, I cried. The bottom dropped out of the canoe. I slid down fast, unable to catch myself. Into the cold water. I sank below the surface, then raised my arms and pulled myself back up. Sputtering, swimming in place, I shook water out of my eyes. Jackson? He was swimming beside me. All 6 of us were in the water, splashing hard, trying to get over our surprise. I forgot, Matt shouted. Those canoes, they're part of a ride. It's the bottomless canoe ride. Now he tells us, Robbie cried. Everyone laughed. Nervous laughter. We swam in circles, trying to figure out how far we had come. Not far enough. We had no choice. We had to return to the dock where we started. Soaked and shivering, I climbed onto the muddy shore. I turned and helped pull Julie out of the water. We were all hugging ourselves, shaking off water, our teeth chattering. Now what? Robbie asked. We can't just stand here soaking wet. I heard voices. I turned to see a boy and girl running toward us. I recognized them instantly. The 2 kids who had been watching us. The 6 of us huddled together. You've been spying on us, haven't you? I cried. The girl nodded. Yes, it's true, she said. We've been watching you. Who are you? I asked. Why are you spying? Why are you working for the horrors? The boy laughed. Huh? Us? Working for the horrors? We're not, the girl replied. My name is Lizzie Morris. This is my brother, Luke. Luke and I have been to Horrorland before. We know you're in a lot of danger. We know you're trying to escape, her brother said. But we think you're making a terrible mistake. We think you need to stay here in Horrorland. That made everyone angry. You're crazy. You really are working for the horrors. Quote, no way. We're staying here. We don't work for the horrors. We're trying to help you, Lizzie insisted. We really think you will be safer here in Horrorland. Carly Beth glared at them suspiciously. She turned to me. Jillian, can you read Lizzie's mind? Is she telling the truth? I narrowed my eyes at Lizzie and concentrated. No, I said. She's lying. Lizzie's blue eyes bulged. Her mouth dropped open. Don't deny it, I said. You're lying. She and her brother took a step back. But the six of us quickly surrounded them. Why are you? Really? Here, Matt demanded. Tell us. Tell us. What are you trying to do to us? 6 kids formed a circle around my brother, Luke, and me. Their fists were clenched tight, and their eyes were shooting darts at us. I know. That's a strange way to start my story. But everything is strange in Horrorland. Luke and I had just met these kids, and they were already angry at us. My name is Lizzie Morris. I'm 13 and Luke is 11. Luke and I were in Horrorland a year ago. We had plenty of scary adventures. Then, a few months ago, we learned that something was very wrong at the park. One of the horrors, a park worker, began to send us mysterious emails. He told us about a group of kids who were in big trouble. We started studying the park, and we wrote a blog about what we learned. We found out that 14 kids had been invited to spend a free week as very special guests. And when they arrived, things turned out to be way too scary. Now the kids believed their lives were in danger. Someone was trying to scare them to death. They were desperate to escape Horrorland. These kids discovered that another park existed, a place called Panic Park. It could be reached only by traveling through mirrors. I know it sounds crazy, but stick with me. 8 kids had already escaped to Panic Park. They all believed they'd be safer there. And now the remaining 6 kids were unhappy with Luke and me because we had a warning for them. Don't go there. I didn't blame them for being suspicious. I mean, Luke and I knew all the kids' names because we'd been studying them. But the kids had never seen us before. And here we were, warning them not to go to Panic Park. Their eyes narrowed at us. Their faces turned hard and cold. Who are you? Why are you trying to trick us? Matt Daniels asked. He was athletic-looking and tall. Matt and Carly Beth Caldwell appeared to be the leaders of the group. She was cute, short and pixie-ish. She looked a lot younger than 12. We're not tricking you, Luke said. We're trying to help you. We've been studying both parks, I said. We've done a lot of research. We think you are safer in Horrorland. You're both spies for the horrors, Robbie Schwartz cried. No. We're not safe in Horrorland. Who are you working for? Jackson Gerard demanded. His twin sister, Jillian, glared at us, scowling. They were both tall and thin, with straight brown hair and dark eyes. Are you working for that maniac superhero? The one who calls himself the Keeper, Jackson said. He's trying to keep us here, too. We're not working for anyone, I stammered. I told you, Luke and I have found a lot of information. We think Panic Park is a big trap. Some kids snickered and groaned. Carly Beth rolled her eyes. Can you prove it? She asked. Well, No, I said. But 8 of our friends are already there, Matt said. Are you telling us they walked into a trap? If it's true, we definitely have to follow them there, Julie Martin said, to help rescue them. The afternoon sun sat high above the trees. We were standing on the shore of the Black Lagoon. I could hear the howls from Wolfsbane Forest, which stretched out to my right. Robbie glanced from side to side. We have to hurry, he said. The horrors are searching for us. We can't stand here arguing with 2 kids we don't know. But Luke and I are trying to help, I insisted. Jillian stepped up close to me. Her eyes burned into mine. After a long, tense moment, she turned to the others. I read Lizzie's mind, Jillian said. We can't listen to her. She's lying. Huh? I let out a gasp. No way! Exclamation mark. I'm not, I cried. She's definitely lying, Jillian told them. I swallowed hard. My mouth suddenly felt dry. My hands were shaking. You can read minds? I stammered. Jillian sneered at me. My brother and I have special powers, she said. I read your thoughts, Lizzie. I know you're not telling the truth. You must be working for the horrors. And that's when the 6 kids surrounded Luke and me. I am telling the truth, I screamed. We are not working for the horrors. I could see they were desperate. And frightened. And angry. They closed in on us. I swear. I'm telling the truth, I cried. Don't hurt us. Hey, don't hurt us. Matt grabbed my brother by the shoulders. You don't want to be on my bad list, he growled. Down, boy, Luke said. I'm your friend. Lizzie and I. We know things about Panic Park, I shouted. Things you don't know. The kids glared angrily at us. I could feel the tension in the air. Matt held on to Luke's shoulders. She's lying, Jillian insisted. I'm reading her thoughts. I can't tell. Why? She's lying. I just know she is. Give me a chance, I cried. Let me tell you one thing about Panic Park, okay? Go ahead, Carly Beth said. One thing. The park doesn't exist, I said. A short silence. Then they laughed. You're totally crazy, Jackson said. Julie squinted at me. If Panic Park doesn't exist, how did 8 of our friends travel there? Enough, Matt shouted. Everyone shut up. We can't stand here talking. These 2 kids are trying to keep us here so the horrors can catch us. Matt lifted Luke off the ground. Luke tried to kick him. But Matt was too strong. Let me down. Hey, give me a break, Luke cried. Julie, Jackson, and Carly Beth stepped up to me. Their faces were angry and threatening. Tell us why you're here, Jackson demanded. Before I could answer, they let out a shout. We all turned to see a tall horror come running out of the shadows. He was waving his big paws above his head as he ran. Carly Beth gasped. Her face went pale. We're caught, Matt cried. He let my brother drop to the ground. They've found us. Kids turned to run, then stopped. Byron, Robbie Schwartz shouted. Hey, I don't believe it. It's Byron. The horror was big and strong looking. He wore green overalls over his purple fur. The short yellow horns on top of his head caught the afternoon sunlight. His eyes kept darting from side to side. Byron, where have you been? Matt stepped up to the big horror. "What's going on?" Jillian asked. "No time," Byron replied, his big chest heaving. "You're all okay? Did the others escape to Panic Park?" "They're gone," Matt said. "We tried to follow them." "But you don't have much time," Byron said. "The other horrors are searching every inch of Horrorland to find you. I'm the only one on your side. They're very angry. Believe me, you don't want them to catch you." "What do we do?" Carly Beth asked. "Can you get us out of here?" Byron didn't answer her. He was staring at Luke and me. "Who are you?" he demanded. "You're not very special guests." We want to help these kids," I stammered. "We think they're working for the horrors," Jackson told Byron. "They're trying to keep us here." "We're not working for anyone," I said. "We know some things about Panic Park. We don't think it's safe." Byron shook his head. "You're wrong," he said. "Come with me. You'll find out soon enough what's safe and what isn't safe." He gazed all around. Then he motioned for everyone to follow him. "Where are we going?" Matt asked. "I think I can get you out of here," Byron replied. And then he added, "if we're quick." Jackson hurried to catch up to Byron. "But why are you bringing Lizzie and Luke?" he asked. "We don't want them with us." "Take them with you," Byron said. "Better to keep them close." But, I sputtered. "Luke and I are on your side." I could see that no one believed me. "No problem. I'll keep them close," Jillian said. "And I'll read their minds. We'll know what these two are really thinking." A chill rolled down my back. I felt so strange. These kids didn't know Luke and me. But they didn't trust us, and they didn't like us. We have to prove ourselves to them, I thought. But how? The sun was still high above the trees. For some reason, the park had closed early that day. No one around. Food carts stood empty across Zombie Plaza. The rides had all stopped. The music had been turned off. No voices anywhere. Just a deep, creepy silence, and the thud of our shoes on the pavement. We trotted behind Byron past the carnival games area. I saw a horror at the head toss game. He was setting his real-looking human heads on a shelf. He didn't turn around as we jogged past. Byron stopped suddenly and turned. He led us along the back of the games, to a tiny black building at the end of the path. The building had a single door and a flat roof. No sign. We huddled in front of the door. No one said a word. Did this little building really lead to Panic Park? Byron grabbed the door handle and twisted it. "Locked," he said. "No problem." He turned to Matt. "Use your keycard. The Panic Park keycard I gave you when you first arrived." Matt fumbled in his jeans pocket. He pulled out a gray plastic card. "Hurry," Byron urged. "They'll be coming for you." "I know they will." Matt gripped the plastic card and shoved it into a tiny slot on the side of the door. He grabbed the knob and turned it. He pushed the door open. Dark inside. I couldn't see a thing. "Hurry. Get in." "Get in," Byron said in a whisper. He gave Matt a gentle shove. We scrambled inside. Down a narrow aisle. So dark in there. The only light came from the open doorway. What was this place? I waited for my eyes to adjust. Slowly, the room came into focus, and I gasped in surprise. "Mirrors!" Carly Beth exclaimed. Her shoulders shoulder bumped me as she leaned toward the glass. It's a hall of mirrors. But that's impossible. Robbie's voice cried out in the darkness. There are no mirrors in Horrorland. We were all jammed tight together, standing in a narrow aisle between two long rows of mirrors. The air felt hot and damp. A trickle of sweat ran down my forehead. Our reflections stared back at us. Shadowy reflections. Wide-eyed faces staring out at us in surprise. Luke did a little dance. Look, there's 100 of me. The reflections just keep going. Byron, how did this get here? Carly Beth asked. These mirrors weren't here before, were they? Julie asked. Byron? We turned, squinting into the sunlight from the open door. He's gone, I said. He left us. We're on our own. Why did he leave us here without saying a word? Carly Beth asked. Don't chicken out now, Matt said. Byron got us this far. We have to go the rest of the way. Yeah. We know what to do, Jackson agreed. These mirrors will take us to Panic Park. Luke pushed up against me. He raised his mouth to my ear. Lizzie, they're making a big mistake, he whispered. Shush. I pressed my finger over Luke's lips. Don't say a word. We don't really know what's in the other park, I whispered. But, Lizzie, they all think they'll be safer there, I told him. That horror Byron thinks so, too. If we speak up, they won't let us help them. Carly Beth raised her hand to the mirror. I saw her fingers sink right into the glass. It's soft, she murmured. The glass is soft. Like Jell-O. Everyone take a deep breath, Matt said. We're going in. We're going into the glass, his voice cracked. He was one of the bravest in the group. But I could see that Matt was just as scared as I was. Panic Park, here we come, Jackson shouted. He lurched forward. His head disappeared into the glass. The rest of his body moved into it. I could see him in the mirror. I watched until his body grew smaller and smaller, and he disappeared into the distance. Carly Beth went next. She ducked her head and shoved her hands forward and stepped into the liquid glass. I turned to Luke. He had his hands shoved deep in his jeans pockets. He was chewing his bottom lip as he gazed into the mirror in front of him. Lizzie, are we really doing this? He asked in a tiny voice. Yes, I said. Now. But, will we ever find our way back? Luke asked. The question sent a shiver down my spine. I didn't know how to answer it. I grabbed Luke's hand, and we stepped into the mirror. Hey! I uttered a cry as my face sank into the soft glass. Much colder than I expected. My cheeks tingled. I felt the cold goo wrap around my head, my hair. I took a step. Then another. I had to push hard. It was like moving through frozen foam rubber. My chest started to ache. I realized I was holding my breath. I let the air out in a long whoosh. Could I breathe in this thick goo? I sucked in a tiny bit of air. Then a little more. The air froze my nostrils. Stretching my hands out in front of me, I took another step. So dark in here. And so cold. The goo wrapped around me tightly. As if I were packed in snow. I turned to my brother. Luke? My voice sounded hollow, muffled by the liquid glass. Luke? Are you there? I couldn't see him. Too dark. I couldn't see anything. I forced myself forward. I tried not to breathe. The frozen air burned my nose. My whole body shivered. I moved slowly through the darkness, listening for Luke, for the others. But I was surrounded by a heavy, terrifying silence. Another step. My legs were trembling. It's like walking through a nightmare, I thought. Like walking along the bottom of the ocean. All alone. All alone. Would it ever end? Then, something grabbed my hand. Something pulled me hard. I opened my mouth to scream. But no sound came out. And I went falling. Falling into the thick darkness. I felt a whoosh of warm air. The heavy goo fell away from me as I stumbled forward. The blackness lifted to gray. I could see. I could see who was pulling me out of the mirror. Luke. He gave my hand one last tug, and I stumbled onto the floor. Blinking, I tried to force my eyes to adjust to the dim light. Lizzie, are you okay? Luke's voice rang in my ears. I couldn't shake off the deep silence. I guess, I choked out. I glanced around. The 2 rows of mirrors came into focus. Were we back where we started? Matt came staggering out of a mirror. He grabbed Jillian to catch his balance. Julie shook her head hard, as if trying to shake the goo from her hair. Luke laughed, a shrill, nervous laugh. That was totally weird, he cried. We're back in the Hall of Mirrors, Robbie said. Did we do something wrong? Matt shoved past me, along the row of mirrors to the door. He pushed the door open and peered out. Oh, wow, he said. I totally don't believe this. Check it out. We all stampeded to the door. A gust of fresh air felt good on my face. I squeezed outside along with the other kids. I knew instantly we were in a different park. I saw a Ferris wheel in the distance. A steep roller coaster beside it. A tent stood in a wide, grassy park. The flap was open, and I could see an old-fashioned ride with white wooden swans inside. We made it, Carly Beth cried. This must be the other park. Panic Park, Julie murmured. Do you believe it? We're in Panic Park. I rubbed my eyes. Why is everything in black and white? I asked. No one answered. We all huddled near the door to the Hall of Mirrors and gazed around. I could see only shades of gray. The tent. The grass. The trees. The rides in the distance. It's all so drab, Robbie said. Like the color has been washed out. I gasped as a group of people walked by. Look, Luke cried. They're in black and white, too. I suddenly realized the park was crowded. A long line of people stood outside the tent to the swan ride. Small groups of people moved back and forth in front of us. All shades of gray. No color. No color anywhere. Their clothes were weird. Old-fashioned. None of them turned to look at us. We were still our normal colors. But no one seemed to notice. Totally weird, Carly Beth muttered. It's like we stepped into an old black and white movie. Let's get going, Matt said. We've got to find the other kids. Yeah. Maybe they know what's up with this weird place, Robbie said. At least we're safe, Jillian said. We're out of Horrorland. She turned and stared at me. She expected me to argue with her. But I didn't say anything. I started walking, following Matt and Carly Beth, who led the way. We passed the Swan Ride tent. Behind it, the path led to a row of white buildings with black doors. Shadowy, gray people stood in a long line in front of a building with a grinning skull on the front. A black and white sign proclaimed, Scream House. Next to it, people stood in a circle, peering down into a deep black pit. The sign in front of it read, Hole of Horror. This park is huge. Julie murmured. How will we ever find the other kids? I have an idea, I said. Jillian sneered at me. You want to go back to Horrorland and forget about them, right? No way, I said. Give me a break. I'm trying to help. You can help by going away, Jillian snapped. We know you and your brother are spies for the horrors. Not true, I said. I swear. You're wrong, Jillian. You're totally wrong about us. I saw a little girl walking by herself. I hurried over to her. The girl wore a gray skirt and a gray blouse. Her long, wavy hair was black. Her face was pale gray. When she raised her eyes to me, I could see the sadness on her face. Her eyes were ringed with black circles. Her gray cheeks were puffy and tear-stained. I bent down to talk to her. Have you seen 8 kids, all walking together? I asked. Her chin trembled. She spoke in a tiny mouse voice, so soft I could barely hear her. I vanished, she said. My mouth dropped open. What did you say? I vanished, the little girl repeated. I vanished. Can you find me? The other kids gathered around us. Has she seen our friends? Julie asked. I don't know, I stammered. I turned back to the little girl. Are you lost? I asked. The little gray girl stared up at me with her sad, dark eyes. Can you find me? She whispered. I vanished. I vanished. I vanished. Can you find me? Gray tears trickled down her pale cheeks. I reached out. I tried to put my hand on her shoulder. And my hand went right through the little girl. I let out a gasp. I staggered back, away from the girl. Her tears carved dark lines in her pale cheeks. Her slender shoulders sagged. Please find me, she whispered. I vanished. Please find me. I'll try, I said. I didn't know what else to say. Jillian stepped forward. She gazed down on the shadowy little girl. I'm trying to read her mind, she said. But I'm getting only static. It's like the signal is too weak, too far away. A young man and woman stepped up behind the little girl. They wore black t-shirts and black shorts. Their skin was the color of ashes after a fire dies out. We all vanished, the woman said. Her gray eyes were blank, like clear glass. We all vanished when the park disappeared, the man said. We are the shadows. We are the shadow people. I don't understand you, I said. Shadows? What are you saying? We're all that's left, the man said. His voice sounded muffled, far away. The park disappeared, and we did, too. Find me, the little girl repeated. Find me. Can you find me? You mean, you're dead? Matt asked. No. We're what's left, the woman said. We're the shadows we left behind when we disappeared. Don't you see? We don't understand, Matt cried. More shadowy, black and white people arrived. Little boys and girls and their parents. A few gray, sad-looking teenagers. I vanished, the little girl said. She began to sob. Her whole body shook. Can't you find me? Can't you find me? Anywhere. Question mark quote. The shade people formed a circle around us. They began to move around and around us. Their low voices were chilling as they murmured to us. "We're all that's left. Where did we go? Can you find us? I've vanished. Please find me. I'm a shade now. We're all shades. It's so drab and dark here. Where did we go?" Muttering their sad words, they circled us faster and faster, until they were a moaning blur of charcoal gray. "Find us. Find us. Don't leave us here. We can't let you leave till you find us. Let's get out of here," Carly Beth screamed. We took off running. I ducked my head and ran right into the swirling shadow people. I felt a shudder of cold, as if I were breaking through solid ice. And then I was on the other side, outside the twirling circle of gray. Outside the wailing voices. The others came bursting out, and we kept running until the voices faded behind us. A strong gust of wind blew hard against us. I heard a smock sound. Robbie let out a startled cry. I turned and saw him struggling to pull crinkled newspaper pages off his face. He unfolded them. "The wind carried this," he started. But then his eyes went wide as he read the front page, and he gasped in shock. "Robbie, what's wrong?" I cried. He stared at the headline on the paper for a few seconds more. Then he held it up so we could all read it. "Panic Park closed." I felt my throat tighten. Luke and I exchanged glances. My brother and I had a hunch about this, but we were never sure it was true. Seeing the bold, black type of the headline sent a cold shudder down my back. "What does it say?" Matt asked Robbie. "Read the rest of it." We huddled close as Robbie read. Following the disappearance of several park visitors, Panic Park was shut down forever today. This followed the strange deaths of many park visitors in the past year. City officials announced that the park, all its rides and buildings, will be torn down immediately. "But the park is still here," Matt said. "It hasn't been torn down. We're standing in it." We all started talking at once. It must be a mistake. They probably changed their minds. Did it really say a lot of people died here? Those shadow people. Wait. Wait, Robbie said, holding up one hand to quiet us. "There's more." We fell silent. Why did Robbie suddenly look so pale? "Check out the date at the top of this newspaper," he said. He pointed to it with a trembling finger. "July 12, 1974. No one said a word. Another strong gust of wind lifted the newspaper out of Robbie's hands. It swirled into the air and sailed across the plaza. Carly Beth shook her head. "This is too frightening," she said. "Has Panic Park really been closed since 1974? Does that mean we traveled back in time?" Robbie said. "I've drawn a lot of comic strips about time travel. But it can't really happen." "No way. You can't travel through mirrors, either," Julie said. "But we did it. How can you be sure we didn't travel back to 1974? And now we're stuck here. Like prisoners." "Maybe those shadow people told us the truth," Matt said. "Didn't they say they were here when the park closed? And now they're dead." Julie cried. "That little girl? The others? They've been dead since 1974? This is too weird," Jillian said. "We have to stay calm. We can't be having all these crazy thoughts." My mind was spinning. I had warned them about Panic Park. But they didn't want to believe me. I decided I had to speak up. "I think we should go back to the Hall of Mirrors," I said. "I think we should go back to Horrorland." Lizzie is right, my brother, Luke, quickly chimed in. If we go back, we can find out the truth about Panic Park. No way, Jackson cried. He glared at Luke and me. No way. No way. You just want to leave the other kids here? We can't do that. We have to find them first. Jillian spoke up angrily, curling her fists at her sides. Jackson is right. Our friends need us. She turned to the others. Lizzie and Luke don't care about them, she said. They're not really part of our group. They showed up just as we were leaving Horrorland and tried to stop us. Now they're trying to tell us what to do. I knew we never should have let them come with us, Jackson added. It's a good thing I'm the calm one in my family. If I wasn't, I'd probably try to slug Jillian. She had no right to accuse Luke and me that way. I saw the angry look on Luke's face. He made a move toward Jackson. Luke is a foot shorter than Jackson. I grabbed him by the shoulders and held him back. Luke and I just want to help, I said quietly. Let's find the rest of your friends and get out of here as fast as we can. She's right, Robbie said. Something is terribly wrong here. If the park really did close in 1974, his voice trailed off. Julie had a camera strapped around her neck. She raised it and stared at it as if seeing it for the first time. I almost forgot I had this, she said. Let me take a quick photo of everyone. You know, just for proof that we were here. She waved us over to a tall sign. The sign was black with gray letters. It read, Caution. Ghoul Crossing. Julie lined us up in front of the sign. I can't believe I forgot to take pictures, she said. We'll all want them when we're home safe and sound, right? She moved Carly Beth and Luke to the front row. They were the shortest. The rest of us stood in a line in front of the sign. No one smiled. I think we were all thinking about the newspaper. Had we walked into some kind of weird time warp? Julie flashed the photo. Then she raised the back of the camera and squinted at the view screen. She brought the camera closer to her face. She squinted at it some more. Then she let out a cry. I don't believe it. Julie's hand shook so hard, she nearly dropped the camera. I grabbed it and gazed at the view screen. Whoa, I muttered. Totally weird. I could see the Ghoul Crossing sign. But where were we? None of us were in the picture. Just the sign. Black and gray. No color anywhere. Come on, Julie said, waving us back in place. We need a do-over. It can't be the camera. This is my newest one. We lined up again. Carly Beth and Luke stood in front. The rest of us huddled close behind them. Julie raised the camera and gazed into the view screen. Okay. I can see everyone clearly. Matt, squeeze in a little. She took a step back. Okay. I've got you all now. Don't anybody move. She flashed the camera. We hurried over to check it out with her. You're invisible, Julie cried. That's impossible, Matt said. He turned the back of the camera toward him to see it better. Huh? Where are we? Robbie shook his head. I could see him shiver. I wish I hadn't read so much science fiction, he said. I wish I hadn't read so many comic books. Robbie, what are you thinking? Carly Beth demanded. Well, he shivered again. If we did go back in time, we wouldn't show up in a picture. Why not? Jillian asked. Because we weren't born yet, Robbie replied. None of us was alive in 1974. Stop. This is giving me a headache, Julie said. Why did you say that? Luke said to Robbie. Now I am totally creeped out. Do you mean we're standing in this park that doesn't exist? And we aren't even born yet, Matt cried. Matt pointed across the plaza. We should try to take a picture of one of those shadow people over there, he said. We turned to stare at a group of shades walking around a fountain. Bet it wouldn't come out, either, Julie said. Let's stay away from those shades, Luke said. And then Carly Beth let out a cry. Over there, she pointed to a small, square building that looked like a log cabin. A black and white sign over the door read, Information Booth. Come on, Carly Beth said, trotting toward the cabin. Maybe someone is in there. Maybe someone can help us. Maybe, I muttered. But I didn't really believe it. My legs felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds as I jogged to the information booth. I knew it was my feeling of dread weighing me down. I had the most frightening hunch that our troubles here were just beginning. I followed the others through the open door. We stepped into a small, dark room. Gray light filtered in through a tiny window. A black counter stretched across the back. Cobwebs hung down like a curtain from the low ceiling. Anyone here? I called in a shaky voice. Anyone in here? Please? Quote. Check this out, Matt said. He picked up something from a low black table. It looked like a magazine. It's the park guide, he said. He held it up. It's in color. We gathered around. The cover was in bright reds and yellows. Matt opened it. I looked over his shoulder. I saw photos of a flaming carousel, a tall blue and green roller coaster, a bright red food cart selling human pancakes. What happened here? Matt said, gazing around the dark cabin room. Why has all the color in the park faded away? Check out the clothes on that guy, Julie said, pointing to a photo in the guidebook. Are those bell-bottom pants? That girl with him is wearing a miniskirt with white boots, Carly Beth said. I saw outfits like that in my grandma's old photo album. I saw an African-American man with a tall afro. Two guys next to him had long sideburns. How old is this guidebook? Jillian asked. 3 guesses, Matt said. I'll bet you it's from 1974. He pulled something out from the back of the book. A map, he said. He unfolded it carefully. It's a map of the whole park. All in color. Maybe it will help us find the exit, I said. Jillian rolled her eyes. There you go again, she said. Did you forget our friends, Lizzie? You just want to leave them here and get out of the park as fast as you can? That's not what I meant, I said. I just... Whoa. Check this out, Robbie called from across the room. He was leaning over the long counter. He waved to us. There's someone behind the desk. We hurried beside him. Sitting in a low chair was a wooden mannequin. A dummy. He wore jeans and a checked flannel shirt. He had a black baseball cap pulled over his head. A button on the cap read, Guide. His wooden hands rested on the chair arms. The chair was tilted back. His eyes were closed, as if he were asleep. I spotted a small sign behind him on the wall. I read it out loud. Push the button and Rocky will answer your question. Where's the button? Carly Beth asked. Quick, find the button. I spotted a black button at the edge of the counter. I pushed it. The dummy blinked. It raised its head. The head made a creaking sound as it leaned toward us. The wooden mouth slowly opened. "Oh, gross!" I cried. I watched a fat worm curl out from the open mouth. Then another. Worms poked out of the dummy's nostrils and dropped onto its lap. Another worm crawled out from its left eye. "Go oh oh awa ai," the dummy rasped in a scratchy recorded voice. It sounded like a crackling, old phonograph record. "Go oh 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 awa ai." Worms fell wetly from its nose and open mouth and plopped onto its lap. I pushed the button again. "Can you help us?" I shouted. "Can you help us find our friends?" Carly Beth asked. "Please. Can you help us?" I asked. "The park is closed," the dummy rasped. A big knot of worms plopped from its mouth. Worms curled out one nostril and into the other. "The park is closed. The park is closed. The park is closed. The park is closed." I ran out of the cabin with my hands pressed over my ears. I couldn't stand that scratchy, hoarse voice. And I kept seeing the worms squirming out of the dummy's nose, mouth, and eye. The park stretched in front of us in grays and blacks. The only color, besides us, was on the park guide that Matt clutched under his arm. I heard a dry flapping sound. I looked up to see a flock of crows flying low overhead. The birds made ugly cawing sounds as they soared over us. We all gathered at a clump of low benches shaped like coffins. I slumped down beside Luke and shut my eyes. I struggled to get the ugly dummy out of my thoughts. Julie sat on a bench away from the rest of us, hugging herself. Matt and Carly Beth sat near me. They both stared at the shadow people moving silently back and forth along a fence in the distance. Okay, we're all pretty freaked," Jackson said finally. He stared down at the ground as he spoke. Beside him, his twin sister, Jillian, had her eyes shut. "I'm scared, too," Jackson said. "I've never been this scared. But we can't just try to escape without rescuing the others." "If only we could find a living human," Carly Beth said. "Just one normal, living human. Someone we could talk to." But so far, she didn't finish her sentence. Robbie sat down near Julie. He buried his face in his hands. "Robbie, what are you thinking about?" I asked. He raised his head slowly. "Here's one more idea," he said. "It's all so totally unreal. But," he took a deep breath, "we got to Panic Park through mirrors, right? So, maybe we entered a mirror reality. A reality that's side by side with our world. You know, like a parallel universe." Jackson shook his head. "That's even crazier than going back in time." "I can't follow that at all," Julie said. "I can understand going back in time. But a mirror reality? Whoa. Give me a break, Robbie. I think you've been reading comic books too long. Maybe I can explain it to you, Julie, if I use tiny words," Robbie snapped. "Hey," Matt jumped to his feet. "I don't know what to believe. But we've got to keep it together. Look. Our lives were in danger in Horrorland, and we escaped, right? So we can do the same thing here." "But how do we find the others?" Carly Beth asked. Her voice was high and shrill. She couldn't hide her fear. "How do we ever get back to our parents? To our homes?" Her eyes narrowed. "Oh. Wait," she murmured. She pulled her cell phone from her jeans pocket. "I'll try my phone. It didn't work in Horrorland." They had it jammed or something. But maybe it'll work here. Maybe I can call home. She flipped the phone open and pushed some numbers. Then she raised it to her ear and screamed. The phone fell from Carly Beth's hand and clattered to the ground. She grabbed the sides of her head and shut her eyes. It hurts, she moaned. I could hear the shrill squeal pouring out of her phone on the ground. It rose and fell like an ambulance siren. Julie dropped down beside Carly Beth and put an arm around her shoulders. Are you okay? Carly Beth blinked several times. My head is still ringing, she murmured. Robbie pulled a cell phone from his pocket. He dialed a number. Then he held the phone away from him as far as he could reach. We all heard the deafening screech. Okay. So our phones don't work, Matt said. But we're making progress. Robbie stared at him. Progress? Yeah, Matt said. He held up the park map and the guidebook. We have these. He spread the map out on one of the coffin tops. I just had an idea, he said. He turned to Carly Beth. Remember where we saw Brittany and Molly last? Carly Beth thought for a moment. Sabrina and I had just arrived in Horrorland, she said. You showed us a tiny piece of mirror. I saw two girls in the mirror. Right, Matt said. That was Brittany and Molly. They vanished from Horrorland before you arrived. Yes, Carly Beth said. We saw them riding some kind of carousel. It had flames shooting out of it. Like the whole ride was on fire. Matt leaned over the map. Let's find the flaming carousel, he said. Maybe the girls are still there, or somewhere nearby. Or maybe they left us a clue. It didn't take long to find the carousel on the map. Matt stabbed his finger on the spot, very near the roller coaster. Let's go, he said. He folded up the map and tucked it into his back pocket. We walked in silence along a high gray wall. A row of dark, empty shops stood across the path. I saw shadows in the doorways. The shadows moved. They turned as we passed by. Shadow people watching from a distance. Always watching. The wind felt cold and damp. It pushed against us as if trying to hold us back. We lowered our heads and moved through the gray park. We passed low white buildings. Their doors were open, but I could see only blackness inside. A gray sign had fallen to the pavement. Most of it had rusted out, but I could read the words. Ghouls only. Shadow people floated in and out behind us. Were they following us? Squinting through the gray, I saw a tall black Ferris wheel rise up in front of us. Hey, I cried out. It's moving. Weird, Carly Beth said, stopping to stare. Who can be riding it? Matt pointed. The flaming carousel should be right over there. We began to walk faster. But a shout made us all stop. Hey! Guys! Guys! Up here! I glanced up. We were passing a tall fake mountain. It was maybe 3 or 4 stories high. The mountainside was rocky and had patches of fake snow all the way up. A boy and a girl waved frantically to us from a cliff at the top of the mountain. Hey! Matt! Carly Beth! Up here! They were both tall and very thin. They both had straight black hair. And even from down below, I could see the flash of their blue eyes. Billy, Matt shouted. Sheena, how did you get up there? Are the others up there with you? I don't think they could hear Matt. They kept waving and shouting. Up here. Up here. Matt turned to the rest of us. It's Billy and Sheena Deep. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "We're coming. Don't move. We're coming to get you." A narrow path circled the mountain, heading toward the top. We all started to climb single file. The path was steep and hard and slippery, with patches of fake snow. Our shoes slid on the glassy surface. Oh, I felt my shoes slide out from under me. Nothing to grab onto. I fell forward. My knees banged down hard, and I started to slide. My hands grabbed at the path. But it was as smooth as a playground slide. I couldn't stop myself. I slid all the way back to the bottom. Luke turned. "Lizzie, are you okay?" "Yeah. Fine," I grumbled. I leaned forward and started to climb again. We were all about a third of the way up when I heard a deep rumbling sound. I stopped. I didn't see anything. The rumbling grew to a roar. The surface beneath me started to shake. And then I saw it. Rocks. Dot. Dozens of jagged, gigantic rocks. Roaring down the mountainside. Tumbling, bouncing hard and high. Streaming down at us. A rock slide. We're going to be crushed, I screamed. Buried alive. The roar of the falling rocks drowned out our screams. I dropped to the hard surface and began tumbling down the mountainside. Luke did a wild cartwheel in front of me and slid on his stomach headfirst. "No," I screamed as a jagged rock, as big as me, bounced over my head. Smaller rocks clattered past me as I fell. I could see the other kids falling. Scrambling. Sliding down the mountain. Rocks banged and bumped and bounced close, just missing us. A few seconds later, I landed in a heap at the bottom of the mountain. Rocks fell all around me. I ducked down and covered the back of my head with my hands. The ground shook. I raised my head, in time to see a huge round rock roar down at me. Oh, it hit the top of my head. I waited for the crushing pain. Waited. And started to laugh. "It's papier-mâché or something," I shouted over the clattering and bumping of falling rocks. "It can't hurt us at all." Finally, the rock slide ended. We all climbed to our feet, shaking our heads. Some kids were laughing. I knew everyone was happy to be alive. Matt and Robbie started tossing fake rocks at each other. It became like a snowball battle with everyone joining in. "What about Billy and Sheena?" Carly Beth shouted. "Everybody, stop. Did you forget Billy and Sheena?" I raised my eyes to the cliff at the top. Billy and Sheena stood up there, leaning down, watching us. "Wait. That's weird," I said. "Do they look farther away or what?" Luke quickly agreed. "You're right, Lizzie. The mountain. It's taller." "They do look farther away," Julie said. "It's some kind of optical illusion, right?" Matt cupped his hands around his mouth again and shouted to them. "Don't worry. We're coming." He led the way as we began to climb again. The path was super slippery now. We kept slipping and sliding back. Ow! My feet slid out from under me again. I landed with a hard thud on my back. It knocked my breath out. I struggled to sit up. And as I gazed to the top, Billy and Sheena looked even farther away. "Help!" Carly Beth let out a scream as she lost her balance and fell. She made a wild grab for Robbie and pulled him down with her. We couldn't stop them. They rolled all the way down to the bottom. "It's too slippery," Jillian cried. "And look," she pointed at the tiny figures of Billy and Sheena. "The higher we climb, the farther away they are," Robbie said. Is the mountain growing? Julie asked, gazing straight up. Or is it some kind of special effect? It doesn't matter, I said. We can't reach them by climbing. We'll never get up to the top. Lizzie is right, Matt said. We need a better plan. Maybe, hoo-ah. Before he could finish, he slipped. His feet shot out in front of him, and he hit the ground hard on his back. Luke reached for him, too late. We all watched Matt slide down to the bottom, screaming the whole way. He landed headfirst next to Carly Beth and Robbie. The rest of us made our way down carefully. Billy and Sheena were shouting to us from the mountaintop. But they were too far away. We couldn't make out their words. I turned and watched them wave their hands above their heads. Did they think we were going to leave them there? We huddled together, gazing up at them, trying to think of a way to get to them. Maybe some kind of vehicle, Robbie said. Some kind of four-wheel drive Jeep or something. Matt laughed. Good luck finding one, he said. Well, how did they get up there? Carly Beth asked, pointing at Billy and Sheena. Another flock of cawing crows flew over us. I felt a chill. The sun was high in the sky, beaming down on the tall mountainside. But it cast no yellow light. Everything was a shade of gray, and the gray was actually making me dizzy. I'm in a different, frightening world, I thought. A world with no color. No warmth at all. And then Jackson spoke up, shaking me from my grim thoughts. I know what we can do, he said, glancing at his sister, Jillian. Of course. Jillian cried. Jackson, we should have thought of this before. Jackson raised his eyes to the two kids at the top of the mountain. Wisps of gray fog floated overhead, making it hard to see them. Jackson crossed his arms tightly over his chest. He narrowed his eyes and stared. He clenched his jaw as he concentrated. Jillian must have seen the confused look on my face. She leaned toward me and whispered, Jackson has powers. He can make things move. Jackson moaned to himself. He gritted his teeth, concentrating hard. And a few seconds later, Billy and Sheena came shooting down through the wisps of fog. They were both screaming in shock. Their black hair blew above them as they dropped. The fog appeared to part. Kicking their legs and thrashing their arms, the two kids came rocketing down toward us. Faster. Dropping faster. Screaming the whole way. I had this horrifying picture in my mind, the two of them crashing to the ground, splattering at our feet. I sucked in a deep breath and held it. My heart thudded in my chest. Billy and Sheena hovered above us for a few seconds. They came to a complete stop in the air. Sheena's hair fell over her face. Billy's long scream ended with a sharp intake of breath. Jackson cried out, and his hands shot above his head. Then he waved the two kids down. Waved them slowly down, as if they were on wires. They landed gently on their feet. Billy swallowed hard. His eyes were bulging. He was panting like a dog. He held on to his sister as if trying to stay on his feet. Sheena took a shaky step toward us. She brushed back her hair and smiled. Wow, she said. That's the best ride yet. We all laughed. Some kids cheered. Matt slapped Jackson on the back. Way to go, dude. We gathered happily around Billy and Sheena. We all shouted our questions at once. What happened? How did you get up there? Where are the others? Are they okay? Why were you on the mountain? Sheena raised a hand to silence us. She turned to Jackson. How did you do that? She demanded. How did you bring us down? Jackson grinned at her. It's easy if you know how, he said. Sheena turned to the rest of us. I don't know where the other kids are, she said. We lost them. We got separated. Sheena and I climbed the mountain to look for them, Billy said. It was easy to climb up. But then, we couldn't get down, Sheena said. She shuddered. Billy and I have had a lot of creepy adventures in the past. But this park is horrible. Exclamation mark quote. Those shadow people are everywhere, Billy said. We didn't see anyone who is alive. And it's always gray and dark, Sheena added. It's scarier than Horrorland. A sob escaped her throat. Her shoulders began to tremble. Carly Beth wrapped her arms around Sheena. You're okay now, she said softly. We're all here with you. We're much safer here than in Horrorland, Jillian said. Byron told us that. We know we can trust Byron. We just have to find the other kids, Jackson said. Then we can find a way to get home. Carly Beth gave Sheena a tissue, and she wiped the tears from her eyes. I think we're in trouble, Billy said. Sheena is the brave one in our family. Matt stepped up to Billy. Have you seen Brittany and Molly? No, Billy answered. You escaped to Panic Park with your sister and 4 other kids, Matt said. Michael, Sabrina, Boone, and Abby. How did you get separated from them? I don't know, Billy replied. My dumb brother insisted we all go on this ride, Sheena said. He got tired of waiting for the rest of you to come here. Don't call me dumb, stupid, Billy snapped. We didn't even know if the rest of you guys were coming or not, Billy said. So we all went on a ride. It's called the Tunnel of Hate. The ride was open, I asked. Was someone running it? I don't know, Billy answered. It's a boat ride. Sheena and I got in the first boat. They came after us. It seemed like fun at first. But then, it got weird. Billy and I wanted to get out, Sheena said. But when we turned around to look for the others, they were gone. They disappeared, Billy said. They weren't in the tunnel. We searched for their boat. We couldn't find them. So we got out and looked for them, Sheena explained. We wandered around the park. It's so totally creepy. And those frightening shadow people kept following us. Watching us. We didn't know where to look, Billy said. So we climbed the mountain. We thought we'd have a better view up there. But we didn't see them. Whoa. Wait a sec, Matt said. He locked his eyes on Billy. You didn't see the other 4 kids anywhere else in the park. So do you think they might still be in the Tunnel of Hate? Billy and Sheena both shrugged. It's very dark in there, Sheena said. Very hard to see anything. They could still be in there, Billy said. Matt waved us forward. Let's go for a boat ride, he said. 2 long canoes bobbed in the inky gray water in front of the Tunnel of Hate. The water lapped gently against the sides of the canoes as we climbed in. Matt grabbed the paddle in the first canoe. Billy, Sheena, Carly Beth, and Julie dropped in with him. Luke and I climbed into the back of the second canoe behind Jackson, Jillian, and Robbie. The boat started to sink under our weight. Then it bobbed back up. Jackson took the paddle. He dipped it into the water, testing it from side to side. I'm pretty good at this, he said. We went on a 50-mile canoe trip at my camp last summer. Let's go. Keep close together, Matt called. The canoes rolled slowly into the low tunnel. Staring into the blackness, I thought there was no light at all. But a few seconds later, my eyes adjusted. I could see the low tunnel roof and dim pinpoints of light in the water ahead of us. We sat in silence, staring straight ahead. The only sound was the steady splash, splash, splash of the paddles as Matt and Jackson pulled us deeper into the tunnel. The narrow waterway ran straight, no bends or curves. The dark water was gentle and flat, lapping softly at our sides. What a boring ride, I thought. I don't see anyone else in here, Carly Beth murmured. The tunnel is empty. This is a waste of time, Robbie said. Give it a chance, Matt said, paddling hard. We don't know how long this tunnel is. The others could still be lost in here. That's stupid, Robbie snapped. Matt stopped paddling. Who are you calling stupid? He shouted. The canoes bobbed side by side. Don't start arguing, Jillian said. Shut up, Matt screamed at her. You shut up, Jillian cried. What's your problem, fat face? Don't call us names, dirt breath, Robbie shouted at Jillian. Suddenly, Billy took a swing at Matt. Matt ducked, and Billy nearly toppled over the side of the canoe. Stupid jerk. You want a piece of me? Matt screamed. He punched Billy hard in the chest. Billy groaned and slumped to the canoe seat. Everyone started screaming at once. Luke turned to me angrily and shook his fist. This is all your fault, Lizzie. I never wanted to come here. My fault? I cried. You little mouse-faced wimp. Luke grabbed at me. The canoe rocked hard to one side. Stop it. Stop it, Carly Beth screamed. She turned to Julie. Stop shoving me, you big baby. I'm a baby, Julie shrieked. You idiot. You're a big baby, and a scaredy cat. You think you're so cute because you look like a little elf. But you're a total creep. Jerk, Carly Beth screamed at Julie. Big butt face. She gave Julie a hard shove with her elbow. Stop it, I screamed. Stop it, you morons. I hate you, Luke shrieked at me. He began pounding his fists against my back. I hate you. I hate you. Luke, you're the biggest jerk here, I shot back. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up, he screamed. You shut up. You shut up, I screamed back at him. I couldn't help myself. I knew what was happening. The tunnel of hate was for real. Dot. It made people hate each other. I could see it happening. But I couldn't stop it. And I could feel myself hating everyone, even my brother, Luke. In the other canoe, Julie grabbed Carly Beth's hair and gave it a hard pull. Carly Beth uttered a cry of pain. Then she wrapped her hands around Julie's throat and tried to choke her. Julie slapped Carly Beth's hands away. Then she let out a long, shrill animal wail. Aw-ee-ee-ee. She dove at Carly Beth, tackling her around the waist. Their canoe tipped to the side. Grunting and sobbing, Carly Beth and Julie wrestled. Stop it, you stupid idiots. Stop, I screamed. Shut your ugly face, Robbie shouted at me. And then I gasped as Carly Beth and Julie went tumbling out of their canoe. They hit the water with a loud splash. It sent a tall wave rolling over the canoe as the two girls plunged out of sight. Good riddance, Robbie cried. I hate you, Jillian screeched at Robbie. Why don't you jump in with them? Why don't you? Robbie shot back. He swiped the paddle from Jackson's hands and swung it at Jillian's head. Missed. I grabbed the side of the canoe and leaned over the edge. I peered down into the dark water, waiting for Julie and Carly Beth to come splashing up to the surface. Waiting. The water so flat, so still, as if no one were down there. I squeezed the side of the canoe so hard, my hands ached. I stared down without blinking, without breathing. My heart started to pound. I cupped my hands around my mouth and shouted, Carly Beth? Julie? You stupid jerks. Where were they? Where were they? No splashing. No air bubbles. Nothing at all. I let out a shuddering sob. The two girls weren't coming back up. I yelled to Matt. Listen to me, moron. Someone has to jump in, I cried. Someone. Matt had his hands wrapped around Billy's throat. Billy swung both fists, pounding Matt's chest. Then the two canoes crashed into each other. Still no sign of Julie and Carly Beth. Stop it, you dumb geeks. Stop it, I screamed to the two boys. Put a sock in it, Jackson snapped at me. Shut your stupid yap. But, they're drowning, I cried. I turned to my brother. He stared back at me, his face filled with hate. You stink out loud, he muttered. I ignored his anger. We have to jump in, creep face, I said. We have to find those girls. Maybe it will prove to those other idiots that we're on their side. Go take a hike, Luke replied. He stuck his tongue out and spit at me. A wave of anger swept over me. I wanted to punch the little punk's teeth down his throat. Instead, I grabbed his hand, tugged, and pulled him over the side of the canoe with me. He let out a fierce scream. We both hit the water at the same time. I shuddered, startled by how cold it was. Water seeped into my mouth, and I started to choke. Luke slapped my hand away and began thrashing his arms furiously, struggling to pull himself back up to the surface. But I turned and dove down, squinting into the dark waters. Where were they? The canal was narrow. Not much room to swim, but deeper than I'd thought. It didn't take long to find Carly Beth and Julie. They were down at the bottom, still wrestling, still punching each other and pulling hair and wrestling. They hate each other so much, they don't care if they drown. I told myself. My chest started to ache. I couldn't hold my breath much longer. I turned and saw Luke at my side. He kept fading in and out, ghostly in the dark water. I motioned to him, and he followed. He grabbed Julie by the shoulders and tried to pull her away. I wrapped my hands around Carly Beth's waist and pulled. The girls tried to shove Luke and me away. They were furious that we were trying to break up their battle. But I wouldn't let go. My chest felt about to burst. Every muscle ached. I pulled Carly Beth away from Julie and rose up to the surface. We both burst over the water, sputtering and choking. I gasped in breath after breath. I gave Carly Beth a big push. She slumped limply into our canoe. She didn't have any fight left in her. Brushing my wet hair from my eyes, I turned and helped my brother shove Julie into the other canoe. Then I grabbed his hands and tugged him into our canoe. I was drenched, cold and shivering. My wet clothes clung to my body. I couldn't catch my breath. I glanced up to see Matt in his canoe holding the paddle above his head. "Toss the girls back in," he shouted to me. "Go ahead. If they want to swim, throw them back in. Do it." "Matt, please," I begged. "Sit down." "Shut up," Robbie snapped. "Don't tell Matt what to do." "Yeah. Who do you think you are? A big hero?" Jillian sneered. She moved toward me. "Want to go for another swim, Lizzie?" "Stop it, you dumb clucks. Everyone just go die," I cried. "You want a piece of me?" Matt cried again. "You're going down, Lizzie." "You whiny baby," Jillian screamed. "You total loser. Don't you morons see what has happened?" I cried. "The tunnel of hate is making us hate each other. We have to get out of here as fast as we can." Carly Beth was still slumped against the side of our canoe. She groaned. Her eyes were half shut and her arms hung lifelessly at her sides. In the other canoe, Julie stared straight ahead, dazed. She hadn't even brushed the matted tangles of wet hair off her face. "Do you see? Do you see what the tunnel has done to us?" I repeated. "We can see, you stupid idiot," Robbie shouted. The canoes drifted side by side, moving slowly through the tunnel. Eerie gray lights darted under the surface of the water, like glowing minnows. I couldn't stop shivering. Didn't this ride ever end? Everyone was shouting angrily. Matt and Jackson were going at each other with the canoe paddles. Matt toppled backward and nearly fell into our canoe. Suddenly, everyone stopped and stared in shocked silence up ahead. "It's another canoe," I whispered. I squinted into the inky light. A long canoe was wedged against the side of the tunnel. "Hey! There they are!" Carly Beth cried. "Yes." As we drifted closer, I saw 4 kids turn their faces to us. I recognized them from my research. Sabrina, Michael, Boone, and Abby. And then I spotted 2 girls slumped in the front of the canoe. Molly and Brittany. We all started to cheer. Matt and Billy waved wildly to the other boat. "Hey, are you okay? Dudes, what are you doing there? Are you stuck? We've been searching everywhere for you, you stupid idiots." The kids in the boat didn't move. They didn't cheer or wave back. Finally, Brittany raised her face to us and growled like an animal. Molly grunted and swiped her hands at us, like she was trying to claw us. I could see thick drool running down Boone's chin. He growled like an angry dog, and snapped his jaws again and again. "Look out! He bites," Molly screeched, and started to howl. The others grunted and barked and snapped their jaws. They tore at their hair and acted like deranged zoo animals. Yellow snot ran out of their noses. They've been in the tunnel a long time," Billy muttered. Quote, "Too long. We should leave them behind." A shiver ran down my back. As we drifted closer to them, I stared in horror at the growling, snarling kids. "They've turned into animals," I murmured. "Wild beasts. Disgusting. What are we going to do with these losers?" Matt asked. "What can we do?" Our canoes drifted closer to them. Boone stood up in the longboat and pounded his chest like a gorilla. He was big and strong-looking. His eyes were wild and his face turned red with rage. He let out a roar and pounded his chest some more. Michael stood up and joined him, thumping his chest and grunting like a gorilla. Sabrina tossed back her head and screamed, a shrill hyena scream. Then she clawed her hands at us. Carly Beth gasped. Sabrina? It's me. You idiot. I'm your best friend, remember? Sabrina glared at Carly Beth. Then she lowered her head and vomited something green into the water. Oh, this is horrible, Carly Beth moaned. We've been friends since kindergarten. And look at her. Look at her now. She's a loser. Sabrina giggled and vomited again. Watch out. I screamed. I saw Michael pull his arm back and heave the paddle at us. OWWW. Matt cried out and grabbed his shoulder as the paddle smacked him hard and splashed into the water. The kids on the other boat all hooted and bounced up and down. They clawed their hands at us and snapped their jaws. We have to get them out of the tunnel, I said. But how, you moron? Carly Beth asked. They really want to hurt us. They're dangerous, Luke stammered. And you're stupid. How can we fight them? Robbie murmured. They're animals. Our canoes floated closer. In a few seconds, the boats would touch. A shrill scream echoed through the narrow tunnel. I watched in horror as Brittany sank her teeth into Molly's throat. Grunting and snapping at each other like wolves, the two girls wrestled. Stop it. Stop it, Carly Beth screamed. Matt's canoe bumped the back of their boat. With a terrifying roar, Michael reached into the canoe and grabbed Matt around the waist, lifted him into the air, and tried to toss him into the water. Then my canoe bumped into the back of Matt's canoe, and both boys toppled to their knees. Stop. Stop it, you jerks, I cried. We'll drown in here. I choked on my words as Sabrina wrapped her hands around my throat. Her eyes bulged. Her mouth was open in a high animal cry of fury. She started to squeeze. Tighter. I couldn't breathe. I slapped at her hands. Couldn't move her. Couldn't breathe. And then everything froze. Was I dying? No. I slid out from Sabrina's grasp. She didn't move. Her hands stayed curled in the air. Gasping for breath, I saw that everyone in Boone's boat had frozen in place. No one moved. No one blinked. My heart still pounding, I turned and saw Jackson staring hard at the frozen kids. His eyes were locked in a steady gaze. His jaw was clenched. He concentrated hard. Stop staring at me, you loser. I'm using my powers to hold them still, he said. Quick, pull their canoe away from the side. We'll push them out of the tunnel. That's just what we did. Matt and Sheena leaned over the side and tugged Boone's canoe free. Then we paddled hard, pushing their boat ahead of us. Jackson kept his gaze on the frozen kids, concentrating his powers on them. I could see that it was a struggle. Sweat poured down his forehead. He gritted his teeth so hard, his cheeks turned bright red. It seemed to take days. The tunnel stretched straight ahead, black except for the tiny darting lights in the water. No one spoke. The only sound was the splash of the paddles and the gentle lap of the water against the sides of the canoes. Finally, I saw a circle of gray light up ahead. The tunnel exit. Dark trees came into view. A couple of buildings. Our 3 canoes bobbed out into the light. Jackson got us to a wooden dock. I jumped to my feet. I couldn't wait to get on land. Jackson finally shut his eyes. He let out a long sigh. The frozen kids began to move, stretching their arms, their necks. Boone squinted at us. I could see the confusion on his face. What happened back there? He asked. Where did you guys come from? Abby demanded, brushing her hair into place with her hands. I didn't see you. How did you find us? They didn't seem to remember what the tunnel had done to them. I knew I'd never forget it. I took some long, deep breaths. I could feel the hate sliding off me, fading away. Sabrina, I'm so glad you're okay, Carly Beth said. She rushed forward to hug Sabrina. Do you feel normal now? Sabrina nodded. I guess. We all scrambled onto the shore. I gazed around. We were standing on the edge of a large grassy circle. On the other side of the circle stood rides and other attractions. All dark. All empty. Behind the rides, a tall building rose up. It looked like a castle. Wisps of fog swam in front of its twin towers. The black roof slanted sharply down with small round windows along the top. Carly Beth and Julie stepped up to Luke and me. Thank you, Carly Beth said. You know, for jumping in after us. Thank you for saving our lives, Julie said. It was crazy in there. We just lost it. Maybe we were wrong about you too, Carly Beth said. That made me feel good. But behind them, I saw Jillian glaring at me suspiciously. I'm just glad we made it out of that tunnel, I said. But now, what? Luke demanded. Everyone started talking at once. I took a step back and counted. There were 16 of us now. 16 kids who had traveled here from Horrorland. Were we the only living people in Panic Park? Brittany and Molly hung back, away from the others. They talked quietly to each other. They both seemed dazed. They kept blinking against the harsh gray light. Billy and Sheena turned to them. You two have been in Panic Park the longest, Billy said. Tell us what you've seen. Kids began peppering Brittany and Molly with questions. What have you been doing here? Did you try to get back to Horrorland? Have you seen anyone else? Did you find an exit? The two girls clung together. They kept blinking and shaking their heads. I don't remember much, Molly said. It's like being in a fog or something, Brittany said. I remember going through a mirror in a cafe, Molly said. And we were here in Panic Park. And we were on a ride. Yes. A carousel, Brittany said. It had flames coming out the sides. But it didn't burn. And I remember going back to Horrorland once. Yes. We went back, Molly agreed. We saw Robbie playing a game in the arcade. How? Robbie demanded. How did you get back there? Tell us. Matt stepped up beside Robbie. Tell us how you got back to Horrorland. We need to know. We need to get out of Panic Park. The girls stared blankly at us. I don't remember, Brittany said. Her chin trembled. I feel so weird. Like my brain is in a cloud or something. Molly shook her head. I don't remember, either. I feel like I'm sleepwalking. Or not really awake. Then I saw the park guide. Matt had folded it up and stuffed it into the back pocket of his jeans. Matt, the guide, I said, pointing. It will show us an exit. He pulled the booklet from his pocket and opened it. The park map fell out with it. I picked it up and started to unfold it. But I stopped when I saw a flash of color. green and purple, moving toward us through the black and white park. It took me a few seconds to realize I was staring at a Horrorland horror. Byron! Carly Beth shouted as the big creature came running full speed across the pavement. His big chest was heaving under the bib of his green overalls. He was breathing noisily. "Thank goodness I've found you," he cried in his booming, deep voice. But Carly Beth turned on him angrily. "You tricked us," she shouted. The others were angry, too. "This park is terrifying. How could you send us here? It's more dangerous than Horrorland. We were nearly killed," Julie cried. Byron raised both furry paws as if surrendering. I know, he said. "I'm so sorry. But you're the one who told us we'd be safer here," Matt said. "You're the one who helped us get here." "They tricked me, too," Byron replied. "They used me. They lied to me." We all stared at him. Was he telling the truth? "I'll get you out of this place now," Byron said, glancing around. "The park is dead. It's no place for living creatures." "We trusted you before," Matt said. "How do we know we can trust you now?" "I'll get you to a safe place." "Promise," Byron said. "But we have to hurry." "Come on, follow me." No one moved. "How do we know if we can trust him?" Michael asked Matt. "He tricked us before. Maybe he's tricking us now." "No. Listen to me," Byron said. Matt turned to Jillian. "You can read minds, right?" Jillian nodded. "Well, read Byron's mind," Matt said. "Tell us, is he lying? Is this another trick?" Jillian narrowed her eyes at Byron. We huddled together in silence, watching. Waiting. "Yes," Jillian said finally. "I'm reading his thoughts." Byron frowned at Jillian. "This is crazy. You're wasting time." "Is he telling the truth?" Matt asked her. Jillian nodded. "Yes. It's not a trick. He wants to help us." "Phew. That's good news," Matt said. He gave Byron a high five. "Tell us what to do." "Follow me," Byron said. "There's only one way out of here." He started walking toward the rides, swinging his big furry arms, taking long strides. We had to jog to keep up with him. We passed 3 shadow people, nearly hidden in the shade of an empty shop. Their heads turned to follow us as we hurried by. But they didn't move. Luke hurried up beside me. "I don't think we can trust this horror," I whispered. "But Jillian read his mind," Luke said. "Yes," I whispered. "But Jillian said she read my mind, and she was wrong." "Her brother's powers are real," Luke said. He frowned. "I don't know what to think." Byron turned suddenly and began to follow a curving path into a thick grove of trees. "What should we do?" Luke whispered. "We have to stick with the other kids," I replied. "Maybe Byron will get us back to Horrorland, where it's safe." "Maybe," Luke said quietly. Crows cawed in the trees overhead. I saw another shadow person watching us as we passed. I turned to stare at him, and he ducked behind a broad tree trunk. Byron stopped in front of 2 tall hedges. The hedges stretched way over our heads, all pine needles and prickly thorns. I peered into the narrow opening between the 2 hedges. Dark inside. Darker than night. "Be careful. Those thorns are sharp," Byron warned. "Where are we?" Carly Beth asked. "The entrance to the Midnight Maze," Byron replied. He glanced around nervously. It's a maze where time stands still. It's always midnight inside the maze. Michael leaned into the narrow space between the hedges. Are we supposed to go in there? He asked. Byron nodded. The maze leads out of Panic Park, he said. It will take you back to our world. It's the only exit. Huh? Michael kept staring into the black space. Are you joking? This is the only way out of Panic Park? Where's the front gate? There is no front gate, Byron answered. Check out the map. You'll see. This is the only exit. I felt my throat tighten in fear. I don't like narrow, dark places. Last Halloween, Mom and Dad took us to a haunted house that had been set up downtown. You know, the kind where you pay admission. Then you walk through creepy, dark halls and people in costumes leap out at you and try to make you scream. I hated it. It really frightened me. I'm usually pretty brave. But I just couldn't stand being closed up in those twisting, dark halls. And now, staring into the black opening between the hedges brought that fear back. Is it a hard maze? I stammered. Byron nodded. He rubbed the curled horns that poked out from the top of his head. Stick together, and you should be okay, he said softly. How long does it take? I asked. Depends, Byron replied. Just stay close. Don't get separated. I see the looks on your faces. I know you're scared. And it's a scary maze. But if you can find your way out, you'll be safe. I promise. Whoa. Wait a minute, Boone said. Does that mean you're not coming with us? Byron glanced around again. I'm going to stay here and guard the entrance, he said in a whisper. I'll make sure no one follows you. Who would follow us? I asked. We haven't seen anyone in this park. Who wants to harm us? Who? No time now, Byron replied. He gave me a gentle push into the entrance of the maze. Go, 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 he said. Hurry. I stepped between the hedges. The others followed. The air felt heavy and cold inside the maze. I could smell something stale and sour. Like when something has been left too long in the fridge. The hedges formed tall walls on both sides of us. We began to follow them down a long, straight passageway. Matt took the lead. Behind us, I heard Byron at the maze entrance. Good luck, he called. We walked slowly, following the hedge walls. Tall, leafy trees overhead blocked the light from the sky, making it as dark as midnight. The passage was so narrow, we had to walk in single file. Watch out. It turns here, Matt called from the front of the line. The ground beneath us was soft and damp. My sneakers sank into the dirt. I had to keep raising my knees to pull them out. I was nearly at the end of the line, right behind Luke. I walked carefully and kept my shoulders hunched. The long, pointed thorns poking out of the hedge walls looked very sharp. Careful. It slants down, Matt called. His voice sounded far away, muffled by the thick hedge walls. How long is this thing? Robbie called. We made another sharp turn. Are we walking in circles? Sheena asked from behind me. My heart was pounding, making a fluttery feeling in my chest. I wiped sweat off my forehead with the sleeve of my top. We turned again. The darkness seemed to deepen. I could barely see Luke in front of me. We found ourselves in a large square area. Nothing there. Just empty space. How do we know we went the right way? Boone asked. We don't know, Carly Beth said. It's a maze, right? We just have to keep exploring till we find the way out. But it's totally dark, Sabrina said. We could wander around in here forever. Just keep walking, Matt said. We're okay so far, aren't we? We followed the hedges to another square area. My sneaker stuck in the mud. I tried to pull it out, but it wouldn't budge. Hey! I let out a cry as both of my shoes started to sink. It's muddy here, Michael called. I think I'm stuck, Robbie said. Oh, yuck. The mud is way soft, Abby cried. I bent down to pull one sneaker free and gasped. The mud seeped over my ankles. I was sinking fast. It's like quicksand, Abby cried. Oh, help. I felt the mud rise up on my legs, thick and wet. It felt so cold. I slapped at the mud, and it stuck to my hands like cold pudding. My knees were covered. I couldn't move my legs. Through my jeans, I felt the cold mud wrap around my thighs. Kids began to scream and cry out for help. Ahead of me, I saw Billy reach for the hedge to help pull himself out. But he screamed and jerked his hands back as thorns cut into his skin. We're going to drown in this mud, Michael cried. Don't move, Carly Beth shouted. The more you move, the faster you sink. We have to move, Julie cried. If we don't move, we'll just go under slower. It's like it's alive, Billy screamed. The mud. It's pulling me. I can feel it pulling me down. Fear choked my throat. I sucked in a shuddering breath. The cold mud was sliding over me. Soon it would be packed around my waist. I slapped at it again. Tried to push myself up. But my hands sank into the thick, cold goo. Kids were screaming and struggling. Help! Somebody, help pull me up. It's so thick. Like cement. Grab on to me. Maybe if we both pull. I forced myself to breathe. I hugged myself, trying to stop my body from shivering. Trying to hug away my fear. Luke, I called to my brother. I reached out for him. But he was too far away. The mud had reached his waist. He held his hands high above his head. He was twisting and squirming, trying to force his way up from the muck. And then, bump. My shoes bumped into something hard. I froze and held my breath. What just happened? A hush fell over us. I glanced around. Everyone had stopped squirming and struggling. Hey, I stopped sinking, I shouted. I leaned forward, then back. I raised my right foot a little, then set it back down. I hit bottom, I cried. Me, too, Matt exclaimed. It's hard underneath. We're not going to sink over our heads. We all began to rock back and forth, leaning one way, then the other. It created holes in the mud, large enough for us to pull ourselves up. Michael struggled out first. Then he went around tugging other kids free. We hurried from the muddy square, following the hedge walls around a sharp curve. I'm covered in mud, Julie wailed. I'll never get these jeans clean. I'll just have to throw them away. And look at my sneakers. My jeans are getting stiff. Sabrina said. The mud is caked on. And it stinks. Who cares about a little mud? Matt said. If it gets us out of Panic Park. Watch out for other traps, Robbie said. This maze is probably packed with nasty surprises. We turned another corner, then stopped. The overhead trees gave way, and a bright gray light poured down on us. I blinked, trying to adjust to the startling light, and stared at a line of 6 giant eggs. 6 eggs standing on end, almost as big as cars. I heard a cracking sound. I held my breath and listened hard. Another long crack. I saw a jagged split in the egg on one end of the line, and then more cracks along the speckled white shells of the other huge eggs. The eggs were hatching. Is this for real? Carly Beth cried. Are they dinosaur eggs? They've got to be fakes, Robbie said. Michael stepped in front of us. No. Stand back. He waved his big arms in front of him, motioning us back. Another loud cracking sound. A ragged chunk of eggshell fell to the ground at Michael's feet. I recognize these eggs, Michael said. Croc. These are monster eggs. There are monsters in there. I had to fight them. Back home, I had to become one. How totally weird, I muttered. I couldn't take my eyes off the cracking shells. The eggs were taller than me. And the way they glowed in the eerie, gray light. The way they glowed. Ellipsis. Drew me closer. I couldn't help myself. They were so interesting. Without realizing it, I stepped up to one of the eggs. A loud crack made me gasp, and a goo-covered green hand shot out and twisted its claws around my throat. I opened my mouth in a shrill scream. The tough claws tightened around my neck and cut off the scream. The egg cracked open. Jagged shards of shell dropped to the ground. Yellowish goo poured out from the bottom. A green lizard-like creature staggered out. Its black tongue lashed at the layer of mucus on its warty face. I ducked and twisted my body, trying to free myself from its grip. Newly hatched, its claws were slimy and wet. I slid free and dove toward the other kids. They were screaming and gaping in horror as the other giant eggs cracked open. 5 more skinny green monsters came pouring out with the disgusting yolky liquid. They tore at the thick mucus that covered their faces and bodies. They rolled their bulging black eyes and snapped their jaws. One of them blew a big bubble of mucus that popped and sprayed over me. Oh, gross. I let out a moan and staggered back. The monsters took their first steps, lurching forward. Broken eggshells crunched under their large lizard feet. They worked their front legs, stretching and reaching, testing them. Their dark eyes locked on us. They began to circle us. They raised pointed claws, still wet and sticky. Low growls rumbled from deep in their bellies. This isn't fake, Carly Beth muttered. They're real. Like I said, I know them, Michael said. I had to fight monsters just like these back home. He picked up a big chunk of eggshell and heaved it at one of the ugly creatures. It hit the monster's chest and bounced off. The monster opened its jaws in an angry roar and snapped at Michael. Michael dropped to his knees beside me. Are you okay? I cried. I reached down to help him back up. Michael pushed my hands away. No, he said. I know what I have to do. The monsters circled us faster, swiping their claws in the air. Michael, get up, I cried. They're going to attack. I have to deal with it, he said. Watch out, guys. One more monster on the way. He crawled over broken pieces of shell to the bottom piece of an egg, dripping with yellow yolk. Michael, no, Carly Beth cried. What are you doing? Abby screamed. Michael lowered his face into the yolk and began to drink. The monsters stopped circling. They grew silent as they watched. Michael buried his face in the jagged shell bottom. He slurped the thick yellow goo noisily. My stomach heaved. What was he doing? Question mark. How could he drink that disgusting sticky yolk? We all watched in horror as Michael finally raised his head. He turned to us. The thick yolk covered his cheeks and ran down his chin. He swallowed. Once. Twice. Slowly, he climbed to his feet. Michael, Carly Beth called. He stared past her at the monsters. For a few seconds, nothing happened. No one moved. Then I saw Michael begin to change. His eyes bulged. His face lengthened. His nose stretched over his mouth, and formed an animal snout. 2 rows of jagged teeth slid out from black lips. Michael's skin darkened to an olive green color. His body grew. The arms lengthened. His chest spread wider, until his t-shirt ripped open. Claws curled out from his long fingers. He tossed back his monstrous head and let out a deafening roar. It took only seconds for him to become one of them. And then he roared forward. Dove at the startled creatures, swiping his claws wildly ahead of him. I grabbed Luke and we staggered back. The other kids stumbled out of the way. I wanted to run. I wanted to hide. I didn't want to watch the horrifying fight. But I couldn't take my eyes off Michael as he attacked the 6 newborn creatures. He dug his fangs into a throat, swiped his sharp claws down the monster's chest. The monster bleated like a lamb as rivers of black blood leaked down its front. With a long groan, the monster fell, defeated. Michael roared on to the next. Bellowing like a movie dinosaur, he raked his claws over its face, then dug his jagged teeth into its throat. He swiped at the startled monsters, ripping their still sticky skin apart, head-butting, punching, kicking, tearing their bodies with his powerful fangs. Frozen in fear, I held on to Luke, and we watched the deadly battle. In less than a minute, all 6 monsters lay sprawled on the ground, not moving, their eyes staring up, blank and lifeless. Michael raised his face to the sky and roared. A victory roar. He pounded his bulging green chest with both fists. He roared and stomped his huge feet. Stomped and danced and roared some more. He's out of control, I thought. He's really a monster. Then, with an animal grunt, he spun away from the dead monsters. He stepped over one. It made a wet squish as his foot sank into its belly. Michael stepped off it and stomped toward me, smashing his jaws together. Out of control. Out of control. He locked his eyes on me and growled angrily. He raised his claws to attack, and leapt at me. No. I uttered a terrified shriek, and dodged to my right. I lurched so hard, I fell, and landed on my side. I heard the other kids screaming. Gasping in horror, I spun around. It took me a few seconds to realize that Michael wasn't attacking me. He leapt past me to the broken egg, dropped to his knees, lowered his head and once again began noisily lapping up the yolk. It sounded like a dog at its water dish. He groaned as he sucked down the thick, sticky goo. When he finally raised his head, he was Michael again. Blinking, he rubbed goo from his eyes. He climbed to his feet and wiped his chin with his torn t-shirt. He let out a long sigh. "Sorry about that," he said. He grabbed my arms and helped pull me to my feet. His hands were sticky from the egg yolk. "That happened to you before?" I asked. He nodded. "I'm still part monster. Can't seem to get rid of it." Matt pointed to the dead monsters at our feet. "Maybe being part monster is a good thing," he said. Our shoes crunched over the broken pieces of eggshell as we started to walk. Matt and Michael led the way, following the tall hedge walls. The charcoal-colored sky above our heads provided the only light. A flock of shadowy birds, cawing loudly, soared over our heads. "Probably more crows," Luke muttered. He turned to me. And even in the dim light, I could see the fear on my little brother's face. "Lizzie, how do we know we're going the right way? How do we know this maze leads out of Panic Park?" The same questions were frightening me. I didn't know how to answer him. The ground grew hard. A cold wind blew over us. We came to another split in the hedges. Two paths, each leading in a different direction. I could see only darkness down both paths. "Which one?" Matt asked, scratching his head. "Maybe we should split up," Boone said. "Some of us go this way, some go the other." "No way," Jackson said. "Did you forget what Byron told us? He said to stick together, no matter what." "Jackson is right," Carly Beth said. "We all want to get out of this place together. Let's try the path on the left. If it doesn't lead anywhere, we can turn around and come back. Then take the path to the right." The cawing birds flew overhead again, this time in the other direction. Their cries were raspy and hoarse. Were they trying to warn us about something? The sound sent a shiver down my back. We started walking again, 2 by 2, following the path to the left. My side ached from where I'd fallen on it. The mud caked on my jeans smelled like sour milk. Luke and I walked near the front of the line, behind Matt and Michael. Michael kept muttering about the monsters. How did they get to Panic Park? He wondered. I defeated them all back home. So how could they follow me here? Matt opened his mouth to answer, but he didn't get a word out. A girl screamed behind us. I turned and saw that it was Carly Beth. She pointed straight ahead and screamed again. "No. No. I don't believe it." I squinted hard into the dim light, and the masks slowly came into focus. A line of ugly masks. Monstrous-looking human faces floating in the air. At first I thought they were dangling from a rope or wire. But as we took a few steps closer, I saw that they were floating free, rising and falling like saggy helium balloons. "Oh, no," Carly Beth wailed. "Don't you see? These horrible things are all following us. First Horrorland, now here." We stopped a few feet from the masks and gazed up at them. Their deep, empty eyeholes appeared to stare down at us. Their fat, rubbery lips bobbed up and down. The faces were hideous, warty and fang-toothed, stringy hair standing straight up, the cheeks puffy and fat. Red sores on the foreheads. Cuts and wounds and stitch marks. "Halloween masks?" Julie asked quietly. "No. They're alive," Carly Beth said. And as she said it, the masks began to speak. They made jabbering sounds in deep, rumbling voices, so low I couldn't make out the words. The rubbery lips bounced up and down. The empty eyes gazed blankly down at us. Their eerie voices were a rumble of grunts and groans. Matt took a flying leap and tried to grab one and pull it down. But it shot up out of his reach. That seemed to make the masks angry. They began jabbering louder, their lips bobbing faster, cheeks puffing in and out. "You can't help me," Carly Beth said, her voice trembling. "I have to deal with them." Her friend Sabrina pulled her back. "Carly Beth, no." "They've come for me," Carly Beth said. She shrugged Sabrina away. "They've come for me." She stepped forward until she was right under the ugly, mumbling faces. "You've come for me, right?" she shouted up to them. An evil-looking green mask floated lower. Its mouth hung open, revealing 2 rows of vicious, curled fangs. The cheeks and forehead were cracked and rutted. Its eye holes were ringed with dark red blood. The haunted mask. "You've come for me," Carly Beth repeated, saying it almost like a chant. "You've come for me." "Carly Beth, don't," Sabrina screamed. "Too late. You've come for me. You've come for me." Carly Beth grabbed the ugly mask from the air and pulled it down over her head. "Carly Beth, no. Take it off," Sabrina screamed. She dove at Carly Beth and grabbed for the mask. But Carly Beth twisted out of Sabrina's reach. "It's tightening against her face," Sabrina yelled. "It's already tightening." "Yes." I could see the green mask stretching over Carly Beth's cheeks, tightening under her chin. We all stood and watched in horror. We didn't know what to do. We knew this was a foe Carly Beth and Sabrina had faced back home. But we had no idea what would happen next. The ugly mask appeared to melt against Carly Beth's face. Melt right into her skin. And then the disgusting mouth hole with its curled teeth dropped open. And Carly Beth let out a roar. An animal roar. Not a human sound. A cry of pure evil. The booming roar sent a chill to the back of my neck. My muscles all tensed. Carly Beth raised her masked face to the sky and roared again. I pressed my hands over my ears. I knew the horrifying cry didn't come from Carly Beth. It came from something evil. Something screaming out its rage. The other ugly masks froze in midair. The haunted mask was Carly Beth's face now. It had wrapped itself around her until it became her. The rubbery, fanged mouth was her mouth. Her eyes peered out at us angrily through the rings of dark, caked blood. With another frightening roar, Carly Beth leapt high and grabbed one of the masks out of the air. She held it in front of her with both hands and ripped it in half. "Aye!" The mask let out a high, shrill scream of pain. Carly Beth dropped the mask to the ground. I gasped. I could hear the 2 halves making little cries. Carly Beth stamped on it until it stopped whimpering. Then she leapt again and brought down another mask. Grunting like a hungry animal, she ripped the mask to pieces. The mask groaned and cried. Then it went silent as it hit the ground. 2 more masks floated above us in the gray sky. They made no attempt to escape. It was like they were waiting their turn. They squealed and cried as Carly Beth ripped them apart. She stamped on the rubbery pieces. Then she turned to us, raised both hands as if ready to attack, and let out a bleating sound, an animal cry of pain. "You're next," she screamed in a hoarse, deep voice, the voice of the evil mask. "You're next. Do you think you can just stand there? Do you think you can escape my rage?" Without warning, she leapt at the nearest person, her friend Sabrina. It happened so fast. We didn't have time to move or scream. She grabbed Sabrina and wrapped her fingers around her throat. Die. D-I-I-I-E, Carly Beth wailed. Sabrina's eyes bulged. She tried to stagger back. But Carly Beth held on tight, choking her friend. Choking her. Matt and Michael both leapt at Carly Beth. They grabbed her by the shoulders. They struggled to pull her hands off Sabrina's throat. Carly Beth was a little girl, short and thin. But the two boys couldn't budge her. The evil mask had given her animal strength. The strength of its evil. D-I-I-I-E. D-I-I-I-E. Sabrina's face turned purple. Her eyelids were half closed. A groan escaped her throat. Her knees buckled. Stop. Stop it, Abby wailed. She threw herself on Carly Beth's back and tried to help Matt and Michael. Carly Beth twisted and roared like a furious animal. And suddenly, Sabrina's eyes opened. She pulled herself up straight. An act of love, she choked out. It takes an act of love. Standing there helplessly, gripped in horror, I didn't know what Sabrina meant. But with a startling burst of strength, Sabrina grabbed Carly Beth's wrists. With a desperate groan, she pulled the hands from around her throat. Then Sabrina grabbed the sides of the ugly green mask. She pulled it toward her and kissed Carly Beth on the rutted, cracked, rubbery cheek. Sabrina kissed the disgusting cheek. Then she held on to the head, rubbing it gently as if caressing it. Soothing it. Carly Beth uttered a soft sigh. Her knees folded. She dropped to the ground. Sabrina held on to her friend's green, rubbery face, petting the mask. Petting it so tenderly. It takes an act of love, Sabrina said in a whisper. And then her fingers dug into the rubbery face, and with a sharp cry, she pulled up with all her strength and tore the mask off Carly Beth's head. The mask made a sick, wet sound as it slid off Carly Beth's face. Then, as Sabrina held it high over her head, it opened its mouth in a scream that echoed off the tall hedges. Sabrina heaved the mask over a hedge. She dropped to her knees and wrapped Carly Beth in a hug. Carly Beth blinked her eyes and shook her head. She coughed and cleared her throat. She looked dazed, as if she didn't know where she was. Finally, she turned to her friend. Sabrina? Are you okay? Did I hurt you? Sabrina nodded. I knew it wasn't you, Carly Beth. I knew it was the evil of the mask. Do you see what's happening? Michael said. The monsters from the eggs. The haunted mask. All those things we defeated back home. They followed us here. And the only way to get home is to defeat them again? Matt asked. No one answered. I guess they were all thinking about the horrors they had faced before. We don't even know if we're going the right way, Julie said, her voice trembling. We could be going around in circles. And who knows what's waiting for us up ahead? We have no choice, Matt said finally. We can't turn back. Byron said this maze will lead us to Horrorland. Matt's right, Robbie said. We can't stay here. We know we're in real danger. We have to keep going. Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe right around the next corner. His voice faded. No one else wanted to speak. We started to walk, following the hedges. Birds cawed overhead. The sky was almost too black to see them. We turned and walked silently down a long, straight passage. What time is it? Jillian asked. Does anyone have a watch? Matt had a watch on a chain on his belt loop. He raised it and squinted at it. It says midnight, he said. Byron told us it's always midnight in this maze, Robbie said. We followed the curve in the hedges. Suddenly, the path led steeply downhill. The ground became sandy and soft. Tall reeds, waving in the breeze, blocked our way. We had to push the reeds aside to make our own path. Finally, the reeds ended at a sandy shore. Whoa! Water! Luke cried. We stopped at the edge. We were on the shore of a small, round lake. The water was a velvety black under the starless sky. It lapped gently onto the sand at our feet. How do we get to the other side? Michael asked. Swim? Something was tossing out in the water. I heard a splash. A creaking sound. Squinting hard, I saw a dark shape come into focus. A ship. There's a boat out there, I said. Can you see it? See the sails moving against the sky? We all gazed out over the lake. And as we did, a cover of clouds pulled away from the moon. Pale light washed over the water, and we saw the ship clearly. An old-fashioned sailing ship with two tall masts. Its sails were unfurled, snapping in the breeze. The boat tilted in the water, rocking gently. And as the ship came into clear view, we heard voices. Low voices chanting together. The bones they crack, the bones they creep. The men come alive in the briny deep. Come with us, come with the men. Come meet your fate with Captain Ben. Oh, no, Billy and Sheena Deep both uttered sharp cries. Their mouths dropped open, and they exchanged quick, frightened glances. You were right, Michael, Sheena said. The horrible things we escaped from before. They've followed us to Panic Park. We've heard that pirate chant before, Billy said. We know who that ship belongs to, a pirate who's been dead for 200 years. He calls himself Long Ben One Leg, Sheena said. Well, let's put it this way, he doesn't like Billy and me. This is bad news. We have to go back, Billy said. We don't want to mess with Captain Ben and his dead pirates. We can't go back, Matt told Billy. Do you want to stay here? Forever. In this black and white world with those creepy shadow people floating around us? We have to get to the other side of this lake. Lights flickered on the ship. The sails cracked and snapped in the wind. We could hear men's voices. Loud laughter. A strong gust of wind sent the tall reeds behind us swaying from side to side. They made a creaking sound as the wind pushed them down. I saw something hidden in the swaying reeds. Whoa! Check it out, I cried. I went running along the shore. My shoes sank into the sand as I ran. The clouds covered the moon again, but I could still see what I had found. 2 longboats. Half buried in the sand. Hidden deep in the reeds. The other kids hurried over to me. Look. We can fit 8 in a boat. They're perfect, I said. No way, Billy cried. What do you plan to do? Row out to the pirate ship? Ask Captain Ben if it's okay to go to the other side? The poor guy was shaking. He couldn't hide how frightened he was. His sister, Sheena, tossed back her dark hair and stared unhappily at the boats. I don't think so, she said, shaking her head. We can row around the lake, I said. We can stay far away from that pirate ship. Look how dark it is. Lizzie is right, Carly Beth said. We'll sneak around the pirate ship. We'll stay as close to the shore as we can. The pirates will never see us. Billy and Sheena argued. They didn't want to do it. But they didn't want to be left behind, either. Finally, they agreed to help. Working as quietly as we could, we dragged the two longboats into the water. They slid easily from the sandy shore and splashed almost silently into the lake. Then we piled in, 8 to a boat. We just fit. We found the oars in the bottoms of the boats. Luke and I were at the back of the first boat. I lifted a pair of oars and tested them in the water. The voices of the men on the ship drifted over the lake. I could hear angry shouts. A loud crash. Then wild laughter. They're too busy to look out at the water, I whispered to Luke. They'll never notice us. Robbie worked his oars in the front of our boat. I rowed from the back. The narrow boat moved slowly. We were low in the water because of our weight. I had to use all my strength to move us forward. We kept close to the shore. I could see the reeds bending, swaying in the wind. The cool air felt good on my hot, sweaty face. I pulled, raised the oars and pulled. Suddenly, the boat rocked hard. The bow rose up high, then slapped back down, sending up a spray of lake water. Whoa, Robbie whispered from the front. Something weird is going on. Just row steadily, I said. Slow and steady. The wind muffled my voice. I don't know if Robbie heard me. We rocked again. The boat tilted high, then slammed back down with a hard splash. I leaned over the side of the boat. Beneath us, the water was totally flat and gentle. Why was our boat bucking like a wild bronco? I turned and glanced back at the second boat. The boat rocked up as if hit by a wave. One of Matt's oars flew out of his hand and splashed into the water. Our boat roared up again, then crashed down. Abby cried, "This is crazy. Why are we bouncing like this? The water is flat." I leaned forward into the oars. I tried to concentrate on my rowing. Slow and steady, slow and steady. I let out a gasp as I realized the boat had sailed far from the shore. We rocked up and down, heading toward the center of the lake. Heading toward the pirate ship. Turn it. Turn it, I called to Robbie up front. I can't, he cried. Lizzie, I can't control it. I sank my oars in and pulled. Straining to turn the boat back toward the shore. But Robbie was right. We weren't controlling it. It was like the boat had a mind of its own. Was it on some kind of track? Was it programmed to sail back to the pirate ship? Well, that's where we were all heading. Both boats. We rocked wildly up and down, and sailed steadily in a straight line to the ship. As we moved under the tall ship's cold shadow, I saw the pirates on the deck. There were at least a dozen of them. Most were skeletons wearing dark jackets and ruffled shirts. Their clothes were stained and torn. The rotting shirts barely covered their bones. Scraggly knots of long hair fell over their empty eye sockets. Clams and seashells clung to their scalps. They leaned over the rail, watching, white bones glowing in the pale moonlight, ready to greet us. The bones they crack, the bones they creep. The men come alive in the briny deep. The pirates chanted as they pulled us one by one from the longboats onto their deck. Chanted in a frightening, slow rhythm. Their voices were hoarse and dull, the voices of dead men. And I knew as long as I lived, I'd never forget the terrifying sound. Come with us. Come with the men. Come meet your fate with Captain Ben. The deck rocked gently in the water. We huddled together, staring at the grinning pirates. Their bones clattered as they moved. Two of them had purple worms crawling in and out of their nostril holes. One of them still had some flesh on his face, sagging skin covered in green mold. Matt stepped forward. "What do you want?" he demanded. "We're not bothering you. Let us off this ship." The dead pirates uttered low grunts but didn't reply. They formed a line to hold us in place. One of them scratched his scraggly hair, and it came off in his hand. Another pirate started to make choking sounds. I gasped as he coughed up a big half-eaten snail and spit it onto the deck. "Are you going to let us go?" Matt repeated. Silence. The boat creaked beneath us. I could hear the water lapping at the sides. And the hard thumping of my heartbeat. The chanting voices still rang in my ears. And the dead stare from those deep, empty eye sockets was too horrifying to believe. I shut my eyes. But the pirates wouldn't go away. "Can you take us to the other side?" Billy asked in a tiny, frightened voice. "We just want to get to the other side of the lake." "Can you take us there?" The pirates tilted their skulls back and laughed. Dry, choking laughter that sounded more like vomiting than laughing. They stopped laughing suddenly. I heard scraping footsteps on the deck behind them. The pirates stumbled and staggered out of the way. They backed to the deck rail, their bones cracking and creaking. A smiling pirate stepped forward, leaning on a crutch. He had a whole face, but his skin was wrinkled and flaky. As he came closer, I saw that his eyes were watery like poached eggs and sunken deep in his head. He wore a long black coat with gold buttons down the front. His sailor pants were nearly in shreds. His wooden leg tapped the deck as he limped toward us. His thin mustache rose as a smile spread over his face. His teeth were ragged and brown. "It's Captain Ben," Billy told the rest of us. The pirate did a low bow. "At your service," he rasped. His voice sounded as if it came from underwater. His sunken eyes slid over us and stopped at Billy and Sheena. Well, mates, here ye be again," he boomed. "Let us go," Sheena cried. "We're not here to bother you." Captain Ben snickered. "Here ye be again," he repeated. His mustache rose up and down like a wriggling worm above his mouth. "What do you want?" Billy demanded. The pirate took a step closer. "The menace promised us revenge," he rasped. "Who?" Billy and Sheena cried in unison. "Who is the menace?" Billy asked. Captain Ben snickered again. "Too bad you won't live long enough to find out." Leaning on his crutch, Captain Ben walked to the side of the deck. His men scrambled to get out of his way. His wrinkled skin glowed in the moonlight. He grinned wider and pointed down to a narrow, flat board that stuck out over the edge of the ship. "The plank," he said. "What would a pirate ship be without a blessed plank, mates?" One of the pirates began to cough again. He choked up a decayed frog, pulled it out of his open mouth, and tossed it over the rail. I heard the soft splash down below. "You're all going to walk the plank at midnight," Captain Ben rasped. His mustache slid up at both ends. "And guess what, mates? It's midnight. It's always midnight in the midnight maze." The pirates seemed to think that was very funny. They all snickered and coughed and shook their skinless skulls. "The water be deep here, friends," Captain Ben said, leaning on the rail. Deep and cold. Too cold to survive for long. A chill ran down my back. My legs were trembling. Was he serious? Did he really plan to make us all step off the deck and drop into the water? I knew the answer. Of course. He was serious. He was evil. And he was out for revenge. The word revenge repeated in my mind. And in my fright, I began to put some pieces together. Captain Ben was here for revenge against Billy and Sheena. What about the haunted mask? The monsters from the eggs? Were they also here for revenge? If they were, who brought them here? Who brought them all here together at the same time? The same person who invited these very special guests to Horrorland? I didn't have any more time to think about it. Two skeletal pirates grabbed Sheena by the arms. They dragged her across the deck to the plank. Sheena screamed and tried to break free of the bony hands. But the dead pirates were too strong. They lifted her onto the narrow plank. Captain Ben raised his wet, eggy eyes to her. "The water be deep here, miss," he said again. "If ye be a good swimmer, you might be able to swim halfway to land before the hungry crocs get you." Again, the dead pirates laughed and slapped each other as if the captain had made a hilarious joke. And then the laughter stopped. Two pirates gave Sheena a shove. She stumbled out onto the plank. "Please, no," she begged. "Please. Let my sister go," Billy screamed. He rushed at Captain Ben. But two pirates quickly blocked his path. I saw Sheena's knees wobble. She tumbled off the plank and dropped straight down. She screamed all the way down. The splash sent a spray of water over the deck. I turned and leaned over the rail. I gazed down at the water. Too dark. Too dark to see Sheena. 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 Her brother, Billy, screamed down to her. Silence. No reply. Captain Ben tossed his head back and cackled. "Revenge be sweet, mates," he boomed. "Who be next? How about the young brother here?" A pirate grabbed Billy. "No way," Billy cried. He made a wild grab and ripped away the pirate's shirt. Pieces of skin clung to the pirate's ribs. Billy lowered his head and plowed into the dead man's chest. But the pirate didn't crumble or fall. Instead, he wrapped his bony arms around Billy and held him still. "No. No. No," Billy screamed and struggled as the pirates pushed him onto the plank. Another shove, and his hands shot up above his head. His eyes widened in fright. And he went sailing off the end of the board. Another loud splash sent a spray of water over all of us. I stared down into the water far below us. I couldn't see anything in the deep blackness. Captain Ben cackled again. His sunken eyes sparkled with glee. Abby splashed down next. Then Robbie. Then Carly Beth. I was trembling in fright. I hugged myself to try to stop shaking. Luke leaned against me. He had tears running down his cheeks. "Lizzie," he whispered. "Lizzie." He was too scared to talk. I squeezed his hand. "We're good swimmers, right?" I whispered. "We'll swim out of this." But the pirate said. One of the pirates grabbed my brother before he could finish. Luke tried to twist out of his grasp. But he lifted him off the deck and shoved him onto the plank. I shut my eyes. I couldn't bear to see my little brother fall. I screamed when I heard the splash. My scream of horror turned to anger. I balled my hands into fists and rushed at the laughing pirate captain. Startled, Captain Ben raised his crutch to shield himself. I reached to grab it away from him, but two skeletal pirates tackled me and dragged me to the deck. No, no, scream after scream burst from my throat. And then bony hands lifted me onto the narrow plank and pushed me hard, and I fell screaming into the dark water. I hit the surface hard, sending up tall waves around me. The slap of the water stung my whole body. I sucked in a big breath and held it as I sank quickly. The shock of the cold made my arms and legs go stiff. My heart pounded. I could feel the blood pulsing at my temples. Total panic. Total panic paralyzed me for a moment. Then I finally raised my arms. Finally drew in my legs and kicked. The lake was deeper than I'd thought. By the time I pulled myself to the surface, I was choking and gasping for breath. Wiping water from my eyes, I gazed around wildly, searching for Luke. Where was he? Where were the other kids? Low waves tossed against the side of the pirate ship. Hey, I tried to call out, but panic choked my voice. Luke? Where are you? Luke? I gazed up at the wooden plank hanging over the deck high above me. I could hear the pirates' raspy voices up there. Laughter. All muffled by the wind and the lapping water. Everyone fell straight down from the plank. They had to be swimming nearby. Where were they? Where? Luke. I raised my face to the sky and shouted my brother's name again. Luke, where are you? Moonlight shimmered weakly on the dark waters. The lake was empty. I'm the only one here, I told myself, and the terrifying thought made me want to scream. Or cry. I'm the only one. The only one. Did the other kids all drown? Sucking in another deep breath, I dove deep underwater and started to swim away from the shadow of the pirate ship. Maybe the other kids were all ahead of me, swimming to the other side of the lake. I was the last one off the ship. Maybe I just couldn't see them because they got a head start. When I came back up to the top, a gust of wind sent a spray of water into my face. Sputtering, I spun around again. I shielded my eyes with my hand and squinted into the pale light. I saw only the dark, calm water. Pale moonlight flickering on the surface. No one. I was all alone. I opened my mouth to shout again. But before I could get a sound out, I felt a strong pull. A strong pull from beneath me, pulling me down. As if a powerful hand had wrapped around me and was tugging me under with all its strength. With a gasp, I flung my arms forward and kicked hard. Tried to pull myself free. Such a powerful force. I was helpless. Going under. Being pulled under. Deeper and deeper. Like being sucked down a drain. So this is what happened to the others. My last thought before darkness overtook me. My chest began to ache from holding my breath. I opened my eyes and saw the muddy lake bottom float into view. All the way down. I'd been pulled by an intense current all the way down. In front of me, I gaped at an enormous black hole. A dark rectangle. The water pulled me to it. Pulled me inside. A tunnel, I realized. A long, narrow tunnel under the lake. Did it lead anywhere? Did it lead back to the surface? It didn't matter. I had no choice. The powerful force had me in its grip. It was pulling me through the underwater passage. Pulling me faster and faster. If only my lungs could hold out. If only my chest didn't explode. All my muscles tensed. I tightened my arms against my sides and let the current pull me. The ache from my chest spread over my body. Pain roared down my arms and back and legs. I knew I couldn't hold my breath much longer. And then a deafening whoosh startled me. I felt a strong push from behind, and I went shooting up. I soared up through the narrow tunnel and burst out of the water. My breath came spilling out. Raising my head over the water, I sucked in breath after breath, wheezing, gasping hoarsely, my chest still throbbing. I shook my head and wiped the water from my eyes. I spun around, struggling to see where I was. Hey, did I hear a voice? I looked up and saw someone waving to me from the dark shore. And then two other kids. And then some others pulling themselves from the water, stepping shakily onto the land. Luke, I cried. Luke. He was still in the water, up to his waist. I splashed over to him. You're okay, I cried. I guess so, he said, his voice cracking. I guess we made it, Lizzie. I grabbed his hand and helped pull him onto the sandy shore. We made it. We made it, I shouted. The others all gathered around, shivering and shaking off water. I counted heads, 16 of us. Everyone. We're alive. Alive, Michael cried, thrusting his fists above his head. We didn't celebrate for long. We were too cold and wet. I felt exhausted, more tired than I'd ever felt. I shivered. It wasn't just the cold, it was also my fear. Hugging myself, I turned to the water. I could see the hulking blackness of the pirate ship tilting in the middle of the lake. We're on the other side of the lake, Carly Beth said, squeezing water from her hair. That underwater tunnel must be part of the maze. It brought us to where we wanted to go. I turned and saw the walls of tall hedges. That must be where the maze continues, I said. Maybe we're near the end, Abby said wearily. I'm so tired. I don't know how much longer, her words ended in a sob. Julie hugged her. We'll help each other, she told Abby. We'll get through this maze. Byron said we could do it. And he said it would lead us back to Horrorland. Without another word, we turned and started to follow the path between the hedges. Luke and I walked side by side, keeping our eyes straight ahead. We've been in this maze for hours, he murmured. It has to end soon, doesn't it? I hope so, I said. I'm never going to another scary movie as long as I live. That made Luke laugh. Yeah. And no more scary books or scary video games, he said. We both laughed. When we get home, we'll spend all our time watching SpongeBob and the Disney Channel, Luke said. From now on. Wait, Luke, I said. I held him back and pointed. Look, is that the end of the maze? Whoa. Check it out. We all stopped. The hedge walls ended a few yards in front of us. And beyond them, we could see bright gray light. Warm air floated in from the wide opening at the end of the hedges. I took a long, deep breath. And then I started to run with the others. As we came bursting out of the maze, a large black and white sign came into view. Actually, it was a big banner, spread across a brick wall. In big, bold letters, the banner read, "Welcome to Horrorland." We all cheered and screamed. We jumped up and down and slapped high fives and pumped our fists in the air in triumph. I hugged Luke. We cheered and laughed. Over Luke's shoulder, I saw 5 or 6 big horrors thundering toward us. Yes. Yes, I screamed happily. We made it. We're back. The green and purple horrors roared up to us, their big feet slapping the pavement. Their furry chests were bare under the dark overalls they wore. Curled horns poked up from their heads and caught the glare of the bright light. We stopped cheering. The horrors didn't look like a welcoming committee. Their eyes were narrowed coldly on us. Their faces were set in scowls and ugly frowns. As they came near, they formed a line. They spread their big arms, as if ready to grab us or keep us from escaping. Hey, we came back, Matt shouted. We're back in Horrorland, Carly Beth exclaimed. The horrors didn't answer. They scowled at us in silence. Suddenly, I knew that something was very wrong. The horrors were in color, all purple and green. But as I glanced around, I saw that the rest of the park was in black and white. All shades of black and gray. I pointed to the wall. The banner, I said to the horrors. We're back in Horrorland, right? It says we're back in Horrorland. Some of the horrors laughed. That's his idea of a joke, one of them muttered. He has a twisted sense of humor, another horror said. He sneered. You'll find out soon enough. I gasped. You mean, we're still in Panic Park? Who are you talking about? Carly Beth demanded. Quote, who? Has a twisted sense of humor? Yeah. Who put up that banner? Matt asked. The horrors didn't answer. They stood in their tight line, staring at us coldly. What do you want? Matt asked. Tell us. Why are you guarding us? What are you going to do to us? They didn't move or speak. I felt a wave of panic roll down my body. I shuddered. After a long silence, Matt turned to Jillian. They won't talk. But you can read their minds, right? Jillian faced one of the horrors, a tall creature with yellow fur on top of his green head. Go ahead, Matt urged. Quick. Read his mind. What do they plan to do? Jillian squinted up at the horror and concentrated hard. He stared back at her without moving. A few seconds passed. Then Jillian stepped back. I can't, she stammered. They're horrors. They're not human. I can't read their thoughts. I let out a sharp cry. I grabbed Jillian by the shoulders. Jillian, how could you do that to all of us? I screamed. She snatched my wrists and shoved my hands away. What are you talking about? She cried. You lied. I shouted. You were a liar. She blinked at me. Lizzie, you're crazy. You're totally crazy. No, I insisted. You told us you could read Byron's mind, remember? When he showed up here and took us to the Midnight Maze. We asked you to read his thoughts. We asked if he was telling the truth. So? Jillian sneered at me. You said you read Byron's mind. You told us Byron was telling the truth, I said. You said we could trust Byron. But Byron is a horror. And now, you say you can't read horrors' minds. Well, Jillian's cheeks turned red. She took a step back. You're a total liar, I repeated. I moved toward her angrily. You lied about me. And you lied about Byron. Why? Jackson stepped between us. Give Jillian a break, he said. Get out of my sister's face. Matt gave Jackson a hard shove and knocked Jackson onto his back. You're both liars, aren't you? Matt said. We thought you were our friends. Why did you trick us? Why did you do this to us?" Jillian's face became more flushed. She had tears in her eyes. She shook her head hard, as if she was confused. She stammered. Then suddenly the horrors backed up. I turned in time to see a man step out from behind them. He wore a black suit and a black shirt. His face was hidden in the shadow of a wide-brimmed black hat. "Go ahead, fight," he said in a booming, deep voice. "Mix it up. Go ahead, Lizzie. You're right. Jillian lied to you. Jillian is a liar. Tear her hair. Come on, rip her eyes out. Let's go, everyone. Let's fight. I love this. I love this. Don't you just love it?" I struggled to see the man's face, but he kept it well hidden under the brim of the black hat. Staring hard, I realized he was completely covered in black. He wore a black tie over his black shirt. He even had black gloves over his hands. I backed away from Jillian. Jackson climbed to his feet and huddled beside his sister. We all stared in silence at the man with the booming voice. "No one wants to mix it up? No one wants to give me a good fight? Show me some blood?" He sounded truly disappointed. "We just want to know where we are," Matt said. "And what's going on here?" "Let me welcome you," the man said. "I hope you enjoyed your first little test in Panic Park." "Test?" Michael cried. "What kind of test?" "You did very well," the man said, ignoring Michael's question. "Very well indeed. I enjoyed seeing you tremble in fear. Your fear was very real. That's what we want. Real fear. And I liked the way you dealt with it. Very impressive." "This dude is way weird," Luke whispered to me. "Is he? Joking? Question mark quote. I wish," I muttered. "I already knew you were brave," the man continued. "That's why you were all chosen. And you showed a lot of courage in the Midnight Maze. But that was baby stuff." He chuckled. "Now we'll see how brave you are when it really starts to get scary." Some kids gasped. I felt my heart skip a beat. Panic Park had been terrifying from the moment we arrived. Why was he talking about making it scarier? "Who are you?" Michael shouted. "Are we supposed to be scared of you because you're all dressed in black? Why don't you give us a break and tell us what you want?" The man touched the brim of his hat. "My name is Karloff Menace," he said. "Most people call me the Menace." My heart skipped again. I had a sudden heavy feeling in my stomach. The Menace. We had heard that name before. "I am your host here," he said. "I built this park. I brought you here for a reason. I need a favor. Just one little favor, that's all. A favor from us." Carly Beth cried. He nodded. "If we do it, can we go home?" Carly Beth asked. "Well, that's just it," the menace replied, lowering his voice. "The simple favor is this. Ellipsis. I need you to stay here in Panic Park forever." Captured. 16 kids. Captured and taken to an enormous mansion. It looked like a castle with black stone walls and dark towers rising up on both sides. I'm Lizzie Morris. I'm 13. My brother Luke is 11. Yes, we were too young to face the kind of horror we found at Panic Park. We weren't prepared for that kind of evil. We didn't expect someone like the man dressed all in black who stood over us now. How did it start? 14 kids had been invited to Horrorland theme park as very special guests. They looked forward to a week of scary fun. But they soon discovered the scares were too real. The kids knew they were in danger. They became desperate to escape Horrorland and get to another park, a place called Panic Park. A Horrorland worker, a horror named Byron, was their only friend. He told them they would be safe in Panic Park. Luke and I had been to Horrorland before. Someone at the park started sending us information online about the kids. He called himself Monster X. He told us that Panic Park was a horrifying place, that the kids would be safer in Horrorland. Luke and I hurried to the park to warn the kids. When we arrived, 8 kids had already escaped to Panic Park. Luke and I tried to tell the remaining kids what we had learned. We told them to stay in Horrorland. But the kids were frantic to follow their friends to the other park. A girl named Jillian Gerard said she had the power to read minds. She stared into my eyes. She told the other kids I was lying. She said Luke and I were working with the horrors to keep them in Horrorland. Byron helped the kids escape to Panic Park. They didn't want my brother and me to come with them. But we followed them anyway. We thought maybe we could help them. Panic Park turned out to be a nightmare place. No color at all. The whole park was in black and white. Strange, sad shadow people followed us everywhere. We didn't see anyone else. We found a newspaper that said Panic Park had closed in 1974. Did we travel back in time? Were we in some kind of parallel universe? We were totally confused. We only knew for sure that Panic Park was much more terrifying than Horrorland. And now, here we were, all 16 of us, in this gloomy, cold mansion. We stared at the man in front of us. He stood on a stage behind a tall podium. He called himself the Menace. Even before he spoke, even before he told us his name, we knew he was someone we should fear. The Menace was dressed in black from head to toe. His shirt and tie, his pants, his jacket, his shoes were the deepest black. He wore black gloves. And his face was completely hidden in the shadow of a wide-brimmed black hat. We had been forced to march down long, dark halls. The walls were gray. The plaster cracked and peeling. I saw no windows. We ended up in a huge, empty chamber. Our footsteps scraped loudly over the stone floor. The gray walls were bare. They rose up forever to a balcony that overlooked the chamber. At the front of the room there was a stage. And a podium. And the man dressed in black. There were no chairs in front of the stage. We stood awkwardly, huddled together. Behind us, the door was blocked by shadow people. They watched silently as the Menace gripped the podium with his gloved hands. Well, well, well. Don't all of you look frightened, he said. His voice rang off the high stone walls. Matt Daniels is tall and athletic. He is one of the bravest kids. He stepped forward and shouted up to the stage. Why did you bring us here? What do you want? The Menace uttered a cold laugh. Love the sound of your fear, he cried. Love it. Love it. Matt stepped back. He muttered something to Carly Beth Caldwell. Carly Beth is little and pixie-ish and looks much younger than her age, 12. Luke and I stood behind them. I couldn't hear what Matt said. The menace's words still rang in my ears. His voice was deep but hoarse at the same time. His icy laugh raised the hairs on the back of my neck. How does it feel to be so completely afraid? He asked. Do you think it's possible to be scared to death? Question mark. Well, good friends. We're going to test that out, aren't we? Luke squeezed my hand. Is he for real? He whispered. I started to answer, but the words caught in my throat. Billy Deep and his sister, Sheena, took a few steps back from the stage. They kept glancing behind us to the door, probably thinking of making a run for it. Brittany Crosby and her friend Molly Malloy couldn't hide the fear from their faces. They stood with their arms crossed tightly in front of them and their jaws clenched. We escaped Horrorland to come to this place, Matt shouted up to the stage. We were told we'd be safe here. Safe? The menace replied. No one is safe in MY Park. He slapped the podium with both hands. Oh, guys. Don't look now, but I think someone lied to you. His words created an uproar. We all started talking at once. And then Matt and Michael Monroe stepped in front of Jillian and her twin brother, Jackson. Matt balled his fists at his sides. You're the ones who lied to us, he cried. We formed an angry circle around Jillian and Jackson. You tricked us into coming to Panic Park, Carly Beth said. Lizzie told the truth, that we'd be safer in Horrorland. But you told us she was lying. We thought you were our friends, Carly Beth's friend Sabrina Mason said in a trembling voice. How could you do that to us? Michael is big and powerful. His nickname back home is Monster. He pushed his face right up to Jillian's. Admit it, he said angrily. Admit it, Jillian. You tricked us into coming here, because you and your brother were working for the menace the whole time. No, Jillian cried. She stumbled back, trying to get away. But Michael stayed right in her face. It's not true, Jackson shouted. Leave my sister alone. We were never working for the menace. Jillian stuttered, her face bright red. It's not true. It's not true. Oh, but it is true, the voice from the stage called. I gasped. A silence fell over the big room. It is true, the menace said to the twins. Don't lie to your friends. But, Jillian stammered. The menace raised a gloved hand to silence her. Where do you think your special powers came from? From that tacky wooden fortune teller? Of course not. Your powers came. Special delivery. From yours truly, the one and only menace. No, Jillian cried, shaking her head again and again. No. No. We didn't know, Jackson exclaimed. He turned to Matt and Michael and the rest of us. We didn't. No. We were helping the menace. I swear. Exclamation mark quote. You're both liars, Michael cried. No, Jackson tried to duck away. But Michael punched him hard in the stomach, then tackled him to the stone floor. Grunting and groaning, the two boys wrestled at our feet. Stop it. Stop it. Jillian screamed, her hands pressed tightly to her cheeks. Love it. Love it, called the menace, thumping the podium with his gloved fists. I can smell the fear in this room. Michael gave Jackson one last punch, then he jumped up. Jackson lay sprawled on his back, groaning and rubbing his sore stomach. Oh, come on, the menace sighed. Don't you want to fight some more? You. No. It makes me happy. I squinted hard, trying to see the face under the wide brim of the black hat. But I could see only shadow. Is there a face under there? The menace raised one arm and waved to the shadow people at the back of the chamber. Come over here, Shades. Take Jillian and Jackson away. Huh? Jillian let out a cry. Take them away, the menace ordered. They've done their job brilliantly. But I have no more use for them. Wait, Jackson cried. What do you mean? What are you going to do to us? Jillian wailed. But they didn't get an answer. Shadow people slid around them, covered them in a blanket of darkness, and herded them out of the room through a narrow door behind the stage. I shuddered. I could still hear the twins screaming from the other side of the door. The menace leaned over the podium toward us. How frightening is that? He said. Ew, I'm shaking. I'm tingling all over. And the fun hasn't even started yet. I heard a noise. I turned in time to see Billy Deep spin around and break for the door behind us, his shoes clattering on the hard floor. Let's go. We're outta here, he screamed. Sheena started to follow him. No, wait, I cried. Billy, don't. I saw the danger. I guess Billy didn't care. He was almost to the entrance when a group of shadow people floated in front of him. They wrapped themselves around him. For a long moment, we couldn't see him. He disappeared behind the shadows. I held my breath and watched him come bursting out, right through the shadow people. We all saw him. We all saw what had happened to him. But his sister, Sheena, was the first to scream. No. Oh, no. What have you done to my brother? Billy stopped and spun back to us. I screamed. I couldn't help it. We were all screaming and crying out in shock. The shadow people floated back to the doorway. And Billy stood there, breathing hard, arms out at his sides. Billy's face was gray, the color of ashes. His arms, his hands, all shadow. His body shimmered like smoke. I couldn't see his eyes, his nose, his mouth. They were all a dark smudge. A shadow. Billy was only a shadow. What have you done to him? Sheena wailed, running up to Billy. Billy, are you okay? Can you see? Are you in there? Billy made a gulping sound. He glanced around, confused. I don't think he understood what had happened to him. Finally, he raised his hands and stared at them. I'm a shadow, he stammered. So cold. Help me, Sheena. I feel so cold and strange. Too bad, the menace called from the stage. He tsked. Too bad, guys. Hard cheese, huh? Tough bananas. Billy Boy looked so much cuter before, when you could see his pretty face. Change him back, Sheena screamed. Change my brother back. Luke and I screamed, too. Change him back. Change him back. We all started yelling. The menace raised both hands to silence us. Okay. No problem, he said. First chance I get. I'll make a note to remind myself. He laughed, an icy laugh that sent chills down my neck. Billy moaned. But I'm not me. I feel so light. Like smoke that could blow away. Very nicely said, the menace told him. You should be a poet, Billy Boy. But let me give you one bit of advice. Next time you tangle with my devoted shadow people, at least make a fight of it. I need to see more fighting. I really do. He's totally nuts, Luke whispered in my ear. And evil, I added. Does he think his jokes are funny? I don't think he cares, Luke whispered. Then he shuddered. Poor Billy. Michael tried to thump Billy's gray shoulder, but his hand went right through him. He took a deep breath. Don't worry, he said. We'll get you back to normal. He turned to the menace. Let us go, he shouted. You can't keep us here against our will. Of course. I can, the menace replied, leaning on his podium. I can do whatever I want. We want to go home, now, Carly Beth spoke up. The menace snickered. Do you have any idea how far away from home you are? Time to catch on, people. You're not as dim as you look, are you? I'm the menace. I can keep you here forever. He pulled his hat lower on his head. I can do anything I want, he repeated, because this whole world is mine. The shadow people at the door cheered. It sounded more like moaning than cheering. The menace bowed his head to them. Thank you. At least my people know their job. To cheer my every word and move. Why did you bring us here? What do you want? Carly Beth demanded. It's simple, guys, the menace said. I need to terrify you. Why? I cried. My voice shook. Why do you need to terrify us? You'll find out soon enough, he replied. I need to make you scream till your throats are on fire. He leaned toward us. Any problem with that? I stared up at him in dazed silence. We had already sampled some of the scares of Panic Park. Did he really plan to torture us with more terrors? What kind of horrifying trap had we walked into? Matt stepped closer to the stage. We've all dealt with evil before, he told the menace. Everyone here has faced powerful villains, and we defeated them. That's the truth, Michael said. He bumped knuckles with Matt. Then he turned to the menace. You think you're so scary because you dress in black and talk tough? Well, look at us. There are 16 of us, and we're not scared of you. The menace pretended to tremble in fear. Ooh, look. I'm shaking. I'm shaking. Behind us, the shadow people all laughed, moaning, lifeless laughter. The menace rubbed his gloved hands together. Very brave speech, Michael, my lad. But do you really think you've faced evil before? I don't think so. You have no idea what true terror is. He thumped the podium with both hands. I've had years and years to study evil, he said. Years and years to create total fear. He paused for a moment. Then he said softly, maybe you need a sample. A little proof. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The menace waved to a shadow at the door. Go to the holding chamber, he ordered. Bring in my newest trophy. The shade nodded its faceless, gray head and floated forward slowly. He was almost to the stage when the menace stopped him. Hold it right there, the menace said quietly. You're too slow, mister. You should move quicker when I tell you to do something. That's why I keep this handy. The menace reached behind the podium and lifted a black hose. It looked like a vacuum cleaner hose. He raised the nozzle and pointed it at the shadow. He pushed a button, and I heard a whining roar. No, please, the shadow cried. Please, I'm begging you. The menace tossed back his head. His laughter rose above the roar of the vacuum. The shade raised his hands to protect himself. He struggled to pull back. but the vacuum was too powerful. I uttered a cry as his head disappeared, sucked into the roaring hose. His shoulders folded in like tissue paper and vanished with a th-whup-pp into the vacuum nozzle. Then his arms, his chest, his whole body. I didn't want to watch, but I couldn't turn away. I stared, frozen in horror, until his feet were sucked into the hose. And he was gone. Silence. The menace waved to another shade. This one didn't need to be told. He flew past the stage and disappeared through the doorway in the back wall. My heart was racing. I felt dizzy. The menace had destroyed that shadow person so easily. He laughed while he did it. He's powerful and deadly, I thought. And totally crazy. What did he want with us? Did he just want to scare us to death, for fun? Question mark. To amuse himself? The menace turned to the doorway. Bring it, he shouted. Bring in my new trophy. The shadow appeared in the doorway. I squinted to see what he was carrying, but it was too dark. He floated toward us into the light. He raised the trophy high, and I opened my mouth in a high shriek of horror. He was holding Jillian's head. I covered my eyes with a trembling hand. I could hear other kids screaming. I heard sobs and cries of disbelief. Even with my eyes covered, I still saw Jillian's head with its brown hair flowing behind it. The dark, wide-open eyes. The mouth drooping open. No, 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 Carly Beth moaned by my side. I opened my eyes. I saw Sabrina bent over, puking on the floor. Abby and Julie were hugging each other tightly, tears pouring down their faces. I thought, this trophy might get your attention, the menace said. It's a beauty, isn't it? All that lovely brown hair. He took Jillian's head from the shadow person. He gazed at it for a long moment. See, he said, turning back to us. I can do anything I want. Anything. Luke huddled close to me. He kept swallowing hard, trying not to puke. The menace raised Jillian's head by her hair. Think fast, he shouted. And he heaved the head at us. I screamed. Luke ducked. Robbie Schwartz caught the head. He uttered a cry and staggered back. His eyes bulged with horror. And then his expression changed as he got a closer look. Hey, he said. Hey, it's rubber! Exclamation mark. It's not real. Kids gasped in surprise. I let out a long sigh of relief. Only rubber? The menace laughed. April Fools, guys. Next time it will be real, he said. Maybe it'll be your ugly head. Luke wrapped his arm around my waist. His whole body was trembling. Why are you doing this? I shouted to the menace. Why don't you let us go home? Lizzie, where are your listening skills? He asked. I told you, I need to keep you here. I need you to survive the most terrifying horrors I can dream up. I need to collect your fear. He motioned to the shadow people guarding the entrance to the room. They floated forward like a fog rolling in. The air grew icy as they surrounded us. I began to shiver from the cold. A shade clapped a silvery bracelet on my wrist and snapped it shut. The bracelet pressed tightly into my skin. What is this? I stammered. I heard the metallic snap of bracelets. Everyone was getting one. Don't panic, people, the menace said. At least, don't panic yet. He laughed at his own joke, and the shadow people joined in, chuckling softly. The bracelets may assure your fear, the menace said. And when you feel fear, they will start to heat up and tingle. Oh, boy. So sweet. I can almost feel them tingling right now. Matt tugged hard at his bracelet, struggling to pull it off his wrist. I don't think you should try to pull the bracelets off, the menace said. You see, any hard tug, and they will burn themselves into your flesh. The menace leaned forward over the podium. Go ahead, he said to Matt. Give it a try. I love the smell of barbecue, don't you? With a scowl, Matt let go of the bracelet. He balled his hands into fists but kept them down at his sides. That's better, the menace said. Let's get the show on the road, shall we, people? My whole body trembled as I gazed down the row of kids. Everyone looked pale and shaken. Robbie still held the rubber Jillian head tight in his hands. Carly Beth hugged Sabrina. Boone Dixon had his eyes shut. The menace turned to the door behind him. Bring out the fear meter, he shouted. I heard the rumble of something heavy, like furniture being moved. The rumble grew louder as someone wheeled the fear meter into the room. It looked like a grandfather clock, tall and narrow. The meter was wheeled in front of the stage. And then the worker pushing it stepped out from behind it. And everyone let out a startled gasp. We stared at his purple fur, the yellow horns poking up from his head. Byron. Byron stepped back from the fear meter and nodded at the menace. He stared at us as he adjusted the straps on his overalls. Why did you trick us? Robbie yelled at the tall horror. We thought you were helping us, Carly Beth shouted. We thought you were on our side. You thought wrong, Byron replied. Are you all totally clueless? The menace said. Did you really think Byron was your friend? He lied to us like Jillian and Jackson did, Robbie scowled. He tossed the rubber head at Byron. It bounced off the horror's big chest and landed on the floor. Everyone started talking at once. Luke turned to me. They really thought Byron was their friend. He tricked them, I said. Now we're all caught in his trap. People, get a grip. The menace waved his hands to get us quiet. You aren't the only ones Byron fooled. He fooled all the horrors at Horrorland, too. They thought he was working with them to protect you. But he was my guy. Right from the start. Matt shook his head. I trusted you, Byron, he muttered. You gave me that Panic Park keycard. I thought you were trying to help us. That keycard got you interested in Panic Park, Byron said. That started you on your way here. You should feel flattered. My friend Byron is the one who chose you all, the menace announced. Why? Matt demanded. Why? Us? Question mark quote. Byron crossed his furry purple arms in front of his chest. I chose you because you all proved you were brave when you defeated those villains back home, he said. You need to be brave to survive what the menace has waiting for you. We tried the fear meter with other kids, the menace said. And, well, why go into the messy details? Let's just say it wasn't pretty. Exclamation mark quote. Why do you need us to be brave? Matt demanded. What are you going to do with us? I cried. Why do you want to frighten us? Sabrina asked in a tiny voice. The menace thumped his gloved hands on the podium. Good questions, gang, he said. Keep thinking. Try to think of the most frightening moment of your lives. That will be a start. Then he leaned over the podium, his face still hidden in shadow. You brighter ones may have noticed that this park is stuck in 1974, he said. There was great fear in the park then. So much fear, it spun us into another reality. It stuck us in time. Luke grabbed my hand. Is he serious? He whispered. Quote, Your fear will bring us back, the menace continued. The energy from your fear will return Panic Park to its place in the real world. I don't understand, I stammered. How long are you going to keep us here? I asked. For as long as it takes, the menace replied. He turned to the fear meter. I tried other kids, he said. But they weren't brave enough to survive the terror. Byron says you have proven your bravery. We'll see. A grin spread over Byron's face. Be afraid, he said. Be very afraid. Without warning, the menace grabbed the brim of his hat and lifted it off his head. My breath caught in my throat. I stared at his face, seeing it for the first time. Cold, dark eyes, ringed with black circles. A pencil-thin mustache beneath his pointed nose. Deep lines down his cheeks. A cold sneer on his lips. How do you plan to frighten us? Matt cried. Quote, Tell us. Hey, buddy boy, you don't ask the questions around here, the menace boomed. I do. No, I do. A loud, shrill voice cried. I ask the questions. The menace's head spun around. And I screamed. We all screamed. The menace had another face on the back of his head. My scream echoed off the high walls. I couldn't take much more of this. I turned to run. But the shadow people were at the door, blocking any escape. When our screams died down, the menace's other face spoke up. Keep it up. What a delicious sound. Yes, yes. I love those screams of horror. Love them to death. This face had a high, nasal voice. And glowing red skin, as if it were burning. On fire. The eyes were wild, big, and rolling crazily. Beneath its flaring bulb of a nose, I saw full lips over crooked teeth. The menace had a dark face, and a face the color of flames. Love it. Love it. Keep screaming, the red face cried. And then the menace turned around again, and the first face spoke up in its low, deep voice. As you can see, I'm not timid. I will do anything. I have nothing to lose, and everything to gain. Stop bragging. They get the idea, the second face snapped. I'm not bragging, the first face insisted. I'm telling them what they need to know. He raised two gloved fingers. As you can see, I have you kids outnumbered 2-1. And 2 heads are better than 1, the red face declared. You guys are going to bring my park back to the real world, the dark face said. By the power of your terrified screams. He turned to Byron, standing by the tall wooden piece of furniture. Start up the fear meter, he ordered. Byron reached into the back of the box. I heard a click. Then the machine started to hum. Byron turned it so we could see the narrow tube on the front. It looked a little like a thermometer. The fear meter hummed for a while. The hum grew louder. And I saw a red line climb from the bottom. Yes. It was. Exactly. Like a thermometer. It had numbers etched on the side, from 1 to 100. We all watched in silence as the red line slid up, till it stopped at 20. Oh, no, the menace groaned. People, you must do much better than this. You're just not trying, guys. Your fear has got to hit 100. His head spun around, and the red face spoke up. I'll bet we can find something juicy to get that fear climbing. He waved a gloved hand. The shadow people began to move. They floated silently across the room. They surrounded us. I could feel the icy cold rolling off them. I started to shiver. I couldn't see. They floated over us like a black cloud. I felt a cold force, a pressure like powerful wind, pushing me one way, then the other. Luke, I called to my brother. My voice was muffled under the thick blanket of shadows. Luke? Luke? Are you okay? No reply. I felt sick. My stomach felt tight and heavy. I kept picturing the menace and his two faces. Two faces on one head. How did he do that to himself? Was that part of his plan to frighten us? Suddenly, the shadows lifted. Light poured over me. I stood with the other kids, shivering from the cold. Luke huddled beside me, his teeth chattering. I raised my eyes to the stage. The red line on the fear meter had risen to 25. If this is how frightened we feel at 25, how will we survive fear that reaches 50? Or 100? I turned to the menace. Why won't you answer our questions? I asked. Why won't you tell us what you plan to do with us? His dark eyes peered down at me. You will help me get Panic Park out of 1974, he said. You will. His other face spun around. Don't tell them, he cried. Just show them. He pushed a button on the podium. I screamed as the floor dropped away. I fell hard and fast. I saw the others falling beside me. My hands flew up as I dropped straight down. Screaming all the way. Aye. I landed hard on my elbows and knees. Pain shot through my body. I let out another cry as someone landed on top of me. My face sank into a deep carpet. Groaning, I raised my head and glanced around. We had all landed in a pile. A tangle of arms and legs and bodies. Groaning, I scrambled to my knees. My neck throbbed. My back ached. My heart was fluttering. I took a deep breath and held it. You're okay, Lizzie. You're okay. At least we landed on a soft, thick rug. Someone grabbed my hand. Matt. He tugged me to my feet. I saw my brother, Luke, still on his knees. He shook his head, dazed. I helped pull him up. Then I helped some other kids. No one spoke. We had fallen to the floor below. But everyone seemed to be okay. I glanced around the large room. I saw rows of black seats. A gray curtain at the front of the room began to slide open. I could see a movie screen behind it. A screening room. Seats, everyone. The deep voice of the menace rang out from a loudspeaker beside the screen. Take your seats. The movie is about to begin. And then I heard the menace's high, shrill voice. So sorry there's no popcorn. But you probably won't mind. I don't think you'll be too hungry after you see this movie. Ha 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 ha. What an ugly laugh. My legs were shaky. My stomach still felt tight, as if I'd swallowed a heavy rock. Luke and I walked together. We took seats in the second row. I sank into the chair. It felt warm and soft. It was furry. I started to lower my hands to the chair arms, but the arms moved. The chair arms lifted up and wrapped themselves tightly around my waist. I started to struggle, but something made me stop. I went limp and listened hard. Yes. I could hear the chair breathing. I could feel it pulsing all around me. The chair was alive. Warm and breathing and alive. Its arms held me down. I sank into the moist fur. It smelled like my dog when she needs a bath. It. It's a living creature, Luke whispered. Lizzie, this is too creepy. Enjoy the film, everyone, the menace boomed. A little history lesson. And also, a preview of some of the horrible things that I have planned for you. The red face spoke up. And, people, please don't close your eyes during the scary parts. The fear meter is running. You know what that means. We need you to be afraid every moment. You can do it, guys. I know you can. The ceiling lights faded. My chair let out a soft growl. I could feel its heart pulsing steadily. Another chair growled. I turned to Luke. Even in the darkness, I could see the fear on his face. Carly Beth and Sabrina sat in front of us. Carly Beth's chair had its arms wrapped over her arms. She couldn't move. The movie started. Black and white, like everything in Panic Park. It focused slowly. I saw a roller coaster. The sound came on. Kids on the roller coaster, screaming and laughing. The camera was in a roller coaster car. The car roared up a steep climb, picking up speed. And as I watched it rise, my chair took off. I felt it shoot up off the floor. Growling softly, it floated higher, picking up speed. Higher, toward the dark ceiling of the theater. Was this one of those fake rides where your chair jerks you all around, and you pretend you're flying? No. We were all really up in the air. I could see the floor far below. I screamed as the chair tilted one way, then the other. I saw what was happening. Our chairs were all tilting with the kids in the movie coaster. I tilted back. The arms gripped me tighter. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. The chairs all tilted down and sank fast. Our screams joined the screams of the kids in the movie. My chair twisted me one way, then the other. And then, with a whoosh, it lifted me up again. I flew high, then came roaring down, squealing down. Shooting. Down. Bumping and bucking. I felt the chair's heart pounding with mine. Felt its furry arms tighten. Listened to its soft growl. And as I stared helplessly at the screen, the coaster car in the movie went flying off the tracks. Kids on the screen squealed in horror. And I opened my mouth in a terrified wail as my chair went flying out of control across the theater. Oh, no. Oh, no. I heard a sickening crash in the movie. My flying chair had spun the wrong way. I couldn't see the movie screen. But I pictured those poor kids. Pictured them crashing to the ground. And then my chair started to spin. It whirled faster, like a top. I shut my eyes. When I opened them, my chair was back on the floor. In the second row behind Carly Beth and Sabrina. I tried to shake off my dizziness. The two girls were trembling, too. The movie screen went gray. The voice of the menace boomed through the loudspeakers. Well, we went off the tracks there. I hate when that happens, don't you? He laughed. His red face chimed in. That was the beginning of it all. Back in 1974. Things started to go wrong in the park. We lost a few kids that day. Big whoop, right? Win a few, lose a few. The movie began again. It showed a tall, narrow stone tower. The tower stretched high above the park. A sign in front read, Tower to Nowhere. The camera moved inside the tower. People were climbing stone stairs. The stairs wound around and around. As I watched them climb, the air in the theater grew warmer. People leaned forward as they climbed. The steps grew steeper. The people climbed in small circles. The tower seemed to grow even more narrow. The air grew hotter. Hot and wet. So hot, my nostrils started to burn. Drops of sweat ran down my forehead. It's hard to breathe, Luke whispered beside me. Yes. The air was suffocating. My face burned from the stifling hot air. I began breathing through my mouth. My deep breaths made my chest burn, too. In the movie, people kept climbing. Jammed together, they kept circling the tower, trudging higher. The screen went gray again. A spotlight flashed on at the side of the screen. The menace stood behind a small podium. His hat rested on the podium shelf. His dark face peered out at us. More annoying problems for Panic Park that year, he said. People climbed to the top of the tower to nowhere, and never came back down. We got into a little trouble for that. He sighed. No one understood me. My experiments with the outer limits of fear became more and more brilliant. But no one appreciated me. His head spun around, and his second face snapped at him. You think you were so brilliant? You were brilliant like an ox! Exclamation mark. I told you the tower to nowhere was an awful idea. But did you listen to me? The head spun around. Shut up, the dark face barked. Shut up. Shut up. When I want your opinion, I'll rattle your cage. The head spun again. You're not too big to slap. Who's going to do it? You? Please don't make me laugh. I've got chapped lips. Think I can't give you a slap that'll set your head spinning? Go ahead. See who it hurts. Imprisoned in the chair, I sat staring as the two faces argued. I couldn't move. Could hardly breathe. The man is a monster. I told myself. Look at him, fighting with his second face. A monster. Did he do that to himself? Give himself a second face in his experiments in fear? He will do anything. Anything. How can we survive a total monster? The spotlight went out. The movie started again. I saw a white building. A sign above the entrance read, Ride the Whirlwind. The camera went inside. Dark at first. And then the picture brightened, and I saw people in a long tunnel. People being blown off their feet. Lifted by a powerful, roaring wind. A boy flew across the screen. His shirt had blown over his head. A girl held on to his leg as the wind carried them down the tunnel. Her hair blew high above her head. They were both screaming in horror, helpless in the powerful, raging wind. And then I felt a burst of cold wind brush my face. Another strong gust blew my hair up high on my head. A swirling wind blew through the movie theater. Some kids screamed as the wind pressed us back into our living seats. Pushed against us as if trying to blow us away. Can't breathe, the words escaped my throat. And then I heard kids screaming all around me. I can't breathe. Stop it. Please, stop it. Turn it off. Can't you turn it off? Experience the whirlwind. the menace screamed from beside the screen. I could hear people shrieking and wailing in the movie, but I couldn't see them. My eyes were shut tight against the roaring wind. Experience the whirlwind, the menace repeated. He laughed his cold laugh. Live it. Live it. My chest was about to burst. I couldn't suck air in or out. The raging waves of wind were too powerful. And then I heard the menace's other face shout, "Stop it, you fool. You've gone too far. You're going to kill them all." The wind stopped. Gasping for air, I pressed my hands to my frozen cheeks. Then I tried to smooth my hair down. I could still hear the roar of the wind gusts, rising and falling like ambulance sirens in my ears. I took a long breath and let it out slowly. "Were you watching the film?" the menace demanded. "Did you see those people struggling against the winds? They were terrified. It was beautiful. What a beautiful sight." The chair pulsed around me. I could feel its heartbeat against my back. Thinking about it gave me the shivers. When people stumbled from the whirlwind, the menace continued, their brains were a little scrambled. He sneered. "Big deal, right?" His head spun, and the bright red face spoke up. "You went too far. You turned their brains to mush. And what's your excuse?" the dark face snapped. Okay, okay. Maybe my experiments with fear and reality went too far. Something went wrong, guys. The fear level in the park was so high, it hurled us into another reality. He sighed. Yes, I closed Panic Park. And then my beautiful park went spinning away, whirling away to a parallel universe. The world moved on. The years passed. But we stayed in 1974. He picked up his hat and twirled it in his hands. "I loved it at first," he said. "It gave me time to do more experiments in fear. My experiments were brilliant. I learned the true path to terror." The head spun. "A lot of people disappeared because of you," the red face said. "A lot of people became shadows." The first face spun back. "You can't make chicken soup without breaking a few chickens," he boomed. My experiments in fear were exciting. But I got bored. I decided I wanted to return to the real world. He kept twirling the wide-brimmed hat between his gloved hands. How to get back? I began studying the problem. And guess what, people? I discovered that Horrorland Park was built on the same spot where Panic Park had stood. I discovered I could use mirrors to travel back and forth between Panic Park and Horrorland. I could travel to Horrorland through even the tiniest mirror. It was an amazing discovery. But then, I had a little accident. "Is that what you call me?" the red face screamed. "An accident? Shut up. Shut up," the first face cried. He turned back to us. "I was doing an experiment with a two-way mirror. The experiment went wrong. And I ended up with that ugly face attached to my head." "You're not winning any beauty prizes," the other face said. "Come on, people. Check out my blue eyes, my adorable blonde eyebrows. Let's vote on which of us has the prettiest face." I looked down the row of kids. No one moved. We were trapped in the pulsing, living chairs, staring in silent horror at this insane monster with two faces. "Now I need your help, people," the menace said. "I need your fear level to go so high that Panic Park returns to its place in the real world. Fear brought us here, and fear will bring us back." Michael sat at the end of my row. I could see the anger burning in his eyes. Finally, he spoke up. "No way," he shouted, swinging his fist at the menace. "No way. We'll help you." We all started shouting at once. "No way," Matt shouted. "No way. No way. Let us go," I cried. The menace waved a hand in the air, and I felt my chair arms tighten around my waist. The arms raised themselves to my throat and began to choke off my breath. Choking, gasping for air, I grabbed the chair arms and struggled to pull them off me. The menace waved his hand again, and the chair arms sank back to my sides. "Save your voices for screaming," the menace cried. He turned to the side of the stage. Byron appeared, pushing the tall fear meter in front of him. "The meter is still only at 25, the menace said. "You people aren't trying. Only 25. I thought. We'll never survive what he has in mind. More fear. More fear," the red face shouted. I get all tingly just thinking about it. His words sent a chilling jolt of fear over the room. The fear meter needle jumped a little. We were all afraid, because we knew he was serious and crazy. "Keep your eyes on the fear meter, guys," Byron chimed in. His big hand thumped the side of it. "We're going to get that red needle up to the top." Byron led us up a long staircase, then down a winding, dark hall, and up another steep staircase. The windows were caked with dust and thick layers of dirt. Almost no light seeped in. Rows of grinning skulls gazed up at us, embroidered in the black carpet. Tangles of cobwebs dangled from the ceilings, brushing our faces as we passed by. Low moans followed us down one hallway. Were those human sounds? I shuddered and stayed close to Luke. We walked in silence. I knew we were all thinking the same thought. Will we ever get out of this terrifying old mansion alive? Door after door revealed only darkness. One wall was filled from top to bottom with hideous, grinning animal heads. Another wall had a collection of thin, rubbery things nailed to it. They looked like human tongues. My stomach heaved. I turned away from the ugly sight. We climbed another endless stairway. Then Byron led us into the bright light of a huge room. My eyes adjusted slowly. When I could focus, I saw wooden tables and chairs. Several rows of bunk beds against one wall. A bathroom. Two long wooden benches under narrow, dirt-stained windows. A brick fireplace took up one wall. I squinted hard. Were those bones piled on the fireplace floor? An enormous painting of the menace, in a flowery silver frame, stared at us from above the fireplace. His hat was pulled over one eye. The other eye glared coldly. The rest of his face was lost in shadow. I shuddered. A fear meter stood against the wall to the right of the bunk beds. "This is your room," Byron said. "Make yourselves at home." "Is there room service?" Matt joked. He always put on a brave face. "Yes," Byron replied. "And a maid will come to turn down your beds and leave chocolates on your pillows at night." He laughed. "What's wrong? No one else is laughing?" "I don't blame you. Byron, how could you work for that?" "That creep?" Carly Beth demanded. Byron shrugged. "It's not a bad job," he said. "Especially if you like to see kids scream and cry. And think how powerful I'll be when Panic Park returns to the real world." He shook his head. "Good luck, guys. You're going to Need it. He disappeared out the door. 2 seconds later, he was back. He came striding up to Matt with his paw outstretched. Give it back, Byron said. Matt stared at him. Excuse me? Give me back the keycard I gave you when you first arrived at Horrorland. The card that got you into all those locked places. No way I'm giving it to you, Matt said. He took a step back. Why did you give it to me? A smile spread over the horror's fur-covered face. Why? I told you. To make you start thinking about Panic Park, Byron said. You know. A little clue. To get you interested. Byron waved his paw in front of Matt's face. Give it back. Now. Matt sneered at him. No way, furball. An ugly roar escaped Byron's throat. Tough talk, Matt my lad, he growled. His eyes turned fiery red. He balled his big paws into tight fists. Don't you know I can tear you in two? Matt tried to dance out of his path. But the big horror lunged forward. He grabbed Matt by the front of his t-shirt. Give the card back, he snarled. Matt shoved Byron's paws away. I lost it, he said. I don't have it. I lost the stupid card. Byron's fiery eyes locked on Matt. Oh, really? He grabbed Matt again, wrapped his paws around Matt's waist and lifted him off the floor. Let's see if you lost it, Byron rasped. I hope you're not lying to me, Matty boy. You heard me, Matt shouted. But his voice trembled. I lost it. Really? Let's see what falls out of your pockets, Byron said. Then he flipped Matt sideways like he was a baton and twirled him. Hey! Matt let out a sharp groan. Byron held him by the ankles and started to shake him up and down. Matt's face turned red. His eyes bulged. Byron shook him harder, shook him as if he were trying to get salt out of a salt shaker. Let's see what you've got, boy, Byron said. Let's see what tumbles out of those jeans pockets. He shook Matt harder. Oh, Matt uttered a long, low moan. Let go of him, Carly Beth cried. Stop it. She grabbed Byron's thick paw and tried to pull it off Matt. She wasn't strong enough to budge him. Michael and Boone dove at Byron. They grabbed him around the waist and tried to wrestle him down. But Byron gave one hard shake of his body, and both boys went flying to the floor. Matt groaned again. His voice vibrated as Byron shook him even harder. Matt shut his eyes. Where is it? Where is it? Byron demanded. I can shake your brains loose, boy. This isn't a joke. Where is that card? Carly Beth leaned down to Matt. Give it to him, she screeched. Matt, listen to me. Please. Give him the card. Make him stop. Matt's face was tomato red. His eyes were shut. His tongue flapped out of his mouth. Byron shook him harder. Panic tightened my throat. Stop it. Stop it, I choked out. Stop it. The big horror slammed Matt's head into the floor. Matt's eyes rolled up into his head. Ignoring our cries, Byron shook him some more. Hooah! Matt let out a long groan. He opened his eyes. Okay, his voice came out in a whisper. Okay. Okay. You win. Byron gave him one last shake. Then he set him down on his back and let go of Matt's ankles. Matt lay sprawled on the floor for a long moment. Finally, he stretched his arms, then his back. He raised his head slowly, blinking hard. "So dizzy," he murmured. He pressed both hands to his forehead. "Ow. What a headache." Abby and Julie dropped beside him. "Can you stand up?" Julie asked. "Stop stalling," Byron snapped. He gave Matt a kick in the ankle. "Move it." The two girls helped pull Matt to his feet. Matt's eyes were still rolling in his head. He leaned on Abby as he reached into his jeans pocket. "Okay. Here," he said. He pulled the gray card from his pocket. Byron snatched it from his hand. He ripped it into two pieces and tossed the pieces to the floor. He grinned at Matt. "Man, you gave up." "Easy," he said. "I thought you'd put up a better fight than that!" Exclamation mark. "Ever think of changing your name to Wimp?" Question mark quote. Matt rubbed his head. "Give me a break," he muttered angrily. Byron laughed. "You guys will have to be tougher than that if you plan to survive Panic Park." Chuckling to himself, he stomped out of the room and slammed the door hard behind him. Matt staggered to one of the long benches and sat down, rubbing his head some more. The rest of us gathered in front of him. "Do you believe that guy?" Matt muttered. "I'd like to shake him. Make his fur fly." Billy Deep moved beside me. I could barely see him. His body was made of smoke. It billowed as he moved. His eyes peered out from the shadow. "I don't feel so well," he told his sister, Sheena. His voice sounded soft and far away. "I feel so cold, Sheena. I can't feel my hands or my feet." "We'll get you back to normal," Sheena told him. She looked away. "I hope." "We made a terrible mistake," Julie said, tugging at the ends of her hair. "We were so desperate to escape Horrorland and get to Panic Park. But it was all just a trap." Michael stepped up beside Matt's bench and turned to face us. His expression was angry. He was breathing hard. Okay. Now we know about Jillian and Jackson," he said. "And Byron. Who else is a spy for the Menace?" His eyes moved slowly from face to face. "We trusted those three," he said, "and they were traitors." "Who else is a traitor? Who else is working for the Menace?" He raised a fist. "Who else?" Then he stepped up to me and bumped me back with his chest. "Who else is a spy?" he shouted angrily. "Michael, stop," I pleaded. He bumped me again with his chest, forcing me back. "Who else? Who else, Lizzie? How about you and your brother? How about it? How about it?" "No. Please," I choked out. Michael bumped me again. "Leave her alone," Luke shouted. "We're not spies." Michael spun around and leaned over Luke. "We don't know you," he shouted. "You're not special guests. You arrived just in time to follow us to Panic Park." Boone stepped up beside Michael. He scowled at me. "Michael is right. Why are you and your brother here? You're working for the Menace, aren't you?" "You're wrong," I screamed. I shoved Michael back. "You're wrong about Luke and me. We're the ones who tried to warn you, remember?" They stared at me. Michael lowered his fists. "I tried to warn you about Panic Park," I said. "I said we should all stay in Horrorland. But then Jillian pretended to read my mind. Remember? She said I was lying." Luke chimed in. "Now, we all know who was lying. It was Jillian. So leave my sister alone." Michael angrily gazed around the room. Who else is a spy? Who else is a traitor? Carly Beth grabbed him by the shoulders. Michael, listen to me, she said softly, calmly. We're in terrible danger. We have to trust each other. She's right, her friend Sabrina said. We can't stand here arguing and turning on each other. We have to get out of here. Michael grumbled to himself. Then he let out a sigh and dropped beside Matt on the bench. We're in a horrible jam, Carly Beth said. If we survive the Menace's scares, he wins. Panic Park returns to the real world. Imagine the terrible things he could do then. But what choice do we have? Robbie asked. Not to survive? If we survive, we help him, I said. And if we don't survive, we're dead. There's one more choice, Matt said. We get out of here. He jumped to his feet. If we escape Panic Park, the Menace loses, he said. He pointed to the fear meter against the wall. If we can get ourselves back to Horrorland before that meter hits 100, the Menace loses big time. His park is stuck here in 1974. But how? Sheena asked in a trembling voice. How can we escape? Look at my brother. Billy is a shadow. If the Menace can do something like that to us, how can we ever hope to escape? Matt is totally right, Michael said, jumping up. So the Menace is powerful. And evil. And crazy. That doesn't mean we just sit here and wait for him to terrify us. We've got to ACT. Matt bolted toward the door. Let's go. It's probably locked, Carly Beth said. And the Menace is probably listening to every word we say. We've got to try, Matt said. We trotted after him. He grabbed the brass doorknob, twisted it and pulled. The door swung open. Not locked, Carly Beth cried. Did Byron forget? Or is it a trap? Julie asked. Her words sent a chill down my back. But I knew we didn't have a choice. Matt stepped out into the hall. I took a deep breath and followed him. The long, dark hall stretched both ways. The skull stitched in the carpet stared up at us. The dirt-caked windows let in an inky gray light. The air was hot and smelled musty and sour. We didn't walk, we ran. Our shoes thudded on the thick carpet. We hurtled down one long hall, turned, and ran down another. We're up high, Michael said breathlessly. We have to find a stairway down to the first floor. We turned another corner. No sign of any stairs. We ran past a tall mirror, cracked down the middle. I pressed my hand against the glass. It was hard. Not an escape route. Oh, wow, Carly Beth muttered from up ahead. I followed her gaze. A TV monitor hung from the ceiling. It showed the fear meter. The red line had climbed to 40. The bracelet on my wrist was tingling. I felt it grow warm against my skin. We have to stay calm, I said. We can't let our fear level climb. Stay calm? Abby cried. Are you crazy? Matt gave her a gentle push. Keep moving, he said. Don't look at any TV monitors. Don't pay any attention to that meter. Just keep going. Matt led the way. We started to jog again. Down another long, straight hall. A black cat sat hunched in the middle of the carpet. No, not a black cat. As I trotted closer, I saw that it was a shadow cat. It floated just above the carpet, gray eyes peering out at us. It uttered a sad meow as we ran past. At the end of the hall, I saw two shiny doors. A dead end, Carly Beth gasped. We have to go back. No. Wait, Matt said. Check it out. He pointed to a button at the side of the two doors. It's an elevator. It'll take us down, Boone said. He wiped sweat off his forehead with the sleeve of his t-shirt. Maybe it'll take us to the basement, and we can sneak out. We stared at the shiny double doors in silence. Matt pushed the button. Once. Twice. The doors slid open slowly. We stared into the elevator car. It was narrow and deep. The walls were solid black. A single light bulb cast a triangle of dim light from the low ceiling. We jammed into it, all 16 of us. The car rocked a little under our weight. We pressed together. Too nervous to speak. The doors squeaked as they slid shut. As the doors slammed together, the light went out. Oh, no, I cried. My heart skipped a beat. Kids groaned and gasped. Total darkness. Not much air in here, Julie said behind me. It's getting hot already. Lizzie, you're in front, Abby said. Push the button. I stabbed my hand forward and hit the wall. I ran my hand up and down beside the door. Push it, Boone called. It's getting really hard to breathe. I can't find it, I said. I slid my palm over the elevator wall. I tried the wall on the other side of the doors. I began groping the wall frantically. I can't find it. I can't find it. There has to be a down button, Abby said. I don't like this. I don't like closed in places. I feel sick. Please. Open the doors, Sheena cried. Let's just get out of this thing. Please. I'm going to be sick, Abby moaned. Luke was pressed beside me. In the darkness, he began feeling the wall, searching for a button. I slid my hands over the doors. I searched everywhere. There's no button, I said. No way to move. No way to get out. Are we trapped in here? Abby's voice cracked. She reached over me and started to pound the door with both fists. No. Let us out. Somebody, let us out. Shouting frantically, Abby pounded the door. I gasped as the elevator bumped, then started to go down. Then I let out a startled cry as the floor seemed to drop away from under me. I stumbled back against Carly Beth and Sabrina. Kids screamed. We were rocked from side to side. The elevator whirred as it dropped faster. Faster. I felt my ears pop. We were dropping. Sinking like a stone. Too fast. Dot. Falling hard. Harder. We're going to crash, Sabrina shrieked in my ear. I squeezed Luke's shoulder. Was that Me screaming? I shut my eyes. My ears popped again. My knees folded. I held my breath and waited for the pain of the crash. The elevator hit the bottom with a deafening thud. Dot. The car rocked hard, bounced up, then slammed down again. I screamed as the force of the fall dropped me to my knees. Kids were groaning and crying. OWWWW. Someone's elbow slammed into my back. I toppled forward. The light flashed back on. At least we're alive, Robbie groaned from the back of the car. We quickly scrambled to our feet. My back hurt. I was breathing hard. Open the doors, Abby said. Please. Hurry. I'm going to puke. I slammed the doors with my open hands. Squinting in the dim light, I searched again for the elevator button. I couldn't find anything. Let me try, Michael said, pushing to the front. He balled his fists and pounded with his monster strength. The doors didn't budge. It's getting so hot in here, Boone said. I feel dizzy. Kind of faint. Billy spoke up. I'm just a shadow. Maybe I can slip out through a crack and open it from the outside. He floated like a cloud to the front. Michael stepped out of the way, stumbling over Sabrina. Billy floated to the top of the doors, then slowly down again. No crack, he said softly. No opening anywhere for me to slip through. Matt raised one hand in the air to get attention. My bracelet is vibrating, he said. We have to stay calm. We don't want the fear meter to shoot up. Calm? How can we stay calm? Julie cried. I don't believe we're trapped in a stupid elevator, Michael shouted. He slammed the wall with his fist. And a metal panel fell off the wall. It revealed a hidden slot. A slot for a key card, Matt exclaimed. Move out of the way, Lizzie. I'll try my card. I gasped. But you gave it to Byron. We all saw you. Oh, yeah. For sure, Matt replied, rolling his eyes. Are you kidding me? I gave him my library card from back home. The big jerk never even looked at it. He tugged the key card from his jeans pocket. He raised it to the slot and slid it in. Nothing happened. I felt my stomach tighten. I stared at the elevator doors. No one spoke. Every second seemed like an hour. Finally, I heard a soft hum, and the doors slid open. Some kids cheered. I started to laugh. Crazy, tense laughter. I darted out of the elevator. Luke nearly tripped me, stumbling out beside me. We all bolted out of there as fast as we could. Where were we? I gazed around. We were outside, staring into the gray sunlight, standing in the shadow of a back wall of the Menace's mansion. Let's go, Matt said. He didn't have to say any more. We all took off running. We were desperate to get as far from the mansion as we could. We ran back into the park, which was as grim and gray as before. I could see the Ferris wheel in the distance, black against the gray sky. We ran past dead, empty shops, silent rides, abandoned food carts. Where are we going? Carly Beth asked. We need a plan. Before anyone could answer her, a shadow person floated in front of us. She was so gray and misty, it took me a few seconds to recognize her. The little girl. The sad little girl shadow we'd seen when we arrived. She held both hands up to Carly Beth. Find me, she said in a tiny whisper I could barely hear. Can you find me? Can you find me? Carly Beth let out a sigh. She reached for the girl. She tried to wrap her arms around her and hug her. Can you find me? The little girl cried. Another shadow appeared. Another little girl. Can you find me, too? Do you know where I am? Can you hug me, too? Can you hug me, too? Another shadow floated next to her. And then 4 or 5 more shadows swept around Carly Beth. A hug. A hug. A hug, they all whispered. Frightened, Carly Beth staggered back. No, please, she started. But the shadow people swarmed over her. A hug. A hug. A hug. Carly Beth, I called to her. I couldn't see her. She was buried behind the whispering shadows. Can you find me? Can you hug me? A hug. A hug. Please. A hug. They covered her in a curtain of heavy shade. I froze, staring at the swarming shadows, all chanting and pleading so sadly. And then Carly Beth's scream rose over the muffled voices. Help me. Help me. Get them off me. They're smothering me. I froze. Carly Beth screamed again. As I stared in horror, Matt, Robbie, and Sheena leapt at the shadows. They struggled to pull them off her. A hug. A hug. A hug. The shadows' frightening chant didn't stop. The three kids swiped frantically at the shadows, struggling to pull them off Carly Beth. But it was like trying to grab clouds. Their hands sank into the shadows and slid right through them. Matt, Robbie, and Sheena stepped back, shaking their heads. Still chanting, the shadows finally drifted away. The little girl was the last to leave. She tossed back her head and let out an ugly cackle. Then she floated away, too. And I screamed. Oh, no. Carly Beth floated darkly in front of our horrified eyes. A shadow. Carly Beth was lost. Lost in shadow. A shadow person, too. She raised her hands and stared at them. Oh, no, she murmured. Oh, please? No. Billy floated to her side. They stood together, two gray shadows. We'll be okay, he said. His voice seemed to come from far away. We'll be okay, Carly Beth, when we get out of this park. And then he added in a tiny voice, I hope. Inside her misty cloud, we could see her shadowy body trembling. Her head was down. I feel so light and faint, she said. I can't see you too well. It's like you're all standing in a thick fog. It's very cold, Billy said. I can never warm up. But we'll be okay. Carly Beth tried to rub her arms. I can't feel my skin, she let out a sob. I can't feel my skin. Sabrina stepped up close to Carly Beth. You fought evil before, she told her. You defeated the haunted mask, Carly Beth. You can defeat this, too. Carly Beth didn't answer. She just kept rubbing her arms, smoke rubbing smoke. Hey! Robbie suddenly cried out. He was staring at Brittany and Molly. I just remembered something, he said. They turned to him. Brittany and Molly looked like sisters. They both had coppery hair and brown eyes. Molly was taller and more serious, like an older sister. You remembered something about us? Brittany asked. Robbie nodded. You two already made the trip from Panic Park to Horrorland, he said. Don't you remember? You came to the game arcade. I was in trouble there. Brittany scrunched up her face, thinking hard. Yes, she said finally. Yes, I kind of remember. You came back to Horrorland, Robbie said. You tried to get me to come with you, to Panic Park. Yes. Yes, we did, Molly said. My memory. It's weird. It seems like it happened a long time ago. Well, how did you do it? Robbie demanded. Think hard. You've got to remember. How did you get out of Panic Park? How did you get to Horrorland that night? The two girls stared at each other. I could see they were concentrating, trying to remember. That's so weird, Brittany muttered. I don't remember. I can't remember, either, Molly said, shaking her head. How did we get back to Horrorland? Keep thinking, Robbie urged. Come on, you can do it. You can remember. I remember it was very windy, Brittany said. Windy? Molly said. Yes, I think you're right. I remember my hair blowing all over. I had to shut my eyes. Yes. It was windy. I remember we walked through a building, Brittany said, thinking hard. A white building. Like that one over there, maybe. She pointed. We all turned and gazed at a low white building with a flat black roof. It had a dark window beside an open door. I didn't see any sign in front. Nothing to tell what was inside. Yes, it looked just like that, Brittany said. I think. Should we check it out? Robbie asked. No one answered. We were already walking toward the building. We stopped outside the open door. Dark inside. Too dark to see what was in there. It's like a little house, Matt said. He frowned. Why would there be a little house in the middle of Panic Park? Are you sure the building you used to escape looked like this? Robbie asked Brittany and Molly. Brittany scrunched up her face again. I think so, she stammered. Molly nodded. It's so hard to remember. Maybe the menace messed up our memories. Let's go in, Michael said. He didn't wait for anyone to argue. He stepped into the doorway and strode into the building. The rest of us followed close behind him. It's a waiting room, I said as soon as my eyes adjusted to the dim light. I saw a few chairs, a couch, a table with a stack of magazines, a reception counter behind a glass window. A doctor's waiting room. A thick layer of dust covered everything. I picked up some magazines from the table. The pages were yellowed. The magazines were all from 1974. Oh, yuck, Abby moaned. She was staring at a fish tank in the wall. The goldfish in the tank were just bones, skeletons floating on their sides. No one has been here for years, Luke muttered. And then a voice shouted from the reception desk. The doctor will see you now. Huh? A man in a totally weird superhero costume burst into the waiting room. Oh, no, Robbie cried. It's Drive. Maniac. You followed us from Horrorland? Robbie cried. Doctor. Maniac pushed back his leopard skin cape. He wore red and blue tights and a red and gold top. His gloves and boots were bright yellow. His eyes rolled crazily behind his red mask. Did you really think you could escape the Keeper? He cried. Why are you here? Robbie demanded. Why did you follow us? Because I'm a maniac, he exclaimed. He tossed back his head and laughed a shrill, hyena laugh. Matt took 2 long strides toward Maniac. Leave us alone, he shouted. Maniac gave Matt a crooked grin. Which hand do you butter your bread with? He demanded. Excuse me? Matt squinted at him. Which hand do you butter your bread with? Your left hand or your right hand? Doctor. Maniac didn't wait for an answer. That's funny, he said. I don't use my hand. I use a butter knife. Again, he tilted his head back and uttered a long, high laugh. You're not funny, Robbie cried angrily. I created you. I drew you. You're a comic book character that I made up. I made you up, Maniac declared. If I shut my eyes, I can make you disappear. Ha! Tell us how to get out of this park, Matt demanded. Tell us what we have to do. Can you stand on your head and whistle, Dixie, with a mouthful of crackers? Maniac asked. Matt turned to Robbie. He isn't going to help us. Let's get out of here. Oh, but I am going to help you drive, Maniac said, moving to block the door. The leopard skin cape fluttered in front of him. He pushed it out of his way. He moved to the wall and opened a cabinet door. On the cabinet shelf stood a fear meter. The red line was just above 50. Tisk tisk, the supervillain clucked. Look at that fear. Climb. Dot. You're halfway there. I'll bet all that fright is making you hungry and thirsty. Follow me. We're not following you, we're leaving, Matt cried. I went to the door with Matt. But we all stopped when we saw the shadow people. At least a dozen of them. Floating in the doorway. Waiting for us. The room grew icy cold as they moved in, spreading their shadowy arms. They swarmed around us silently. I felt their icy touch on my skin. And then a thick curtain of darkness lowered over me. They were forcing us to move. Forcing us to walk. Holding us prisoner in their foggy grip. I shivered when the shadows pulled away. We were standing in front of a small diner. Through the window, I could see a long lunch counter with stools lining the front. A gray neon sign flickered over the glass door. The sign read, Shake Shack. The shadow people forced us inside. The door slammed shut behind us. I gazed around. The walls were covered with large posters of hamburgers and milkshakes and tall glasses. Beneath his red mask, Drive. Maniac had a wide grin on his face. Everyone here? He shouted. Okay. Enjoy your shakes. He moved to a lever near the door and pulled it down. I heard a low hum. The hum grew louder. Hey, I felt the floor lift up. No, wait. The whole restaurant was rising. Kids cried out as the walls started to vibrate. The floor shook, gently at first, then harder. The diner tilted hard to the left. Kids stumbled to the wall. Michael and Julie fell to the floor. I struggled to keep my balance. But the room rocked the other way. And then the whole diner started to shake. I screamed and tried to grab onto Luke. But we both fell to the floor. Before we could scramble up, the room tilted sharply, and we tumbled into the wall. I let out a cry as my arm smashed against the solid plaster. Pain shot up my arm. My neck. Kids were shrieking and crying out as the room shook harder. It's like an earthquake, Sabrina cried. She grabbed my shoulder. We tried to balance. But another jolt sent us crashing into Matt and Boone. I turned and saw Dr. Maniac floating calmly above the rattling, vibrating floor. Nothing like a good shake, he exclaimed. Then he laughed his ugly, shrill laugh. OWWWW. I let out another cry as Michael stumbled into me. We both slammed against the wall. I think I broke my arm, someone wailed. Stop. I'm so dizzy, Julie yelled. Another hard jolt, up, then down, and we bounced like rubber balls on the floor. My stomach lurched. I felt sick. I pressed my hand over my mouth. Tried to force my stomach to stop heaving. And my head slammed against the wall again. I dropped to my knees. My knees bounced hard on the quaking floor. Stop it. Please. Stop. That's the way the ball bounces, Maniac cried. Then he tossed back his head and giggled at the trembling ceiling. No, Boone screamed as his head rammed into the wall. He bounced on the floor, eyes shut in pain, holding his head. Shaking against the wall, Abby's knees buckled. She leaned over the floor and puked loudly. I staggered from side to side. Looking up, I saw Maniac's eyes on me. Oh, I felt a jolt from his hard stare. And I went flying backward. My head smacked the counter. Pain shot down my body. I saw stars. I actually saw stars. And then everything faded to black. Lizzie, wake up. Wake up. I heard Luke's voice. It sounded very far away. Slowly, I opened my eyes, groaning from the pain. Luke was on his knees beside me. His hands were on my shoulders. Are you okay? I guess. My voice came out in a hoarse whisper. I sat up. Slowly, the room came back into focus. The shaking had stopped. Kids were sprawled everywhere. They looked dazed, in pain. Boone still had his hands pressed against the top of his head. Matt stood doubled over against the counter. Carly, Beth, and Billy hovered close together in the middle of the room. Still shadows, they had faded to a pale gray, like smoke from a dying campfire. Julie and Abby had their backs against the lunch counter. Both girls were trembling hard. Their knees quivered. Their arms were shaking. I could hear their teeth chattering. I can't stop. Shush, shaking, Julie stammered. They both hugged themselves tightly. But their whole bodies trembled as if the room was still going crazy. Doctor. Maniac laughed at them. That's a really bad case of the shakes, he cried. His grin faded. Don't worry, girls. If you die, you'll probably stop shaking after a few weeks in the grave. Abby moaned. She was trembling too hard to talk. Maniac laughed again. Robbie climbed unsteadily to his feet. He held his arms out, trying to balance. He stumbled toward Drive. Maniac. I created you, Robbie shouted angrily. I drew you in my comic strip. And I know how to destroy you. Doctor. Maniac raised a long-gloved finger and picked his nose with it. That's what I think of your threat. Help us get out of here, Robbie said. Help us, and I'll let you live. Maniac picked his nose some more, his eyes on Robbie. Think you're a big deal comic book artist? He said, sneering. He moved behind the lunch counter. I'm an artist, too, Robbie boy. Watch this. He pulled up a large paintbrush. He carried it over to Robbie. I like to work with a brush, he said. Just like you. Watch an artist at work. He swept the brush over Robbie's face, and Robbie's face disappeared. I gasped as the maniac smoothed the brush over Robbie's neck, down the front of his chest. With each stroke, part of Robbie vanished. In a few seconds, the supervillain had brushed Robbie away. How do you like my brushwork, Doctor? Maniac bellowed. You taught me everything I know. Ha 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 ha. I stared in horrified silence. Stared at the spot where Robbie had stood. I couldn't hold myself in. I screamed, Robbie, are you there? Are you still there? And then I turned to the grinning maniac and cried, what have you done to him? Doctor. Maniac didn't answer me. He stood there waving his paintbrush in the air. Would anyone else like me to do their portrait? He cried. He was staring right at me. The room grew silent. Maniac dropped the brush to the floor. He walked to the lunch counter. He bent over and pulled something out from behind it. A fear meter. My breath caught in my throat. The red line had risen to 75. Maniac gazed at the screen. Very good, he muttered. Good work, guys. He turned to us. Lots of fear here in my little diner. I guess I've done my job well. Bye-bye, everyone. He tossed his cape behind him and hurried out the door. Robbie? Are you still here? I tried again. Can't you see me? Robbie's voice sounded tinny, far away. I'm here. Can't you see me? Then he let out a moan of horror. Oh. My hands. I can't see my hands. We stared in silence at the spot where the voice came from. Robbie wailed at the top of his voice. What did he do to me? I can't see myself. What did he do to me? We can hear you, I told Robbie. You're still here. But you're invisible. We'll get you back. No. We will. Carly Beth and Billy floated around the spot where Robbie stood. Their shadowy faces couldn't hide their fear. Look at us, Matt cried. He waved his arm around the room. Look what the menace has done to us. I followed Matt's gaze. Robbie was invisible. Carly Beth and Billy were shades. Julie and Abby hugged themselves, unable to stop trembling. Boone shook his head. I know we're all trying to be brave and tough it out, he said. But maybe we won't survive. Maybe we're not going to make it. We have to survive, I said. The menace needs to keep us alive, right? She's right, Sabrina agreed. The menace wants us to hit 100 on the fear meter. So he has to keep us alive. As long as we haven't reached 100 yet, he has no choice. He has to keep us alive. Quote, some of us, Robbie muttered. Robbie, stop talking like that. We can't give up, Carly Beth said. Our only chance is to get out of Panic Park. Matt helped Abby and Julie to their feet. They could barely stand, their legs were wobbling so hard. Their teeth chattered. Hugging themselves, they took a few shaky steps. We made our way out of the Shake Shack. In the park, the sky was solid gray as always. The shadow people had disappeared. I didn't see anyone around. We started walking, keeping close together. We passed more empty shops. All dark and silent. A game room. A small park with withered, bare trees. Michael led the way. He stopped and pointed. Another white building, he said. He turned to Brittany and Molly. Could that be the one you escaped from? The girls shook their heads. Maybe. We walked closer. The building had a stained glass window, all shades of gray and black. The door was shaped like an arch. It looks like a church or something, Luke said. But that can't be right. A sign on the wall beside the door read, "What a shame." We stared at it, shaking our heads. What could that mean? Only one way to find out. We stepped through the arch into the open doorway. We were in another long, narrow room. Rows of wooden seats filled the center. Candles along both sides provided the only light. I heard solemn organ music from the far wall. It sounded like funeral music. The deep notes made the walls vibrate. It is some kind of chapel, I whispered to Luke. Weird. We stepped in farther to examine the walls. They were covered with photographs. The photos were all of kids about our age. Row after row of small framed photographs. Under each photo, a little tag had the kid's name. I read the names as I moved deeper into the chapel. April Smith, Travis Newton, Carlos Garcia, And under each name, I saw the letters FTD. Wow, Luke muttered from beside me. None of these kids look too happy. Why are there pictures on the wall? I asked. And what does FTD stand for? Suddenly, Sabrina gasped. The sound echoed through the narrow chapel. What's wrong? I asked. She was staring at a silver plaque on the wall next to a row of kids' photos. Sabrina, what's wrong? She pressed a hand to her mouth as she read the plaque. Then she turned to us. I see what FTD stands for, she stammered. It isn't good. Sabrina pointed to a little tag beside one of the unhappy-looking kids' pictures. I gasped when I read the tag. FTD stands for frightened to death, I said. Kids uttered shocked cries. I felt the metal bracelet on my wrist tingle and grow warm. It meant my fear level was rising. But what could I do? The sad faces on the wall gazed out at me. You mean, Sheena started. I waved to the wall of photos. None of these kids survived the menace, I said. Look at the little sign beneath this photo. It says the kids all died when the fear meter hit 100. They couldn't survive the fear. Huddled close beside me, Luke sighed. What makes us think we stand a chance? He demanded. Stop it, Carly Beth cried. She slid up to Luke. Stop talking like that. Do you think I want to stay a shadow forever? Luke jumped back, surprised by her anger. We're going to survive, even if it hits 100, Carly Beth said. And we're going back home. And we're all returning to normal. She's right, Julie agreed. She was trembling so much it made her voice shake. We've all had scary times before. And we won. We can do it again. Let's go, Matt said. He started to the door. We're not going to get anywhere staring at these photos. We followed him back outside. The air had grown cooler. The sky was a dark charcoal gray. A flock of blackbirds flew overhead, chattering loudly. Matt and Michael trotted up beside Brittany and Molly. Are you sure you can't remember where that building was? Matt asked them. Can't you remember anything else about how you returned to Horrorland? Michael demanded. And then I heard Robbie's voice, close by me. Think hard, he pleaded. You both came to the arcade. You were going to bring me back with you to Panic Park. The two girls shut their eyes, thinking hard. It's all a fog, Brittany said finally. I remember the white building, Molly said. I remember we walked inside. And then, she shook her head. I'm so sorry. It's all a blank. Hey, wait, Sheena cried. I don't believe it. I followed her gaze. She was staring at a tiny building across the path. It looked familiar. And then I saw the sign over the entrance. Hall of Mirrors. Some kids gasped. Some cheered. Yes, Boone cried, pumping his fists in the air. That's how we got here. The mirrors will take us back. We didn't hesitate. We all started running. The doors were closed. Was the building locked? Boone got there first. He spread his hands over the doors and pulled them apart. They slid open easily. We piled into the long, narrow room. Dark mirrors on both sides. My heart thudded in my chest as I stared at a long row of my reflections. Okay, everyone, Matt cried. Into the mirrors. I glanced at my brother. He had a frightened look on his face. But he flashed me a thumbs up. I took a deep breath and leapt into the glass. Oh! My head smacked hard. My hands slapped the mirror. The glass was solid. In the long row of mirrors, I saw kids tumble back, surprised and disappointed. The room rang out with groans and unhappy cries. Well, that went well. Matt tried to make a joke. But we were all too disappointed to laugh. We stood there, gazing at our dark reflections. Oh, no! I uttered a cry as I heard the doors slam shut. The long, narrow room grew darker. Matt and Boone rushed to the door. I watched them struggle to slide it open. We're locked in, Boone cried. Someone locked us in. We're trapped in here. I felt my bracelet tingle and vibrate. Lizzie, be calm. I told myself. Be calm. But how could I? My frightened face stared out at me from the mirrors. And then, my face disappeared. Kids cried out as their faces vanished. The mirrors went black. Oh, no, I moaned. I stared at the ugly green mask that popped into the mirror. It looked like one of the masks Carly Beth had battled in the maze. It rose up in one mirror, then another, until the hideous mask stared out at us all down the row. Its rubbery lips bobbed up and down as if it were speaking to us. And then Captain Ben, the one-legged pirate captain, appeared behind the mask. The pirate's evil face grew larger as the mask faded back. He stared out from every mirror, uttering a crooked-toothed laugh. I screamed as an enormous snake rose up. So close it appeared ready to leap from the glass. It raised its head and opened its mouth. Snapped its jaws, once. Twice. A hiss escaped its open mouth, the sound pouring like steam through the tiny room. Doctor. Crawler, Boone shouted. I thought he was poisoned. He's still alive. Boone pounded the glass. But the gigantic snake didn't fade away. It shot its head toward us, letting out another frightening hiss. Then a decaying mummy staggered forward in front of us. Its wrappings were stained and peeling. Haunted eyes peered out from deep in its ragged head. The mummy reached its arms out stiffly. Grabbing, trying to escape from behind the glass. I saw Abby stagger back. And no. Please, she cried. But there was nowhere to escape it. The mummy filled the mirrors in front of us and behind us. It's all our old enemies, Carly Beth cried. They're all here. All working for the menace. All here to frighten us. My bracelet. Pain seared up and down my arm as the metal burned into my wrist. The fear meter rose in all the mirrors. And they all showed the red line bouncing over 80. Creeping higher. Higher. We have to get out of here, Matt shouted. He tried the doors again. They wouldn't slide open. He lowered his shoulder and heaved himself at them. No. No way. I turned back to the mirrors, and saw an evil-looking ventriloquist dummy loom up in all of them. His wooden hair stood up in a tall wave. His eyes darted wildly from side to side. He had a leering grin on his face. His jaw made a clicking sound as it moved up and down. Slappy, Brittany and Molly screamed at once. That's Mr. Slappy too. You. He screeched. He could hear us. His evil face filled the mirrors. He turned his eyes on Michael. Kid, I've got one word of advice for you. Deodorant. He laughed a tinny laugh. Then his eyes landed on Matt. Do you know how to tell your face from your butt? No? Neither do I. Ha 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 ha. You're not funny, Brittany screamed. What do you want? Why did you follow us here? Slappy's mouth clicked open. He leaned forward, peering out at Brittany with that evil grin. Brittany, I think you're pretty ugly. Ha ha. I love your nose. Do you open bottle caps with it? Ha ha. His eyes darted from side to side. And where is Robbie? Invisible? Ha ha. Robbie, you never looked better. Maybe you should. All. Make this a more beautiful world, and disappear. I stared at the dummy's reflections, my mind spinning. Why was he doing this? Was he just going to make bad jokes? You're all going to disappear like Robbie, Slappy cried in his raspy voice. Your fear level is almost to 100. That means the menace and all of us, good guys, will be returning to Earth. He pressed his wooden face closer. His eyes blinked wide. And do you really think the menace will send you back to your mommies and daddies? I don't think so. Shut up, Brittany shrieked. Shut up. Shut up. I hate you. She smacked her fists against the mirror, trying to hit him. I hate you. I hate you. Slappy let out a giggle. He raised a wooden hand. He pointed 2 fingers at Brittany. Let me show you a wonderful trick the menace taught me. I heard a crackling sound, like an electrical shock. Brittany staggered back. She stumbled into the mirror behind her. Her eyes bulged. Her mouth hung open, and she took wheezing breaths. Slappy pointed the 2 fingers at her again. Again, I heard the crackle of electric current. Brittany let out a moan. Something happened to her face. Her mouth froze open. Her eyes stopped moving. Her face appeared to harden. And then, as I stared in horror, Brittany's whole head hardened. Her skin began to glow like polished wood. UNNH on UNH. An ugly grunt escaped her throat. She raised a hand and pushed under her chin, struggling to close her mouth. Her mouth made a clicking sound as it closed. Slappy laughed. He pointed his fingers at her again. UNNH on NNH. Brittany grunted. Her eyes darted stiffly from side to side. Her head tilted forward, then back. Her mouth clicked as she tried to speak. Ha ha, Slappy laughed. Brittany, dear, I always thought you were a dummy. I was standing right next to Brittany. I reached for her. My hand brushed her head. It was solid wood. Her head was a dummy's head. Slappy peered out from the long rows of mirrors. Who else would like to join my show? He shouted. The dummy's laugh roared out from all the mirrors. Poor Brittany gripped her wooden head in both hands. Her mouth clicked open, but no sound came out. A wave of horror swept down my body. I pressed my back against the glass and took long, slow breaths. My eyes wandered down the row of terrified kids. Billy and Carly Beth were shadow people. Robbie was invisible. Abby and Julie couldn't stop shaking. And Brittany stood there, grunting and tugging at her wooden dummy head. It's like a horror movie, I thought. And then I told myself, no, it's like living in 10 horror movies at once. We've got to get out of here, Matt shouted. Everybody, think. Yes. Why don't you use your brain? Slappy snapped. Use it to ram your head against the door. Ha 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 ha. Slappy's laugh faded as he sank back in the mirror. I gasped as I saw who appeared next, the menace. His black hat was tilted over his face. The collar of his black shirt was pulled up. He looked like a black smudge repeated again and again down the row of mirrors. People, he boomed. You're just not trying. He tilted his hat back, but his face was still in shadow. I stared down the aisle. There were dozens of menaces staring back at me. People, the fear meter is only at 80, the menace complained. Really, guys, I expected more from you. Let us out of here, Michael screamed. You can't keep us in here, Sheena chimed in. Let us go. Let us go. Several kids started to shout. The menace ignored them. I guess you don't think I'm serious, he said. Let me see. What can I do to prove to you that I mean what I say? His head swirled around. His other face appeared. Why don't you ask me? Question mark. I know how to scare these jerks. The first face swung back to the front. I don't think so, he said. You always go too far. The kids never survive your scares. I shuddered. I pictured all those kids' sad faces in the chapel. And the terrifying words. Frightened to death. Well, the menace rubbed his chin with a gloved hand. Okay. Fine. Go ahead, he said to his other face. Quote. Kill some of them if you think it'll get the fear meter to the top. Do whatever you want to them. Kill some of them? His terrifying words sent chill after chill down my back. You're crazy, Michael screamed. He slapped his hand against the mirror. Matt tried to pull him back. But Michael totally lost it. You're crazy. Crazy. Crazy, he shouted at the shadowy face in the mirrors. Michael was so angry, the veins were throbbing in his neck. He pounded the mirror again and again. The menace watched him calmly. Under the hat, his eyes were narrow slits. You are a brave lad, he told Michael. Yes, yes. I know you're part monster. I know your whole story, kiddo. It's so impressive the way you stand up to me. His head spun around. So impressive, I could puke, the red face said. But really, who is crazy here? The first face said softly. I think I make perfect sense. Just let us go, Michael screamed. I don't care if. He stopped. A blinding flash of white light made us all stop. I shut my eyes. The light was so bright, it sent a burning jolt of pain through my head. I opened my eyes slowly and stared in shock at the mirrors. They all appeared to spin, spinning faster and faster, until the face in the mirrors was a blur. Michael opened his mouth in a long wail of horror. It was Michael's face in the mirrors. Dozens of spinning reflections. Michael's mouth open. Screaming. Screaming out his rage in every mirror. Screaming, his eyes bulging, his face twisted in anger, as he spun. Spun. Then the scream cut off sharply as the mirrors came to a stop. Darkness fell over us. Silence. A terrified silence down the long room. And then slowly, the lights brightened. I struggled to breathe. I saw the other kids shaking their heads, blinking, dazed. And then my eyes stopped on Michael. Michael squinting hard into the mirror in front of him. And on the back of Michael's head. On the back of his head. On the back of his head. My heart skipped a beat. On the back of Michael's head was another face. A hideous monster face with bulging eyes and a long lizard snout. Pointed, jagged teeth and a long black forked tongue. The menace peered out at Michael from the mirror with a sick grin on his shadowy face. "How's that working for you, partner? Glad you complained?" Michael's second face opened its long snout in a monster growl. I screamed. I couldn't hold it in. Some kid stampeded to the exit door and pounded on it frantically. Michael gazed into the mirror, turning his head from side to side. His eyes were wide with horror, but he didn't say a word or cry out. "Michael, my boy," the menace called. "If you act like a monster, you should look like one," he laughed. "Good one," the menace's other face declared. Michael just kept twisting his head around, studying the monster face on the back of his head, staring as if he didn't believe it. "Let us out. Let us go," kids screamed. The menace peered out at us from under the shadow of his hat. "I'm enjoying this, people," he said. "I'm feeling it. Yes, I'm feeling it. Could you scream a little harder?" The fear meter flashed into the mirrors. I stared at the red line. It was bouncing near 95. "Almost back," the menace cried. "My beautiful park is almost back. I can't wait. What will happen to us?" Carly Beth called. Her voice floated out softly from her shadow. "If we bring your park back, what will happen to us?" Question mark quote. The menace pulled the brim of his hat lower over his face. "You don't really want to ask that question, do you?" The red face whirled around. "FTD," it shouted. "FTD. FTD." I gasped as gray light flooded the narrow aisle. It took me a few seconds to realize the exit door had opened. We all stood blinking, gazing at the open door. "Don't just stand there, people," the menace said. "You know how I get when I'm kept waiting." Kept waiting. The last time the menace was kept waiting, he vacuumed up that shadow person. He killed that person just for being slow. I shuddered just thinking about it. Would he do that to us? And then suddenly, different thoughts whirred through my brain. What would happen if we forced ourselves to be calm? What could the menace do if he saw the fear meter drop lower and lower? If he couldn't make us afraid, would he let us go? No time to think about that. Both of the menace's faces were screaming at once. "Go out and be afraid. Be very afraid. Go. Go. Go." We stampeded out the door. Into the eerie, gray light. "We need a place to hide," Michael shouted. His monster face uttered a low grunt. "Michael is right," Matt agreed. "We need to regroup. We need." He stopped. He was staring straight ahead. He let out a sigh. I turned. I saw the ventriloquist dummy first. Slappy, in his gray suit and red bow tie. The dummy stood on his own, knees slightly bent, arms dangling at his sides. The painted grin on his lips seemed to spread as he stepped forward. And then the others came into view. Moving toward us in a line, an ugly line of evil villains we had seen before. But never in one place. Never moving together. Never moving as one evil force. Luke huddled close. We all froze with our backs to the Hall of Mirrors. Froze in frightened silence and gazed up and down the line of advancing villains. Dr. Crawler, the venomous snake, with his head raised, snapping his jaws. The snake was wrapped around the arm of Inspector Cranium in his white lab coat. As if watching a terrifying nightmare, I saw the green lizard-like monsters from the giant eggs staggering toward us. Captain Ben, his wooden leg tapping the pavement, his skeletal pirates behind him. The ugly, muttering evil mask floated above the others. Beside it, a staggering, ragged mummy. And Dr. Maniac, cape flying, hovered off the ground as he came forward, his yellow feathered boots kicking the air. We had no choice. We backed up till we were pressed against the wall. My brother raised his face to me and whispered in my ear, "We're going to be scared to death, just like the kids in that chapel. Aren't we, Lizzie?" I opened my mouth to answer, but no sound came out. I saw Abby and Julie at the end of the wall. They couldn't stop trembling. Carly, Beth, and Billy were gray clouds, fluttering in front of us. Brittany held her wooden head in her hands. Tears rolled down her painted cheeks. Well, well, Inspector Cranium said, rubbing his hands together. A thin, unpleasant smile spread across his bearded face. Well, well, here we all are. The last chapter. It's your last chapter, Matt shouted. We're not finished yet. Doctor. Crawler raised himself on Inspector Cranium's arm. "Save your breath," he hissed. Cranium lowered the big snake to the pavement. "You're getting heavy, Crawler," he said. "How many mice did they feed you today?" "Bite your tongue," the snake snapped at Cranium. "Look at you losers," Slappy said, eyes darting from side to side. "Do you really think you stand a chance? Half of you are already shadows or freaks." "I'd rather be a freak than a dummy," Robbie yelled. Slappy's body jiggled as he laughed. "You've got us all beat, Robbie. You're an invisible freak. Ha ha ha." Slappy shook his head. "And you're also a dummy. Because you created this clown." He pointed to Dr. Maniac. "I'm not a clown, Doctor." Maniac roared. "I'm a maniac." He swung around to face Slappy. "I'd grab you and teach you a lesson, but I'd get splinters." "Pipe down, ye sea dogs," Captain Ben boomed, waving his crutch wildly. "If ye sail with me, ye sail as one. It's one for all and all for one. That be the rule of the 7 seas." The villains all started arguing at once. Dr. Crawler snapped at Captain Ben's wooden leg. The captain brought his crutch down hard on the snake's middle. "Silence, everyone," Inspector Cranium cried, waving his hands above his head. None of us moved. We stayed with our backs to the building wall. What was this about? Why were the villains so tense? Why were they at each other's throats? Finally, Cranium got them quiet. He turned back to us. "As I was saying, this is the last chapter. For all of us." "What do you mean?" I cried. "I don't understand." "Why is it the final chapter for you? Quote. "Yeah," Luke chimed in. "Don't you work for the Menace?" Cranium nodded. "Yes, we came to work for the Menace. Byron chose us all. He made us a good offer." Slappy's mouth clicked up and down. "The Menace said we could all take our revenge on you losers," he rasped. "You know. You got lucky. You defeated us back home. So he gave us another chance." The snake lifted itself high. "He promised us a good time. All we had to do was carry you out of Horrorland. Make you think Horrorland was unsafe. Aye, and we did a fine job of that, Captain Ben chimed in. We made you believe that Horrorland was the scariest place, Cranium said. So you would try to escape to Panic Park. Cranium turned his gaze on me. It worked, too, he said. Except that stupid horror, Ned, he nearly fouled us up by getting you and Luke involved. I don't know what you're talking about, I replied. Who is Ned? He rubbed his pointy beard. Who do you think Monster X was? Cranium demanded. Who do you think was desperately feeding you two information about Horrorland? It was Ned. Monster X was Ned. Ned was trying to help us, Matt cried. How do you know it was Ned? I demanded. Cranium shrugged. I've got my spies. You can't keep a secret from the thought police. Ha ha. Cranium is a maniac, too, Doctor. Maniac cried. Maniacs rule. Maniacs rule. He did a crazy dance. But he had to stop when his legs got all tangled in his cape. Our job was to frighten you out of Horrorland, Cranium said. Once we got you to Panic Park, our job was to get your fear level to the top. The Menace is very smart. He knew we would be your worst nightmares come true. Why are you telling us all this? I demanded. SS's silence, Crawler hissed. No one can keep a secret from the thought police. Not even the Menace. I just read his mind, Cranium continued. Just now. Just this second. And what I learned, I didn't like. What did you learn? I asked. Cranium narrowed his eyes. When you hit 100 on the fear meter and Panic Park returns to the world, he plans to keep you prisoners in the park forever. And us, too. All of us? I gasped. He plans to keep us all prisoners, Cranium said. He's not going to let any of us go home after the job is done. I still don't understand why you're telling us this, I said. Because we need your help, Doctor. Maniac screamed. Huh? We all gasped and cried out in surprise. Slappy shook his head. I can't believe I'm saying this, he said. But we have to work together with you losers. It's the only way we can defeat him, Cranium said. The only way we can destroy him. Matt's mouth hung open. He squinted hard at Cranium and Slappy. You're joking, right? Let me get this right. You want us to help you destroy the Menace? Boone said slowly. Quote. You have to stand up to him, Cranium said. Matt laughed. For sure, he turned to the rest of us. Don't you get it? It's a trap. A trick. It's the final scare. The final scare that puts the meter over the top. And these guys win. No way, Michael shouted to the row of villains. No way we help you. No way. No way. And we all began to chant, no way. No way. No way. As I chanted along with everyone, I saw the villains' expressions change. I saw the evil settle over their faces. I saw the grim, cold stares as their eyes narrowed. And I felt chilling fear. I felt fear freeze every muscle of my body as the villains began to move. Move in for the final chapter. The final attack. We had no place to run. The villains moved quickly. They pressed us against the building wall. Slappy's eyes rolled with excitement as he strode stiffly up to me. Before I could duck away, he pressed his wooden face against my cheek and rasped in my ear, "We don't like you, and you don't like us. But you freaks are the only ones who can stand up to him." Stand up to him? I asked. What do you mean? How can we stand up to the menace? You have to show him you have no fear, Cranium replied. He needs your fear energy to keep his park alive. If your fear level goes down, the menace is weakened. Stand up to him. Stand in front of him and laugh in his face, Doctor. Maniac declared. He tossed back his head and whinnied like a horse. Something like that. I told you, I read his mind. Here's what I learned. If you all stand in front of him and show no fear, Cranium continued, the menace will vanish, and so will Panic Park. If you stare him down, his world will start to shrink. The menace and the park will grow tinier and tinier, until it's just a memory. Hey, Luke chimed in. If it's so easy, why don't you do it? It'd be far from a job for a fearless pirate, Long Ben answered. I be feared in all the 17 seas. Is your leg made of wood, or your head? Slappy rasped at the pirate. There are only 7 seas. I've been places you've never even dreamed of, dummy, the pirate scowled. One more word against the captain, and I'll be using your head for my anchor. And I'll bite your other leg, Slappy cried, snapping his jaws loudly at Captain Ben. Peace. Peace, Maniac shouted. Cranium turned back to us. We can't defeat the menace, Cranium said. The menace isn't measuring our fear. He's measuring yours. You are the humans. He grabbed my wrist and slid his hand over my bracelet. It's very hot. The fear level is high. The menace is measuring the fear in all of you. So you losers have to do it, Slappy said. You have to go back to his mansion. You have to find him. Show him you're not a bit afraid. Make the bracelets go cold. Stare him down, Cranium said. When your fear level goes down, he will shrink away. The menace and Panic Park will shrink away. Once he is tiny and weak, we know how to escape. Do it, now, Maniac screamed. Matt turned to the rest of us. What do you think? He asked. Is this a trap? Can we trust them? No, Michael answered. We can't trust them. But do we have a choice? His second face spun around. Blah blah blah, it said. It stuck out its long black forked tongue. Michael's real face spun back. See what I mean? Look at us. We're totally ruined. Ruined. I think we have to try it. It can't get any worse, can it? Famous last words. Inspector Cranium and Dr. Maniac led the way to the Menace's mansion on the other side of the park. The rest of the villains scattered. We walked in silence past the rides and games and empty restaurants, all colorless and gray. Did I feel tense? 3 guesses. My throat was so tight, I could barely swallow. My heart fluttered as if I had a flock of birds in my chest. Were we walking into a trap? Could we really be brave enough to stare down the menace? A group of horrors were huddled near a line of tall trees. They stopped talking and turned to watch us as we passed. I thought the Horrorland horrors were on our side, Matt said to Cranium. I thought Ned ordered them to protect us. What are they doing here in Panic Park? These horrors work for Byron, Cranium replied. He brought them here. Dangerous fellas, Maniac added. They're not human. They'll do anything. Like me. Ha ha ha. No one else laughed. We stepped into the shadow of the tall mansion. Crows cawed, circling the tower roofs. 4 shadow people stood stiff and alert at the top of the front stairs. Guards. Follow us, Cranium said. There's a door at the side. It isn't guarded. You can sneak in there. The Menace's study is just down the hall. My bracelet began to tingle. The heat burned my wrist. I knew my fear level had to be up near the top of the meter. Did everyone else feel as afraid as I did? If so, we were doomed to fail. How could we show the Menace that we weren't afraid of him if we were all shaking like leaves? We pressed ourselves close to the stone wall and crept to the side entrance. A black door hidden by a low arch. The door had no handle or knob. How do we open it? Carly Beth whispered. Maybe I can use my key card, Matt said. He reached into his jeans pocket. He searched all his pockets. Oh, wow, he muttered. It's gone. I must have left it in that elevator. No problem, Cranium answered. I have some useful brain powers. He stared hard at the door and concentrated. After a few seconds, the door slowly swung open. Quickly, Cranium motioned us inside. Are you coming with us? I whispered. We can't, Cranium replied. If he sees us, he'll know something is up. You're on your own. Don't blow it, Maniac cried. Remember, no fear, Cranium whispered. Stare him down. Make the fear meter sink lower and lower. We made our way into the house. I gazed around. We stood in a long, dark hallway. The walls were solid black. The ceiling was low. I saw narrow doorways along the hall. The doors were all closed. We began to walk. The carpet beneath our shoes was thick. We moved silently. Matt led the way. His hands were balled into tight fists at his sides. Michael walked behind him, his eyes narrowed, his whole body tense. On the back of his head, his monster face drooled down his shirt. Abby and Julie walked together, hugging themselves to stop their trembling. The 2 shadows, Carly Beth and Billy, floated behind them. The rest of us followed, moving silently, our eyes alert, hearts pounding. We turned a corner. The next hall was also empty. Large black and white portraits lined the walls. Portraits of the Menace. Dozens of them. Their eyes seemed to follow us as we crept silently past. Matt raised a hand, signaling us to stop. I saw an open door at the corner. The first open door. The lights on. Someone behind the door. We pushed a little closer. I sucked in my breath when I realized we were staring at the Menace. Luke grabbed my arm. Everyone froze. My bracelet burned a ring of pain into my wrist. The Menace sat behind a big black desk. His study. He leaned over an open book. His black hair fell over his forehead as he read. I forced myself to breathe. My legs were trembling. How could I be brave? How could any of us be brave in the face of so much evil? Matt waved us forward. We shuffled slowly toward the study door. This was it, I knew. This was the moment. Our last chance. Would we fail? Would we survive? Moving together, we stepped up to the doorway. And Byron burst out of the study, into the doorway. He stretched his arms straight out to block our way. Sorry, guys, he said. Visiting hours are on Tuesdays. Matt shoved Byron hard in the chest. Michael head butted him. Byron staggered back. We pushed our way into the study and gathered in front of the Menace's desk. Tall bookshelves were lined up behind him. A fear meter stood in the corner. The red line bobbed at 95. No fear, I cried. The words burst from my mouth. But I was shaking so hard, I couldn't think straight. Abby and Julie picked up the chant. No fear, they said. And everyone repeated it. The menace raised his head slowly from his book. His dark eyes moved down the line, stopping for a few seconds on each one of us. We all stared back. We didn't blink. We locked our eyes on him. No fear. No fear. No fear. Luke grabbed my hand. I grabbed Sheena's hand. We all held hands and kept up the chant. No fear. No fear. As we chanted, I could feel my fear slipping away. I felt stronger. I felt it working. No fear. No fear. No fear. We can do this. I thought. We can stare him down. We can defeat him. The red line on the fear meter hadn't moved. It stayed at 95. The menace slowly closed the book. He clasped his hands on top of his desk. He stared back at us for a while. His face was a blank. No expression at all. His dark eyes didn't reveal a thing. No fear. No fear. And then, the menace slapped his hands down on the desktop. He tossed back his head and laughed. How stupid can you be? He shouted. We cut off our chant. Luke and Sheena let go of my hands. The menace jumped to his feet. His desk chair clattered back against the bookshelves behind him. Do you really think a staring contest can defeat M.E.? He boomed. Or M.E.? His second face cried. The red line on the fear meter jumped to 97. The menace leaned over his desk, and I saw a computer keyboard in front of him. He tapped a few keys. Let's see. Let's see what we can do, he muttered to himself. I heard a loud hum. The whole room started to vibrate. The menace tapped more keys on his keyboard. Let's see, a cold smile spread over his face. You evil thing, his red face cried. You wouldn't do that to them. Would you? The menace nodded. He tapped more keys. No fear, he said. Is that your slogan? Well, my slogan is more fear. The room vibrated harder. I could feel the floor move beneath my shoes. My ear itched. I felt strange. Suddenly, I couldn't hear well. I reached up to scratch my ear and felt something warm and wet inside it. Oh, no. A moan escaped my throat as I pulled something from my ear. A worm. A fat brown worm. I held it up in front of me. I could hear kids screaming all around me. But I could only think about the worm, alive, wriggling between my fingers. And then I gagged, and reached into my mouth. And pulled another fat, sticky worm from under my tongue. I turned and saw Boone pulling worms from his nose. Worms dangled from both his nostrils. I saw worms crawling in Sabrina's hair. She started to tug at them, screaming and pulling them from her scalp. Beside me, Sheena pulled a long worm from her mouth. It seemed to stretch as she pulled it. She kept spitting. Spitting. And another worm poked out from between her lips. Kids cried and screamed for help. We struggled and squirmed and choked, pulling worm after worm from our mouths, our ears, our noses. Go ahead, the menace exclaimed. Why aren't you staring at me? Now? Question mark. Go ahead. See how it works out for you. Oh, no. I let out a sharp cry when I saw the fear meter. At the top, the red line had climbed to 99. We never should have listened to those villains, Matt screamed. We've been tricked. It's a trap. A horrible trap. I pulled a worm from my hair and tossed it to the floor. Worms slithered around our shoes. Sabrina pulled one from her nose. I kept licking my lips. I couldn't get the worm taste from my mouth. My brain leapt crazily from thought to thought. We had to do something. We were as good as dead. And suddenly, a joke popped into my head. A joke Luke had told me. I turned to him. What's worse than finding a worm in your apple? I asked. Finding half a worm. He stared at me. Then he giggled. I gasped. Did the room shake? Did I really see everything shrink a little? Luke, keep laughing, I said. I glanced at the fear meter. The red line had dropped to 98. Lizzie, Luke said, what's the last thing that goes through a bug's mind when it hits a windshield? I shrugged. The rest of its body, Luke said. We both laughed. Again, I felt the room jolt. This time, I was sure. I really did see everything in it shrink. Sheena and Sabrina laughed. Tell that one to the others, Sabrina said. Luke repeated his joke. Everyone laughed. The red line on the fear meter sank to 90. Stop, the menace screamed. Stop it. You're making us shrink. We kept laughing. I kicked worms off my shoes, tossed back my head, and laughed. What do you get when you cut a worm in two? Luke shouted. The menace. It didn't make much sense. But we all laughed anyway. We laughed and laughed. Stop it. Stop it. Right now. Both of the menace's faces were screaming now. I'm warning you. We're shrinking. Growing tinier. Our laughter washed away our fear. And as our fear faded, the red line on the meter sank lower and lower. 80. 70. Stop it. The menace screeched again. Can't you see? Can't you see what's happening? And then his words sent a chill of horror over the room, and silenced us all. Don't you fools realize what you are doing? Don't you see that if Panic Park shrinks away, you'll be nowhere? If Panic Park disappears, you disappear with it. He's lying, Michael shouted. He knows we're beating him, and so he's lying. Keep laughing, guys, Sheena cried. Let's shrink him away. Let's watch that meter drop. No, wait, Boone said. Maybe he's telling the truth. If Panic Park vanishes, where will we be? Question mark quote. Maybe we just vanish too, I said. We'll never get home, Sabrina murmured. That means he's telling the truth, I said. Yes. Everything looks the same. That means we're shrinking along with everything else. And as he said those words, the red line on the fear meter jumped back to 80. That's more like it, the menace cried. Way to go, guys, his red face exclaimed. Be afraid. Be very afraid. Matt turned to the rest of us. His dark eyes were wild with fear. What choice do we have? If we defeat the menace? If we make him and his park shrink and disappear? Maybe we disappear, too. But we're also dead meat if we make the meter go all the way up, Carly Beth said. The menace grinned. Go ahead. Talk about it. Talk about how scared you are. I love it. Love it. We stared at him. Both of his faces were grinning now, urging us on. The red line on the fear meter was quickly sliding back to the top. And then I heard Byron shout behind us. I turned to see him scuffling with Dr. Maniac. The two wrestled for a moment. And then Maniac swung his cape around Byron. He twisted it around and around the struggling horror. Then he unfurled it fast, and sent Byron spinning out of the room. Slappy, Inspector Cranium with Dr. Crawler wrapped around his arm, the staggering mummy, and Captain Ben marched into the room behind Drive. Maniac. The ugly mask floated in the doorway, its lips bobbing silently up and down. What is the meaning of this? The menace shouted angrily. When I want you freaks, I'll rattle your cages. Slappy stepped up to the desk. He stared at the menace. His painted lips were locked in an evil grin. Who ever said two heads are better than one? He cried. You're an insult to the word ugly. The other villains laughed. The room shook. I could feel it shrink. When you were born, the doctor slapped the wrong end, Slappy told the menace. That made us all laugh. The red line sank to 50 on the meter. Slappy leaned toward the menace. When your mother asked your father to take out the garbage, she meant you. More laughter. Is that your face, or did your neck puke up your breakfast this morning? Keep laughing. Keep laughing, everyone, Cranium shouted. He turned to the menace and shook a fist in the air. We're not afraid of you anymore. The menace shook his fists back and let out an angry squeal. His voice was tiny now. He was growing smaller. Stop it. Stop it. Are you crazy? He whined in his little voice. I gasped as his second face started to change. Its eyes closed. Its mouth drooped. It let out a long, low moan. And as I stared in shock, the red color faded to gray. The nose melted. Melted like candle wax. Dripped over the sagging, melting lips. Look. Look at that, I cried, pointing. We all gasped in shock as the menace's second face melted away. It folded over itself, like cake batter pouring out of a bowl, and dripped slowly down the back of the menace's black jacket. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? The menace repeated in his tiny voice. Look what you've done. He was my only friend! Exclamation mark. You'll pay. You'll all pay. Slappy raised his face to the ceiling and cackled. Doctor. Crawler hissed and snapped his powerful jaws. The villains were cheering and celebrating. The red line on the fear meter had dropped out of sight. But I couldn't be happy about it. A jolt of fear tightened my throat. Stop, I cried. The menace is shrinking. The room is shrinking. But what will happen to us if everything disappears? Are we all going to disappear? Matt cried. The room grew silent. Doctor. Maniac's mouth dropped open. Oh, he murmured. This was all your idea, Slappy rasped at Maniac. Maniac shook his head. My bad. My bad. We might be in a little trouble here, guys. Does anyone have a plan B? Cranium turned to the door. We've got to hurry, he said. It's all SSSHH rinking, Drive. Crawler hissed. I can feel it. The menace's whole world. It's SSSHHH rinking away. We've got to run, before it's too late, Slappy rasped. Do you really think you can defeat Karloff Menace? Do you really think you can beat the menace? The menace pounded his little desk with his black-gloved hands. I know the way out. Follow me, Cranium ordered. Maybe we can make it in time. We all turned and stampeded from the office. The menace's cries rang after us as we thundered down the long hall. Where are we going? Luke asked, trotting beside me. What makes you think these guys know where they're going? Do we have a choice? I replied. My poor brother couldn't hide his fear. But we were all scared. How much time did we have before Panic Park totally disappeared? Ride the whirlwind. I read the sign above the entrance to the low white building as we ran up to it. Here we are, drive. Maniac called, pointing to the sign. Everybody in. Wait a minute. Matt grabbed his arm. What are you trying to do to us? Yeah, Michael said. The menace told us about the whirlwind. He said it scrambles your brain. He said it turns your brain to mush. The menace was lying, Slappy rasped. He was trying to frighten you away from this building. We've all used the whirlwind to go back and forth to Horrorland, Cranium said. Brittany and Molly used it once. It's faster than the mirrors. I turned to Brittany. Is he telling the truth? Is this the building you used to return to Horrorland? Brittany scrunched up her face. Maybe, she replied. I remember it was very windy. We pushed up to the entrance. I could hear a ferocious wind inside, thundering against the walls, whistling as it blew. A chill ran down my back. Would it be like stepping into a hurricane? I heard a shout behind us. I turned and saw the menace and Byron running across the park toward us. A big group of shadow people followed close behind them. Don't look back at them, Slappy ordered. Quick, you dummies. Open the door. Jump into the whirlwind, and we're all out of here. But I couldn't turn away from the menace and the others, running closer. Closer. As the whole park shrank away. The rides, the food carts, the buildings, the trees, everything growing smaller. Smaller. About to vanish, as it should have 40 years ago. Matt grabbed the entrance door handle. It's padlocked, he shouted. It's locked tight. I glanced back and gasped. I saw Jillian and Jackson. The two traitors. The menace's spies. They were speeding toward us, far in front of the others. And I could see the hard glares on their faces. They're coming to stop us, I cried. They're coming to keep us out of the whirlwind. Hurry, Slappy screamed at Matt. Matt tugged hard on the padlock. He pulled it, jerking it with all his strength. It won't budge, he cried. We're locked out. Jillian and Jackson stormed up to the entrance. Get away, Carly Beth screamed. Look at me. I'm a shadow. Look at all of us. Haven't we suffered enough because of you? I glanced back. Panic Park was tiny now. Like a world inside a snow globe. The menace and Byron looked like little mice scrambling toward us. You've got to believe us, Jillian cried. Jackson and we didn't know our powers came from the menace. We didn't know he was controlling us. Cranium put headphones over our ears. He said it was a brain test, Jackson cried. But that's when the menace took control of us. We didn't want to work for him, Jillian added. He forced us. But now he can't control us. His power has shrunk with him. I'll prove we're on your side, Jackson said. I can open the door. I'll help you, Cranium cried, bumping up next to Jackson. The two of them concentrated on the padlock. concentrated, and the lock snapped off. I screamed as the door flew open. A ferocious blast of cold wind slammed the door against the front wall. Blast after blast roared out of the building. I saw Matt shouting something to the rest of us, but I couldn't hear him over the thunderous wind. Matt lowered his head and dove into the wind. I couldn't breathe. The cold wind slammed into me like an ocean wave. I toppled onto my back. Luke pulled me to my feet. We screamed as the wind lifted both of us off the ground. Another blast swirled around us and pulled us to the building. As I sailed into the swirling gusts, I glanced back. One last look at Panic Park. It was so tiny now. Nothing left. Just a shiny bubble floating against the colorless sky. And then the bubble popped. I spun away and hurtled into the whirlwind. A powerful gust swept under me and lifted me. Carried me over the floor. Like flying, I thought. Flying out of control. Flying where? I soared high in a long blue tunnel, then floated lower. I could see the other kids ahead of me. And then a tidal wave of wind swept me around, and the kids were behind me. I pressed my hands over my ears, struggling to shut out the roar. I closed my eyes and let the wind carry me. Carry me through the long blue tunnel. And then I felt a hard tug, and I began to spin. Harder. Harder. Whirling as if I were in the center of a raging cyclone. And then the wind stopped. Silence. A sudden, horrifying silence. The wind stopped and let go of me. And I started to drop. Straight down. Down. I screamed all the way. I landed gently on my feet. Warm air brushed my face. Dizzy. My body swayed. So hard to stand. The fierce wind was gone, but I could still feel it tingling my skin. I took a deep breath and held it. And gazed around. Luke? Are you okay? I guess. My brother stood right next to me, shaking off the chill of the swirling winds. Where are we? I spun around. And saw Carly Beth. Not a shadow. She and Billy were staring at each other, their faces shocked at first, and then grinning with relief. We're back. We're not shadows. Robbie held his hands in front of his face. I can see myself. I'm not invisible. Yay. And we all cheered when we saw Brittany with her normal head. Abby and Julie had stopped shaking. And Michael was back to having only one face. We're back. We're back to normal. And we started to celebrate even before we realized we were standing in a parking lot. I saw the green and purple entrance sign, rows and rows away from us. It's Horrorland, I shouted, pumping my fists in the air. Yes. We were standing in the Horrorland parking lot. And before we could celebrate for long, there were our parents. Everyone's parents. Moving down the row of cars toward us. Dad studied his watch. You're late, he said. Where have you all been? Where have you been all this time? I blurted out. Mom wrinkled up her forehead. Didn't they tell you, Lizzie? They took all of us adults to our own hotel. We had a great time. We made so many new friends. Dad frowned. But we've been waiting for you kids here. Time to go home. I glanced around at the other family reunions. Lots of hugs and happy greetings. I whispered to Luke. None of them have any idea of the danger we were in. Look at them all, grinning and laughing. Clueless. Let's keep them that way, Luke said. How could we ever explain it? A green and purple horror watched from the side. He had a smile on his face. I walked over to him. "You're Ned, aren't you?" I asked. His smile grew wider. "Monster X2. You. You," he said. "Thank you," I said. "I think we all want to thank you." "Come on, you two," Dad called. "We have a long drive ahead of us." He gave us a push toward the car. "Lizzie, look at your hair," Mom said, brushing it down with her hand. "It's all wild and crazy. Why is it such a mess?" "Ah, I went on a very fast ride," I said. That night, how happy was I to be back in my own bedroom? 3 guesses. But as I started to unpack, I couldn't get Panic Park out of my mind. I thought about the little shadow girl, pleading with me in that faraway voice. "Find me. Can you find me?" I pictured that black and white world. The dark, empty buildings. The rides and shops and restaurants, all closed, all shades of gray. Shades from another world. And again, I saw the park shrinking away. Growing smaller and smaller. So tiny, and then gone. A whole park. A whole world. Dot. Gone with the tiny pop. I yawned. I was so tired, I could barely keep my eyes open. I pulled out pairs of jeans from the suitcase. They were still folded. I never had a chance to wear them. And what was this? My hand felt something hard. And big. Something taking up all the room in the suitcase. I pushed aside some t-shirts and gasped. "Oh, no." I lifted it out of the case. A ventriloquist dummy. I rubbed its painted hair. It had an ugly grin on its wooden lips. "How did this thing get in my suitcase?" I murmured. And then I let out a cry as the dummy's eyes slowly opened. And its ugly grin grew wider. "Well, well," it rasped in a tinny voice. "Lookin' good, Lizzie." It blinked its eyes and gazed up at me. "Ready to start a whole new story? This one will really give you goosebumps."